Inside Jiangxing Second High School, the air was heavy. On the blackboard, bold letters spelled it out. Only one day left before the unified exam. At the front, teacher Chen Fan gave his final instructions. He told the liberal arts students to prepare their stationery. Then his tone hardened as he faced the martial arts candidates. Get your combat gear ready. Bring your weapon. The martial arts exam isn't just difficult, it's deadly. Anyone with an awakened ability below D rank, think carefully before signing up. From his seat, Su Jingming allowed himself a faint smirk. The warning was aimed at him. So, this is the world I've crossed into. Blue Star. Technology here looked almost the same as in his old world, but savage, man-eating beasts roamed freely. To fight back, people relied on awakened powers, gifts that appeared at 16, ranked from F all the way to S. Most people never awakened beyond F rank. Su Jingming's own power flickered weakly across his palm. A thin spark of lightning. E rank. Weak electricity. No stronger than a cheap gadget. He brooded in silence until a sharp tap sounded on his desk. Huang Tian, blonde hair catching the light, leaned in with a sneer. So, Su Jingming, you still dare take the martial arts exam? With trash like you, you'll only drag down the school's name. He smirked. Do yourself a favor. Stick with liberal art. Who knows? Maybe one day, you'll get lucky. Be a clerk in my company. Before Jingming could answer, a chair scraped back. Lin Qinghuan stood, her voice clear. Mind your own business. Huang Tian scoffed, his confidence unshaken. Fine. During the exam, I'll show you all who really stands above. As he walks away, he throws one last vicious remark over his shoulder, predicting Su Jingming will die in the exam field. Once he's gone, Lin Qinghuan turns back to Su Jingming, her voice softer now. She tells him not to take Huang Tian's words to heart, suggesting that choosing liberal arts might not be such a bad path after all. Su Jingming stays quiet deep in his own thought. His eyes drop to his exam registration form. On it, his ability is clearly listed. E-rank elemental. In the Great Asha Kingdom, the education system is split into two paths. Those with weaker powers can take the safer route of liberal art, living an ordinary life. But the martial path, it's a gamble with danger at every step. For the martial exam, students are sent into restricted zones where savage beasts await. Only by surviving can they earn entry into an ability user university. Inside those institutions, years of harsh training can turn even someone ordinary into a true powerhouse. Su Jingming understands why both teacher Chen Fan and Lin Qinhuan worry for him. They fear the outcome if he dares to step onto that battlefield. But he also knows the truth. Running won't save him. The beast won't stop coming. That thought pulls him back to a memory burned deep in his heart. A beast tied from years ago. A small boy kneeling on the ground, crying over the lifeless forms of his parents. Powerless, broken. That pain fuels him even now. He refuses to be that helpless child ever again. Gripping his registration form, his eyes harden with resolve. No matter what, he will face the martial arts exam as the sun dips below the horizon. Su Jingming is inside a training hall. His hands tighten around a long spear as arcs of faint blue electricity crawl across its shaft. With a loud shout, he swings hard, lightning bursting along the weapon's edge. Again and again, he repeats, pouring everything into his strikes until his body gives out. Exhaustion hits. He yawns wide, then slumps onto the floor, the spear clattering beside him. Staring at the ceiling, he mutters about his fatigue. For 2.5 years, he has trained with this spear. Yet, his mastery is still stuck at the beginner stage. He remembers the technique he bought. Lightning Gale Break. The price was steep, 300,000. But at least with it, he believes himself a little stronger than the average I rank awakened. Still, the grim truth lingers. Year after year, the death toll for students below Dank grows higher. That knowledge only hardens his resolve. If he wants to survive, if he wants to step into an awakened university, he must fight with everything he has. Pulling himself off the ground, he walks toward a machine. His fist clenches as he reaches for its panel. Suddenly, a blue holographic screen flickers into existence before him. System activating. His eyes widen. Shock floods him as the display shifts again. Newbie gift package available. Claim. Lying there in disbelief, realization hits. Could this be it? The legendary cheat system that all transmigrators dream of? His shock quickly gives way to excitement. A grin stretches across his face as he thinks about what rewards might await. The system doesn't make him wait. The contents flash before his eyes. An S-rank super ability and 200 ability points. For a moment, he is completely speechless. An S-rank ability, the rarest of the rare. In a nation as powerful as Daxia, possessing an S-rank ability means immediate recruitment by the top universities and cultivation into a true powerhouse. Su Jingming is left stunned by the revelation. His heart pounds with disbelief, but also with hope. All his life, he carried the label of E-rank trash. Yet now this system had handed him a chance to rewrite his fate. His lips curl into a determined smile as faint sparks of his old weak electricity flicker across his palm. Claim. He accepts the gift without hesitation. In the next instant, 3 system windows unfold before him. Newbie package claimed. 200 ability points credited. S-rank ability. Purple Cloud Thunder God Lightning now distributing. The surge begins at his core. Energy floods directly into his heart. The sensation is unbearable, like being ripped apart from the inside. Violent purple lightning bursts through his body, shredding his shirt as if paper. A progress bar flickers in his vision, crawling upward as the storm within him grows wilder. The room cannot withstand the eruption. Windows shatter outward, walls crack, and debris scatters. Outside on the street, passers-by freeze at the sight of the explosion of light. A woman points upward in shock while her child tugs at her sleeve, asking what's happening. A young man fumbles with his phone, frantically urging someone to call the fire department for the Su family's son. Inside, Su Jingming thrashes as the process climbs past 50%. His cries are drowned out by the roar of thunder. On the streets below, people watch as the sky itself darkens. Clouds twist and churn, and from them emerges a colossal dragon woven entirely from lightning, its body stretching across the heaven. The sight draws the attention of powerful figures. In a high rise, one man wonders aloud if a terrifying beast has breached the city. Elsewhere, a military commander barks orders, mobilizing Jiangqing 3rd Legion in a high alert. The dragon above lets out a silent roar, then dives downward, its massive form collapsing into a torrent of energy that pours straight into Su Jingming's body. He screams one final time. Then the progress bar blazes to full. Ability transformation complete. The violent storm ends in an instant. The oppressive pressure vanishes, leaving the training hall in ruins. Su Jingming remains standing amid the wreckage, chest heaving, sweat dripping. Slowly, he lifts his hand. Blue and purple lightning coils tightly around his fist, sparking with destructive intent. A confident grin forms. This was no longer the feeble current of a stun baton. This was raw power, enough to obliterate with a single strike. But as his gaze shifts around the room, his excitement dims. The windows are gone. The walls fractured, the floor scorched. The commotion had been far greater than he intended. Relief flickers in him at the thought that he managed to suppress part of it. Then his eyes return to the floating system screen. The reminder of the second reward remains. 200 ability points. What are these used for? He mutters, reaching out to touch the interface once more. The system's voice explains. Ability points are earned by slaying fierce beasts. They can be spent to strengthen his body, his spirit, and his skills. A sly grin spreads across Su Jing's face. A cheat system this straightforward was everything he could have hoped for. Open system panel. At once, a detailed status screen unfolds before him. Name, Su Jingming. Level unranked awakened. Ability, S rank, Purple Heaven, Divine Thunder. Ability points 200. With a unified exam just one day away, his gaze sharpens. He knows these points must be used wisely if he's to maximize his strength. Blue sparks crackle across his fingertips as he commands. Allocate points. He thinks carefully. All abilities stem from the body and the spirit. Only by strengthening both can he unleash his full potential. He directs the system to divide the points between them. The upgrade begins instantly. His stats for physique and spirit skyrocket. A swirl of dark purple energy erupts around him, filling the room with violent pressure. His mind spins as he marvels at the change. The surge of vitality coursing through his veins, his thoughts clearer, sharper than ever before. Clenching his fist, he feels power gathering. He swings once. The air itself cracks apart as a vortex of blue and purple lightning blast from a strike, far beyond anything he could have produced before. Looking down at his sparking hand, he understands by elevating his raw attributes, his control over every technique, every spark of lightning has reached a higher level. The panel updates again. Physique 141, Spirit 160. The system notes that each ability point translates into 0.2 units of vital or spirit energy. Su Jing grins wide. With this strength, stepping into an awakened university no longer feels like a dream. It feels inevitable. But his thoughts drift across the province. More than 700,000 candidates will enter the same exam. Many of them geniuses apprentices groomed from childhood. Where does he now stand among them? He doesn't intend to wait for an answer. With a flick of his foot, he kicks his spear from the rubble, catches it, and slings it onto his shoulder. His decision is clear. He will head to the martial arts hall and measure his new power. But before he can take a step, his apartment door slams open. 3 firefighters rush inside, hoses and gear at the ready. Su Jingming freezes in surprise. The lead firefighter pauses, scanning the devastated room, and frowns. "We got a call about a fire here." Standing amid the wreckage, lightning still faintly sparking around him, Su Jingming straightens and replies calmly, "It was just ability training. Everything's fine now." The lead firefighter accepts Su Jingming's explanation. Incidents involving awakened individuals aren't unusual, and he knows better than to press further. With a nod, he radios his team to withdraw. As they head out, he glances back one last time, a trace of admiration in his eyes. To think the younger generation could create such a disturbance simply by training. It was impressive. Soon, the fire truck pulls away, leaving the street quiet again. Now dressed in his school uniform with his spears slung over his back, Su Jingming walks down the road. His neighbor, Uncle Yang, waves him over with concern, asking if he's all right after the supposed fire. Su Jingming reassures him that everything is fine. Uncle Yang notices the spear and chuckles, praising him for his diligence, even training with the exam just a day away. The narration shifts, explaining the role of martial arts halls in this world. For awakened individuals, growth comes from developing both the body and the spirit. Martial halls are vital for this progress, offering facilities most families could never afford on their own. Among them, 2 chains dominate: Thunder Martial Arts Hall and Brutal Bear Martial Arts Hall. Brutal Bear is luxurious, but its prices ensure it's a playground only for the wealthy. Thunder, on the other hand, opens its doors to all high school students for free, making it the most popular choice across the nation. It's at Thunder Hall that Su Jingming soon arrives. Inside, the place is bustling with students training, chatting, and preparing for the coming exam. Among them, he spots a familiar figure, a girl with long black hair and striking red eyes. His cousin, Tang Qi, approaching, Su Jing asks casually why she's here. Tang Qi blinks in surprise at the sight of him before replying that she's just accompanying a friend. Su Jingming doesn't linger. With a polite nod, he tells her to enjoy her visit with her friends and then makes his way toward the training rooms. As his figure retreats, Tang Qi watches thoughtfully. Something about him feels different. Her cheerful friend Xiao has her eyes locked on Su Jingming as well. She lets out a sigh, whispering how handsome he looks, and quickly asks Tang Qi who he is. Tang Qi replies that he's her cousin, a third year like them, also taking a martial arts exam tomorrow. Xiao practically glows with excitement, swooning that he'd make the perfect boyfriend. A male friend immediately teases her for falling in love at first sight, and she admits without hesitation that she is, but Tang Qi quickly grounds her. She reminds Xiao that Su Jingming's awaken ability is only E rank. The words hit hard. Xiaoya's fantasy shatters instantly and she groans in disappointment, lamenting, "What a pity." The male friend smirks, saying, "It's admirable that someone with such a low rank even dares to attempt the martial arts exam." Tang Qi, however, doesn't share his humor. Her expression darkens as she mutters, "Courage means nothing when the risk is so high." Deciding not to dwell on it further, she steers the group back to their purpose. They're here to tour the hall. Xiaoya nods, brushing aside her earlier heartbreak, and mentions that she spent her entire high school years training at the costly Brutal Bear Hall. With the exam tomorrow, she thinks it'll be nice to unwind here for a change. Meanwhile, Su Jing steps into an empty training room. In front of him stands a large round testing target. He grips his spear tightly, immediately, noticing how much lighter it feels in his hands. The weapon itself hasn't changed, his body has. His strength has grown to the point where this old spear almost feels like a toy. Still, with the exam looming tomorrow, there's no time to replace it. For now, it will have to do. He decides to start simple. No lightning, no abilities, just pure physical strength. Taking a deep breath, he steadies his stance, muscles coiled with power. Then with a sudden thrust, he drives the spear straight into the target center. The impact shakes the room, cracks spider across the advanced alloy surface, and the digital display above it blazes. The target slowly knits itself back together, memory metal restoring its form. Su Jingming stares in disbelief. His raw strength had more than doubled. For ordinary, unranked awakeners, 100 calories was considered peak output. He had tripled that baseline without even using his ability. Excitement surges through him. Now it's time to see the true extent of his new power. His eyes gleam with a faint blue glow. Sparks of purple and azure lightning crawl across his body, dancing wildly along the length of his spear. With a powerful leap, he raises it overhead and brings it crashing down. The room erupts in thunder. Arcs of lightning explode outward as the target absorbs the strike. The display above flickers before settling on an astonishing number, 3021. Su Jingming's heart pounds. Just one strike, and he's already reached the level of a mid-tier First Order Awakener. The official standard for breaking into First Order was 1000 calories. He wasn't even ranked yet, and he was already triple that. But he isn't satisfied. Lightning continues to crackle around him as he declares this isn't his limit. Drawing on everything, his new physique, his enhanced spirit, his devastating S-rank ability, and the spear skills he's honed for years, he begins to channel all of it into one decisive move. The spear glows, swallowed by searing purple lightning. As he swings in a wide arc, the energy condenses at the spearhead into a blazing sphere of raw destruction. Break. The strike detonates against the target. A massive blast of purple light floods the room, a shock wave tearing through the hall. In the main stadium, students stumble as the ground quakes. One panicked voice shouts, asking if it's an earthquake. On the training floor, Tang Qi, Xiao, and their friends are nearly knocked off their feet, struggling to steady themselves as the tremors ripple through the building. The brown-haired boy in the group frowns, his expression turning serious as he senses the lingering pressure in the air. He mutters that the energy feels like something only a true awakener could release. The group begins to wonder aloud. Could a brand new awaken-level student have just appeared? But all the known ones in the city were supposed to be training at the other hall. Curiosity gets the better of Tang Qi. She insists they go see for themselves. The group follows the trail of residual energy down the corridor. As they round the corner, they nearly collide with Su Jingming, who is just leaving, his spearhead carefully wrapped in cloth. Jingming, Tang Qi calls out, startled to see him. He doesn't break stride, answering calmly that he's heading home to prepare for tomorrow's exam. His face shows nothing of the storm he just unleashed. One of the boys waves him off, telling the group not to bother with him. Instead, he points toward the training room Su Jingming just walked out of. That, he says, is where the energy had come from. Driven by curiosity, they push the door open and peer inside only to freeze in stunned silence. The once sturdy training room is completely destroyed. The advanced alloy target made of high-grade memory metal has been obliterated. Even the reinforced wall behind it is shattered into a gaping crater of rubble. The entire room looks like a battlefield. Xiao gasps, her voice trembling with disbelief. She exclaims that even memory metal was torn apart. That level of destructive force should have been impossible in a high school training room. She wonders aloud if any student in Jiangcheng could possibly be that strong. But the brown-haired boy quickly shakes his head, placing a hand against the crater's jagged edge. He says the residual energy is far too violent to belong to a student. His theory is simple. A powerful second-order ability user must have accidentally wandered onto the student floor. Another friend nods in agreement, adding that not even a genius from the provincial capital could cause this much damage, let alone someone from their small city. But Xiao refuses to let it go. Her eyes brighten with excitement as she blurts out her own theory that maybe, just maybe, Su Jingming is actually a hidden super genius. Her friends immediately burst into laughter. One teases her for reading too many novels, while another points out coldly that Su Jingming is a known ear rake. At best, his strikes would only hit 300, nowhere near this scale of destruction. The boy offers another explanation. Whoever caused the devastation must have left through another corridor. Then he turns to Tang Qi, who's been quiet the whole time, and asks what she thinks. Tang Qi doesn't argue. She only says one word. Maybe. Stepping past them, she runs her hand across the ruined wall. Her eyes narrow as she studies the marks embedded deep in the rubble. The grooves are unmistakable. They look exactly like the aftermath of a spear strike. The image of her cousin holding his spear flashes through Tang Qi's mind. A heavy doubt begins to settle in her chest. She silently wonders if Su Jingming taking the martial arts exam is really courage or just him overestimating himself. The next morning arrives bright and clear. The day of the martial arts exam. Dozens of buses roll up to a massive fortified testing ground, unloading waves of students, each carrying their chosen weapons. Among them is Su Jingming, walking with a calm, steady confidence, his spear resting casually on his shoulder. Ahead of them, a towering fence separates the students from the exam grounds. Through it, they can see the ruins of a vast beast-infested town. The air is thick with tension. Some students stare with awe, others with fear. One voice breaks the silence. A nervous student complaining that this year's exam is unfair. The beasts look far stronger than before. Murmurs spread, many agreeing that the difficulty seems to have risen sharply. Then, cutting across the chatter comes a sharp, arrogant laugh. A tall youth with long hair and a massive sword slung across his back sneers at the group. He mocks their fear, declaring that anyone who can't handle a mere unicorn rhinoceros has no right to be here. His scorn leaves the crowd speechless. Nearby, Su Jingming's best friend, Lu Jie, frowns and leans closer. "Who's that loudmouth?" he asks. Lu Jie checks his ID, reading the name. Zhou Miyang. Lu Jie's expression shifts. Migyang, the genius. He's B rank, already stepped into first order. That's something only a handful of high schoolers have ever managed. Su Jingming's eyes linger on the prodigy. A confident smile touches his lips, a flicker of competitiveness shining within. Quietly, he wonders between them who is stronger. Before the thought can deepen, a booming voice echoes over the venue. Candidates' attention. All eyes snap toward a scar-faced man in a military uniform standing at top an armored vehicle. His presence alone silences the crowd. "I am Commander Wang Haiyang," he announces, chief overseer of this year's martial arts exam. "Before we begin, listen carefully to the rules." He gestures to the ruined town sprawling beyond the fence. The exam runs for 12 hours. 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. The battleground is divided into 4 zones: outer, central, inner, and core. Points are earned by slaying beasts. The stronger the beast, the higher the score. His voice hardens, his expression grave. The core area is a bonus section. Only the best should dare to step into it. Remember, your lives come first. Do not gamble with them for a higher score. As a commander's warning hangs in the air, Su Jingming closes his eyes briefly, reflecting. Before the system, before his newfound strength, he would have been confined to the outer zone, scraping by on the weakest prey. But now his body thrums with power, his spirit brims with energy, and his ambition burns hot. When the gates open, he intends not just to survive, but to push deep into the inner circle and maybe, if fate allows, even challenge the core. An announcement echoes across the grounds, instructing students to collect their exam supplies. Su Jingming and his friend make their way to teacher Chen Fan, who is distributing tactical backpacks. Inside each pack are the essentials: a smartwatch to track points, a few energy bars, a hydration bottle, a medical kit, and most importantly, a safety ball. The sphere can unleash a high-voltage barrier, enough to repel beasts, but activating it will end the exam immediately. As Chen Fan hands the pack to Su Jingming, his voice softens. "Remember, your life matters more than your score. If it comes to it, don't hesitate to use the safety ball." Su Jingming bows his head slightly. "Thank you, teacher." Just then, a familiar voice calls his name. He turns to see Lin Qingwan running toward him, her expression warm as she invites him to join her team. At her side stands C Rank, who confidently assures Su Jingming that he'll keep him safe in the exam. But before Su Jingming can answer, another student cuts in sharply. He protests that this is a competition, not charity, and claims that dragging along an E rank will only lower their score. Another teammate quickly joins in, glaring at Lu for changing their plan without consent. The two of them make it clear they don't want Dead Wei holding them back. Lu bristles with anger, ready to defend his friend, but Su Jing calmly raises a hand to stop him. Smiling faintly, he declines the offer. "I appreciate your kindness, but I'll be going in alone." Lin Qingwan hesitates, worry written in her eyes, but eventually nods. "Then at least be careful." The complaining student scoffs, muttering that they should just find Huang Tian to team up with instead. He laughs mockingly as the group turns and walks away. Su Jingming watches them leave, his lips curling into a confident smirk. He knows better than anyone. He's more than capable of achieving a high score on his own. Moments later, the loudspeakers blare again. The martial arts exam is officially beginning. Drones rise into the air by the hundreds, their cameras locking on, ready to broadcast every moment to the watching world. With a deafening groan, the massive gates swing open. Like a flood, thousands of students surge forward, shouting their goals and rallying cries as they charge into the ruined city. Tang Qi and her friends push ahead with determination. A girl with a massive sword strides into the fray. At the very front, Zhao Mingyang leaps forward, his wind ability propelling him above the pack. In contrast, Su Jingming doesn't rush. He steps calmly across the threshold, then breaks into a steady run, spear gripped firmly in his hand. His eyes sharpen. The time has finally come. As he moves through the gate, he taps the smartwatch on his wrist. A holographic panel flickers to life, verifying his identity and displaying the real-time ranking. The leaderboard has already taken shape. At the very top sits with 7 points, 2 others trailing just behind him. Standing before the ranking board, Su Jingming takes it all in with quiet confidence. Xiao may have begun his hunt early, but instead of discouraging him, it only sharpens his own determination. While the rest scatter across the outskirts, fighting weaker prey, Su Jingming chooses a different path. He wastes no time. Heading directly into the heart of danger, the core area where the rewards are greatest, but so are the risks. The ruined city grows darker and heavier as he ventures deeper. Suddenly, he halts. Before him lies a chilling sight. A student sprawled lifeless in a pool of blood. A green safety ball untouched at his side. The attack had been so swift the boy never had a chance to activate it. For the first time, the brutal truth of the exam sinks in. The warnings from his teachers and the commander echo in his mind. Without the S-class ability he had received only yesterday, he could just as easily have been that body on the ground. With a firm breath, he steadies himself. Kneeling down, he retrieves the fallen student's smartwatch, sending out the signal for recovery. Opportunity always comes hand in hand with danger. He reminds himself, but then movement. A faint sound from the shadows. Out of a crumbling building emerges a massive clawed paw. A moment later, glowing purple eyes pierce the gloom. A shadow cat steps forward. In an instant, Su Jingming grasped the trap. The beasts left the corpse here as bait, and now the predator strikes. The cat burst forward, a blur of claws and shadow, its speed almost too fast to follow. Su Jingming moved just as swiftly, body tilting aside with calm precision, letting the strike cut nothing but air. The beast landed light as smoke, twisting with predator's grace, golden eyes fixed on him like blades. This was no ordinary monster. Its very name carried the weight of blood and fear, a nightmare for those untested. Muscles coiled, fangs flashing, its roar cracked the silence like thunder, a reminder that one bite could shatter bone. Su Jingming felt the weight of its presence pressing down, an aura meant to paralyze weaker souls. But instead of fear, his mind sharpened. He understood why others fell, yet he refused to let his spirit waver. Many young awakeners fall victim before even lifting a weapon. He remembers how the children of wealthy families train under protection, shielded by guards as they face this crushing aura from an early age. That privilege was never his. Now here he stands facing his first real battle with a fierce beast. His grip tightens around the spear. The shadow cat lunges again. The shadow cat closes in jaws wide. But Su Jingming doesn't even flinch. He plants his feet firmly, raising his spear. Purple lightning dances across the weapon, sparking wildly as he channels his strength. In a blur, the spear thrusts forward, the crackling tip tearing straight through the beast's head. The shadow cat crumpled to the ground, its lifeless form sprawled at Su Jingming's feet. He stared at it, a flicker of unease running through him. That crushing aura, the suffocating pressure meant to freeze prey. It hadn't touched him at all. Strange. Before the thought could settle, a blue holographic screen shimmered above his watch. Kill confirmed. Fierce beast eliminated. Target, shadow cat, unranked. Ability points +3. The text rolled on, reminding him of the system's cold order. Beasts ranked from 1 to 9. Anything beneath rank 1, just like human awakeners without rank, counted as unranked, weak on paper, deadly in reality. His gaze slid to the map glowing faintly on his wrist. 3 points. After all that, the reward felt painfully small. Unranked beasts are hardly worth his time. Now that he knows their aura has no effect on him, there's no reason to linger in the outer area. His goal is clear, the dangerous core of the battlefield. Without hesitation, he advances. Along the way, unranked beasts rush him. Shadow cats, iron-furred boars, wolf-like predators. Each one falls effortlessly, his spear cutting them down in a bloody trail. 3 points here, 5 points there. The numbers grow steadily, but something gnaws at him. This power of his, it's too overwhelming. Every strike ends a fight instantly. There's no real struggle, no chance to polish his technique. Worse, the energy drain is immense. He remembers his old E-rank ability, one he could maintain for hours without worry. But this new S-class power at full strength, he couldn't last even a single hour. And the exam is 12. He clenches the spear tighter. A new plan forming. From here on, he'll fight without relying on that devastating lightning. He'll conserve his strength and more importantly, gain the battle experience he needs. The spear alone will be his weapon. But before he can put this strategy to the test, the ground trembles. A massive shadow looms ahead. Bursting through the ruins, a towering bipedal unicorn rhinoceros stomps into view. Its roar shakes the air as it lowers its head, hurling a wrecked car aside like a toy. The beast charges. Su Jingming doesn't retreat. He braces himself, spear in hand. The horn smashes into him with bone-crushing force, sending him flying back. Yet in mid-air, he twists his body with impossible agility, turning the momentum into an advantage. He flips, spear raised high, descending like a thunderbolt. The rhino barely has time to react before the blade plunges deep into its skull. With a single precise strike, the massive beast collapses under him. The colossal rhinoceros crashes to the ground, lifeless. Su Jing exhales lightly, surprised at how effortlessly it had fallen. Even a beast of that size hadn't been much of a challenge. A thought flickers through his mind. Had his spear technique advanced without him noticing? He summons his system panel and the confirmation appears before him. His spear technique has reached the intermediate stage. His ability points is, now totaling 256, gleam on the display. The realization is clear. Relying on his spear mastery is the fastest way to grow stronger. Without hesitation, he invests his points into the technique once more. In an instant, his mind is flooded. Countless advanced movements, intricate footwork, and deadly thrusts surge through him, searing themselves into his muscle memory. The weight of so much knowledge leaves him clutching his head. But when it settles, he feels reborn with a spear firmly in hand. Confidence radiates from him. He straightens, standing tall among the ruins, a predator awaiting his next prey. A grin plays on his lips as he whispers his anticipation. He can't wait to test these new skills against a ranked beast. In another corner of the outer zone, Lin Qinghuan moved with her team through the ruins, boots crunching over broken stone. She stopped suddenly, breath catching, eyes narrowing at a fleeting silhouette in the haze. Was that Su Jingming? The thought slipped out in a whisper. One of her teammates scoffed, brushing it aside. Impossible. He's just rankless. Coming this deep would be suicide. The words made sense, yet doubt gnawed at her chest, a quiet weight of worry for the classmate she couldn't quite forget. Before the feeling could root itself, a sharp call snapped through the air. The team rushed forward, and when they saw what awaited them, every step froze. A massive unicorn rhinoceros lying dead in the street. Its wounds are still fresh, the blood not yet dry. They study the killing strike. A single clean wound to the head delivered with perfect precision. The kind of mark only a long-handle weapon could leave. That's a spear wound. One of them blurts out. The pieces align in Lin Qinghuan's mind. The silhouette she saw. The spear wound. The fresh kill. Her suspicion hardens. Could it really have been Su Jingming? She murmurs. Her skeptical teammate scoffs again. Don't be ridiculous. A unicorn rhinoceros. Only someone at C rank could take down a beast like this alone. Su Jingming doesn't stand chance. To settle the argument, one of the students muttered about checking the ranking. Lin Qinghuan didn't hesitate. Her fingers brushed the smartwatch, and the leaderboard lit up in cold blue light. She froze. There it was, 46th place, 256 points. Su Jingming, second high school. The name burned against her eye. Her breath caught as the words spilled out before she could stop them. It's him. The others leaned in, their expressions twisting from doubt to disbelief. Faces drained pale, the weight of truth pressing down hard. Su Jingming, that Su Jingming, the one they mocked as useless, now standing in the top 50. No one wanted to believe it. Their voices stumbled over excuses, clinging to denial. A mistake, a coincidence, just someone with the same name. But their voices falter, doubt clouding their certainty. Far away from the battlefield, in a hall filled with massive viewing screens, officials and VIPs watch the rankings climb in real time. A spectator leans back with a satisfied tone. As expected, first high school is dominating. Look at the top 10. And Zhou Mingyang rank 1 with 412 points. At this rate, he'll surely be recognized as Juexing number 1 student. Another official chimes in, eyes narrowing. If he keeps this pace, maybe, just maybe, he could even break into the provincial top 100. Our city hasn't had that kind of talent in years. At the center of the group sits Zhang Wenshan, director of the Juexing Education Bureau. A smug smile spreads across his face. Zhou Mingyang is indeed the pride of our city. He will reach the provincial top 100. Mark my words. He turns with praise toward the principals of first and third high, complimenting their school's excellence. The two men bow politely, thanking him with practiced humility. But then, when Zhou Mingyang's gaze shifts, landing on Principal Zhao Yao of second high, his smile turns cold, his words sharp. Principal Zhao, your school needs to work harder. Your so-called best student is only 18th, hardly worth mentioning. Zhao forces a nervous laugh, sweat trickling as he bows deeply. Yes, director, you are right. We will strive harder. Inside, however, he burns with silent rage. He knows second high is struggling. Only 8 of their students made into the top 50. He ticks through their names one by one in his mind. Then he stops. Su Jingming. The name catches him off guard. He doesn't recall ever hearing it. Frowning, he mutters aloud. Who is this student? Why haven't I heard of him before? He turns to the teacher beside him. Chen Fan. Teacher Chen, do you know this Su Jingming? The reaction is instant. Chen Fan's jaw drops, his face stiffening in shock. He wipes the sweat from his brow, stumbling over his words. Su Jingming, that's the weakest rank in my class. The room falls silent. Chen Fan shakes his head furiously, struggling to process it. Could Su Jingming have been hiding his true power all along? No. Impossible. It makes no sense. Frustration boils inside him as he looks at the monitors. Only the top 10 students have cameras trained on them. And Su Jingming's name is far below that threshold, which means for now, nobody has any idea what he's doing or how an E-rank is tearing his way up the ranks so fast. Back inside the exam venue, Su Jingming has already broken through the outer area and stepped into the central zone where danger thickens with every step. The ruined streets are quiet, almost unnervingly so. A glass bottle crunches under his boot as he walks, pausing only to unwrap an energy bar and take a few steady bites. He notes the change immediately. Fewer beasts prowl here. That only means one thing. Ranked creatures. Beasts with intelligence, instincts, and territory of their own. The kind of opponents who truly test strength. Suddenly, he freezes. His senses sharpen, locking onto something ahead. His gaze narrows. Finally, my target arrives. A thunderous crash erupts as a striped monster bursts through a heap of wrecked cars. Muscles rippling, blades of bone jutting from its forelimbs. It's a first-rank fierce beast. The armed blade tiger. Su Jingming doesn't back away. Instead, he lifts his spear and chuckles softly. What luck! A first-rank beast already. Perfect. The tiger snarled, its roar shaking the ruins as it lunged, claws cutting through the air. Su Jingming stayed still, spear steady in his hands. At the last moment, he shifted, weapon spinning to meet the strike. The shaft caught the claws, turning the blow aside and driving the beast back a step. It felt effortless. He tilted his head, almost bored. So this is the strength of a first-rank beast. If it were Tiger King, maybe I'd bother to take it seriously. The mockery struck deep, and the arm-blade tiger's roar grew harsher. Fury burned in the tiger's eyes. Su Jingming lowered his stance, voice steady and cold. Enough. I'll send you on your way. In a flash, he surged forward, spear cutting the air before driving deep into the beast's shoulder. Blood burst out as the tiger roared in pain, but Su Jingming gave it no chance to recover. His grip stayed calm, his advance unyielding, every step forcing the attack deeper. The wound only twisted the beast further, pushing it into wild madness. The tiger's eyes flared with a teal glow as it rose onto its hind legs, towering like a mountain. With a roar that split the air, its bladed claws crashed down, aiming to tear Su Jingming apart. But he was faster. His body bent, pivoted, hands snapping to a nearby lamp post as he swung around it with flawless control. The claws ripped through empty space where he had been a heartbeat before. In the same motion, his swing carried him into perfect position, landing light and steady, spear poised. Su Jingming drew in a calm breath, ready for the counter. His eyes fix on the arm-blade tiger, bleeding, battered, but still unwilling to back down. Its stubborn fight earns a brief nod of acknowledgement from him. But then his voice cuts through the air, cold and final. Enough. Any further resistance is meaningless. He raises his spear, channeling energy into the weapon. A swirling gale of blue lightning coils around the shaft, humming with raw power. Lightning gale break. His body blurs into motion. With a fierce cry, he spins, the spears slicing through the air again and again. Brilliant arcs of light streak outward, forming a storm of slashing energy. The devastating strike crashes into the beast. The arm-blade tiger roars one last time, a sound of pain and defiance before its body is shredded by the violent vortex. With a thunderous crash, it collapses to the ground, life. Almost instantly, his smartwatch chime. Kill confirmed. Target, First rank Armblade Tiger. Ability points plus 14. Su Jingming glances at the notification with quiet satisfaction. 14 point. Nearly double the reward of an unranked kill. A thought crystallizes in his mind. While this exam is a battlefield of life and death for others, for him it's a treasure ground, an opportunity to grow stronger at an incredible pace. His grip tightens on the spear. Determination burns within him. He vows to claim as many points as possible, hunting the most powerful beast this arena can throw at. Far away in the audience stands, the tension thickens. Every eye is fixed on the leaderboard. Su Jingming's name now glows at 32nd place, 328 points. An official leans forward, turning sharply toward teacher Chen Fan. This student, he's from your class, isn't he? Suddenly, Chen Fan is the center of attention. Colleagues turn to him with admiration. Incredible. Only students from your class have broken into the top 50 from second high. Another nods approvingly. Your teaching methods must be remarkable. Flustered, Chen Fan forces a modest smile, waving off their praise. Ah, it's not me. The students worked hard for this. That's all. Before the conversation can continue, a shout erupts from the crowd. Look, the rankings again. Heads snap toward the massive screen. Su Jingming's name leaps upward now at 25th place. Gasps ripple through the hall. Impossible. His score just jumped by 44 points at once. Director Jiang Wenxian narrows his eyes, quickly running the number. A peak unranked beast gives at most 6 points. A low-grade first rank yields 14 to 16. For someone's score to spike that sharply, multiple high-tier kills must have been made almost simultaneously. Principal Xiao continues the calculation aloud, his voice trembling. The rankings refresh every 4 seconds, which means he stops, face pale. The implication is staggering. An E-ranked student from his own school might be mowing down ranked beasts in the central zone with terrifying speed. Director Zhang Wenshan quickly finishes the math. In just 4 seconds, Su Jingming had to have slain either 5 peak unranked beasts or 3 low-grade first rank. A rare smile tugs at his lips. Such performance. It's been years since we've seen anything like that. He turns toward Principal Xiao, his tone almost curious. Tell me, why have I never heard of this student before? He seems to be quite the prospect. Principal Xiao swallows hard, still reeling. I only just learned of him myself. We'll have to ask his homeroom teacher. He snaps his fingers, summoning Chen Fan forward. All eyes turn to the nervous teacher. Beads of sweat trickle down his forehead as he bows before the city's top official. Su Jingming. He awakened only an E-grade ability. Weak electricity. The words hang in the air like a thunderclap. The principal's jaw tightened. Are you certain? Could you be mistaken? Chen Fan shakes his head rapidly. No mistake. I was there. I even warned him not to join this exam. His ability was far too weak. A hush falls over the room. Director Zhang Wenshan leans back, eyes gleaming with intrigue. An E-grade, yet he's climbed this high. That means his strength comes from elsewhere. Interesting. Very interesting. He steeples his fingers, voice steady, but firm. We'll soon have our answer. With this momentum, he's bound to break into the top 10. Once he does, the cameras will be on him, and we'll see exactly how he's achieving this. His smile fades into a sharp edge. But if he's cheating, there will be consequences. No sooner do the words leave his mouth and gasps erupt. Principal Xiao and teacher Chen Fan stare wide-eyed at the leaderboard. Rank 9, Su Jingming. He has done the impossible, forcing his way into the top 10. And sitting just beneath him at number 12, his cousin Tang Qi. Elsewhere in the exam hall, Tang Qi, now bearing cat-like ears and a sleek tail, perches atop a freshly slain beast. A faint smile crosses her lip. She no longer has any doubt. The destruction at the martial arts hall that day. Of course, it had been her cousin. High above, another figure notices the shift. Mingyang, the reigning number 1, glances at the updated leaderboard. With 6 hours still left, a new unfamiliar name has entered the arena of elite. His brow furrows. Su Jingming. Never heard of him. Moments later, a camera drone buzzes to life, assigned to track the newcomer. The live feed projects across the massive screens for all to see. And there he is, Su Jingming, standing calmly as his spear flashes once more. In a single precise strike, another first-rank beast falls at his feet. His smartwatch flashes the result, plus 14 points. Su Jingming glances at the notification and murmurs to himself. The efficiency of hunting beasts in the central zone far higher than outside. Su Jingming notices the drone hovering overhead. A faint smile tugs at his lip. He must have entered the top 10. Standing over the corpse of his latest kill, he reflects briefly. This exam is more than survival. It's a trial of strength and potential. Those who shine brightest will earn recognition. With that in mind, he sees no reason to conceal his power any longer. Breaking into the top 10, he mutters, eyes sharp. This is only the beginning. Before moving on, he calls up his system panel. His spear technique gleams at the advanced stage. His total points 312. Yet, disappointment flickers across his face. Despite all this, his rank still reads awake. No automatic promotion. He thinks it through quickly. To ascend to a true ability user, he'll need a proper cultivation method, something far beyond reach in this exam. Fine. If he can't advance rank, then he'll sharpen his foundation. He spent his points without hesitation. Physique plus 40, spirit plus 22. A rush of strength surges through his body. Muscles tighten, senses sharpen. He clenches his fist, eager for the battles ahead. Soon, the ruins open into the entrance of the core area, the deadliest zone of all. And there, the sight before him is savage. 9 armored tigers feast on the carcass of a fallen rhinoceros, their metallic hides glinting under the dim light. But it's the one in the center that holds his focus. Larger, stronger, radiating a crushing aura. The armored tiger king. Su Jingming's lips curl into a grin. What a harvest. He's about to step forward when his instincts flare. Someone else is near. Without turning his head, he calls out, enough hiding. Come out. Footsteps echo and from the shadows emerges, the number 1 ranked student. His eyes gleam with interest. Impressive to sense me so quickly. I didn't expect the mysterious newcomer in the top 10 to be you. Su Jingming. Recognition clicks immediately. Su Jingming narrows his eyes. The top-ranked student. How did you know who I was? Mingyang chuckles, drawing closer. He had watched every strong candidate who could reach the core zone, but this name had climbed fast and felt unfamiliar. Who else could it be? He nodded toward the tigers feeding, hand resting on his sword hilt. I've been watching them, he said. The armored tiger king was a mid-grade first-rank beast with 9 at its side. No one person could face them all alone. Su Jingming tightened his grip on his spear, suspicion threading his voice. What, you want to steal my prey? Mingyang shook his head. Not at all. I do not need to. But that pack, no matter how strong you are, going alone is reckless. Join me and we will bring them down together. Zhao Mingyang's offer met 2 cold words from Su Jingming. No need. The tone left no room for argument. I'm more than enough by myself. He sounded calm, sure, and strangely distant. Without hesitation, he stepped into the open. Boots crunched over the shattered pavement, and every armored tiger turned its gaze toward him. A low chorus of growls rolled through the ruins. Atop the rhino carcass, the tiger king threw back its head, roaring, its authority shaking the air. Su Jingming's eyes narrowed, taking in the scene. As expected from a king-led pack, they had formed a crude formation, stronger ones at the front, weaker flanking behind. They weren't mindless, they were disciplined. The tension snapped when one tiger broke from its rank, charging him with lethal speed from a hidden angle. Zhao Mingyang froze, eyes wide with disbelief and awe. Was Su Jingming rushing toward certain death, or was his confidence real? Su Jingming stayed still, spear held low, calm radiating from him. The tiger closed in, claws aimed to kill, until in a heartbeat the spear sprang to life. It spun so fast the shaft became a whirling circle, energy crackling in violent waves. Then, boom, a sweeping strike ripped through the air, a crescent of raw force wide enough to hit multiple targets. The first tiger didn't stand a chance, and the one beside it fell just as easily. Flesh and bone split cleanly as the spinning sweep rips through them. Blood erupts across the ruined street as 3-4 tigers collapse instantly. Notifications flare across his smartwatch. Ability points increased by 25. The pavement runs red as the broken bodies slump to the ground. In an instant, half the pack has been erased. The Tiger King's furious roar splits the sky, the air trembling with rage. Su Jingming glances at the carnage with only mild dissatisfaction. TCH, my body's still not strong enough. Could have ended them all in one strike. The surviving tigers regroup, circling him like predators, cornering prey. The king steps forward, its teal eyes burning with fury. Then it opens its jaws wide. The roar that follows isn't just sound. It's a sonic weapon vibrating with lethal force. The shockwave shatters every nearby window, sending glass raining down like a storm. The ground itself seems to tremble under the beast's fury. Even from a safe vantage point, Zhao Mingyang winces, clutching his head as pain rings through his skull. That roar alone, it could tear apart most challengers. Yet in the eye of the storm, Su Jingming stands alone, spear in hand, his expression unshaken. Su Jingming stands tall in the storm of broken glass, unfazed by the Tiger King's deafening roar. The sonic blast that could finish most fighters is nothing to him. His voice cuts through the chaos, steady and defiant. You might terrify others, but you can't scare me. The pack responds with violence. The surviving tigers leap in from every direction, claws flashing, fangs snapping. Su Jingming meets their charge head-on. His spear flows like water, deflecting one strike then another. With fluid precision, he twists, planting the shaft against the ground and vaulting upward. His feet kick off a tiger's back, sending him soaring above the snapping jaws of another. The Tiger King sees its chance and lunges. But Su Jingming is already in position. Still midair, he channels his full strength into a single decisive blow. His spear arcs down like a guillotine, splitting the air with unstoppable force. Crack! The weapon slams into the bee's skull, cleaving it open in one brutal strike. The king crumples where it stands, dead before it even hits the ground. Su Jingming lands lightly, spear in hand, as his smartwatch flashes. Kill confirmed. Upper rank first order arm blade tiger plus 20 ability points. From the shadows, can only stare. His body stiffens, sweat sliding down his face. Wide-eyed, he mutters under his breath. Impossible. He wiped out the entire pack by himself. What kind of monster is he? Su Jingming meanwhile is exhilarated. His points have surged. The tiger pack slaughter granting him a massive harvest. He grins, thoughts racing. If I keep this pace, how many points can I rack up before the 12 hours are over? The more I gain, the stronger I become. He turns to leave, ready to hunt again. But before he can take another step, Zhao Mingyang bursts from his hiding place. Wait, Zhao demands, his voice sharp. How did you do it? Crushing an entire pack like that with just a spear? Your ability? Is it some kind of reinforcement type? Su Jingming barely glances his way. With a powerful leap, he pushes off into the distance, calling back casually, lightning type. Zhao Mingyang freezes, rage boiling beneath his skin. He clenches his fist, teeth grinding. Lightning type. TCH. Does he think I'm a fool? He's mocking me. The thought burns deeper as realization hits him. If Su Jingming is killing this many beasts, his score must be skyrocketing. Hastily, he checks his smartwatch. The sight nearly makes his heart stop. Rank 1, Su Jingming, 1122 points. Rank 2, Zhou Mingyang, 985 points. Su Jingming hasn't just caught up. He surpassed him. No, no, no. Zhou's roar of frustration echoes across the ruined city. A cry of disbelief and fury as his number one position slips away. Back in the stands, the audience erupts into cheers. Officials are on their feet, voices buzzing with excitement. Director Zhang Wenshan himself rises, his face glowing with pride. Magnificent. That level of spearmanship. This confirms it. Su Jingming is a true genius. He clasps Principal Zhao's shoulder with both hands, his voice booming across the room. With Su Jingming representing us, Jiangqing will finally break into the provincial top 100. The declaration draws thunderous applause. Jiang Wan goes further, promising that Second High will receive special accommodations once the exam is over. Tears well in Zhao's eyes as he bows repeatedly, overwhelmed. At last Second High has its day shine. He thinks his chest swelling with pride, and it's all because of Su Jingming. 3 hours later, deep within the core zone, the mood is very different. Xiaoing trudges through the deserted streets, his brows furrowed in frustration. He mutters under his breath, "Where have all the beasts gone?" A voice answers from behind. "Why don't you ask the number 1 ranked student?" He spins around. His cousin Tang Qi stands there, flanked by other top-ranked fighters, Wu Hao and Meng Di. Tang Qi gestures at the empty ruins. "It's simple. Su Jingming already killed them all. We searched everywhere. Nothing left." Zhou Mingyang jaw tightened. Impossible. One person couldn't clear out the entire core zone. But Tang Qi's gaze is cool. "Unwavering cousin, it's obvious you've only recently become a ranked ability user. Otherwise, you'd understand." She lifts her smartwatch and activates the leaderboard. "Look for yourself." Zhou's eyes lock onto the glowing numbers. His face drains of color. Rank 1, Su Jingming, 3,435 points. Rank 2, Zhou Mingyang, barely a third of that total. He stammers, unable to find the words. The sheer gap is suffocating. Tang Qi explains calmly, almost coldly. "Do the math. In the central zone, he earned about 700 points. That means here in the core zone, he collected more than 2,500. Almost 200 fierce beasts slaughtered single-handedly. A bead of sweat slides down Hoang Temple as realization dawned. Su Jingming hadn't been protecting his kills. He had planned from the start to monopolize the entire core zone. One steps forward, his tone serious. That's why we're here. The innermost core zone is all that's left. It's crawling with high-rank beasts and even a second-order beast king. Charging in alone is suicide. Meng Di nods firmly, then turns to mining. That's why we've united. Join us. Together, we might survive what waits inside. With no other choice, Zhao Mingyang clenches his fists and shouts, "Count me in." The uneasy alliance is sealed. The scene shifts under the pale glow of the moon. Su Jingming sits silently atop a mountain of beast corpses. His spear is planted firmly at his side, its blade glinting in the faint light. Around him, the air reeks of blood and steel. His rations are gone, his supplies completely drained. Yet his pursuit of power was far from over. Big Gem was nearing its end, but Su Jingming felt no satisfaction. Not yet. If he wanted more strength, he had to go deeper, into the innermost core zone where second-order beasts prowl. The thought tugged a faint grin to his lips. Calmly, he summoned his system panel. The number staring back made his heart quicken. 2,413 ability points. Time for one last upgrade. A mischievous grin spread across his face as he poured in his point, power surging through every muscle, every nerve, aura blazing like fire beneath his skin. He exhaled sharply, the ground cracking beneath him from the sheer force of his energy. Standing over the massive corpse of a bear-like beast, he finally let himself draw a steady breath. Yes, with this, I can face the exam's finale head-on. Around him, the top students charged toward the final battlefield, their boots hammering broken stone, and the last sprint of the combat exam roared to life. Deep within the innermost zone, something moved. From the ruins, a nightmare took form, a massive, wolf-like creature. Its ghostly white fur shimmered under the moon, eyes glowing a fierce crimson. Red crystalline spines jutted from its back, pulsing with lethal energy, the air around it trembling with menace. The final trial had arrived. The wolf's howl ripped through the battlefield, yet Su Jingming stood calm, spear in hand, gaze locked unwavering on the beast. Confidence radiated from him as he murmured under his breath, "So this is the second-order beast they prepared, let's see what you're really worth." As Su Jingming stepped onto the final stage, the top-ranked students also reached the deepest part of the core zone. Their eyes fell on the colossal, crystal-backed monster, and recognition hit instantly, a bloodthirsty, savage bear. With a single swipe of its massive paw, it crushed a wrecked car into scrap, its raw strength undeniable. The group stiffened, hearts racing. Yang muttered a warning, they were in serious danger. Meng Di added grimly that this rare beast's hide was tougher than E-grade alloy, strong enough to shrug off even missiles. Worse still, a single strike from its massive paw could annihilate them all in an instant. Tang Qi, eyes wide with fear, urged abandoning the mission, knowing the odds were brutally stacked against them. But the nightmare wasn't over yet. The Bear King wasn't alone, an entire pack of elite first-rank beasts circled it, deadly, disciplined, and ready to strike. One student grimly noted that charging in would get them slaughtered by the horde before the bear even lifted a claw. Tension finally snapped when another gave up, voice trembling, declaring there was no point risking their lives just for a higher score. Still, the team spirit is shattered beyond repair. Everyone's eyes snap in that direction. A lone figure is walking straight into the danger zone. Tang Qi's eyes widen in shock. She recognizes him. It's Su Jingming stepping fearlessly into the heart of the beast horde. With a fluid leap, Jingming lands inside the compound. The others watch in disbelief. Meng Di fall in love with the handsomeness of Jingming at the first sight. Zhou Mingyang curses the difficulty of the test while another student panics, crying out that Jingming's entrance has enraged the entire pack. The beasts roar in unison and rush him from all directions. Standing tall in the middle of the street, Jingming doesn't flinch. Within moments, the wave of snarling creatures swallows him whole. From the rooftop, the students can only watch in horror. Tang Qi's face tightens with worry for her cousin, but Mingyang shakes his head, saying Jingming was reckless. Tang Qi insists she has to go help. Meng Di grabs her arm to hold her back, and Wu Hao calls her insane, arguing it would only mean a useless death. But Tang Qi refuses to back down, shouting that Jingming is her cousin. She can't just stand by and watch him die. Before she can act, a massive surge of purple and blue lightning explodes from the center of the beast horde. The raw energy tears through the battlefield. Its brilliance so blinding the rooftop group is forced to shield their eyes. Mingyang stares wide-eyed, asking if this is the lightning power Su Jingming once spoke of. As the blinding storm fades, the aftermath becomes clear. The battlefield is littered with scorched corpses. The entire horde of first-level beasts has been annihilated. At the center of the destruction stands Su Jingming. Untouched. His body still wrapped in crackling purple lightning. He admits that raw strength alone wouldn't have been enough. So he unleashed his hidden trump card, his superpower. Feeling the surge of his street-grade ability, he allows a confident smile to spread across his face. With the lesser threats erased, his eyes turn to the real challenge. The bloodthirsty savage bear towering above the corpses of its fallen pack. The monstrous beast unleashes a roar that shakes the air, but Jingming stays composed. He studies his foe carefully, noting its massive frame and lack of agility. Against his thunder ability, this could still be manageable. But then he notices the beast isn't standing alone. Several dangerous minions remain at its side. Knowing they'll only interfere, he makes his decision. His gaze sharpens, his eyes glowing with fierce determination as he declares he will clear the battlefield first. In a flash, he bursts in emotion, lightning coursing through his body. His speed is blinding as he tears through the beasts. A high-rank shadow cat leaps at him, but he cuts it down instantly. His smartwatch chimes 13 points. Grinning, he marvels at how his thunder power amplifies his body, though he knows he can't maintain this heightened state for long. Still, it's more than enough to wipe out the stragglers. One by one, the lesser creatures fall beneath his spear. With a single sweeping strike, he cuts down a unicorn rhino, earning another 15 points as his watch flashes the confirmation. With the field finally cleared, the real battle begins. The savage bear bellows in rage, slamming its massive paws into the ground. The impact sends a shock wave ripping through the pavement, shaking the earth itself. Then it charges, every step, rattling the ground beneath it. Su Jingming, cloaked in his lightning aura, doesn't retreat. He launches forward to meet the beast head-on. At the last moment, he springs upward in a powerful leap, narrowly dodging the beast's crushing advance. His spear whirls in a deadly arc, smashing one of the large red crystals embedded in its back. The fight blurs into a furious clash. Jingming twists and dodges with precision. His counterattack striking true. One crystal after another shatters beneath his spear. Blood spilling as the savage bear's defenses crumble. His smartwatch keeps flashing, updating his points as he relentlessly dismantles the king of beasts piece by piece. The savage bear bellows furiously as its underlings fall one after another. Cloaked in lightning, Su Jingming sneers at the beast, asking if it's angry. He promises it'll be next. As he rushes toward the final rhino, the beast king's sharp eyes gleam with cunning just as Su Jingming prepares to strike. The massive bear lunged with terrifying speed. With a savage swing, it crushed its own minion into pieces, stopping the attack before it could connect. Su Jingming's eyes narrowed in shock. The creature had actually predicted his move. Then the bear king slammed its massive paws together, and the last minion was obliterated instantly. The impact sent a thunderous shockwave roaring across the battlefield, tearing the ground apart and shattering nearby vehicles. The rhino was caught in the blast, shredded completely, reduced to nothing, but the deadly blast missed its true target. Su Jingming, body crackling with lightning, twisted through the air with effortless grace, landing smoothly, untouched. The storm still hummed and sparked around him. The battlefield was cleared, no beasts remained, only the two rulers facing each other. His grin sharpened, electricity surging violently through his veins, eyes glinting with fierce anticipation. With fierce resolve he declared that with the minions gone it was time to see if the savage bear's armored hide could withstand the full force of his thunder. Su Jingming lifted his spear high and attacked the beast with all his strength, aiming straight for its massive head. The moment his spear touched the creature, a deafening thunder blast exploded across the battlefield, shaking the ground beneath everyone's feet. The drone camera hovering above captured every detail of the strike, and the people nearby felt a crushing pressure rolling out from that direction, almost as if a giant storm had descended upon them. The people watching the fight on the giant screen gasped in disbelief as the impact lit up the entire area like lightning flashing across a night sky. Among them, a fatty man could not contain himself and exclaimed to Principal Xiao, questioning if this was really just an E-class ability and accusing the principal of joking with them. Another person in the crowd pointed out that even by merely activating his ability, Su Jingming had instantly killed beasts before and could already fight on equal ground with rank 2 bosses, something even an A-class ability would find difficult to accomplish. An old man rubbed his chin and wondered aloud if what they were witnessing could be the result of an ability mutation, something rare and unheard of, but no matter the truth, everyone agreed that after this day, the entire Great Xia would be shaken by Su Jingming's performance. The crowd broke into laughter and chatter, but suddenly the scene shifted back to the beast on the battlefield. The mighty creature was not dead yet, only injured, and its glowing eyes filled with rage as it rolled across the ground and launched itself toward Su Jingming once more. Su Jingming stepped back, quickly realizing that his earlier attack had only left a superficial wound, and he landed lightly on the ground as his mind raced with thoughts. He assessed the beast, recognizing it as a rare species among rank 2 ferocious beasts, and he noted that its tough bristles made it impervious to ordinary blades and spears. Even more troubling was that its bristles did not conduct electricity, which meant that with his current strength it would be extremely difficult to kill this bloodthirsty violent bear in a single blow while crossing 2 whole tiers of power. The beast glared at him with fury, its body trembling with the release of an enormous amount of power that shook the surrounding air. At that instant, the beast's power surged higher, and it suddenly charged toward Su Jingming in a fit of rage, its heavy body tearing across the battlefield like a landslide. Su Jingming quickly twisted his body and dodged its strike, blocking another attack with his spear as he observed its movements. He realized that the beast had entered its berserk skill state so early in the fight, which proved that it truly hated him with every ounce of its existence. The beast's eyes glowed with red fury as it smashed objects in its path, roaring so loudly that it seemed the sky itself trembled, and then it lunged forward again. Su Jingming dodged swiftly, his body flowing like water, and he thought with awe about how astonishing the physical strength of the beast had become now that it was in berserk state. He also realized that while its strength was terrifying, the cost was that its already limited intelligence had now been completely destroyed, leaving it nothing more than a mindless killing machine acting only on raw instinct. Su Jingming turned in his movements and decided that he could not face the beast head-on, and for now, the safest strategy was to avoid its sharp edges and use his superior agility to keep it at bay. He ducked low and dodged again as the beast's massive claws struck the ground with a booming sound that shook dirt and rocks into the air. His eyes scanned for the right moment, and he reminded himself to wait patiently for the perfect opportunity to temporarily incapacitate the monster. That chance came when the beast stumbled slightly, exposing its back, and Su Jingming immediately seized the moment by charging an energy ball onto the tip of his spear. With one swift motion, he thrust the spear forward, the glowing energy bursting from it, and the attack struck the beast from behind, sending it tumbling heavily to the floor. Not wasting a breath, Su Jingming raised his weapon high and invoked his 9 heavens divine lightning, shouting the command for the heavens to blast down. A violent surge of purple lightning descended from above, crackling in the air before crashing directly onto the ferocious beast with unimaginable force. The power was so overwhelming that the entire battlefield was bathed in dazzling purple light, and a massive shockwave spread outward, shaking everyone watching. For a moment, the beast lay motionless on the ground, and Su Jingming exhaled as he thought the fight might finally be over. He muttered to himself that half a minute of purple divine lightning was enough to break even the toughest defenses, but before he could finish, the beast stirred again. Its bloodshot eyes opened wide, and with a furious roar, it dragged itself up and launched a desperate attack toward Su Jingming, refusing to die. But suddenly, its movements faltered, and the beast realized too late that paralysis from the lightning had finally taken hold of its body. Seeing this chance, Su Jingming declared that the time had come, and he unleashed his lightning gale technique, his body surging forward with electrifying speed. He struck the beast again with all his might, sending it flying high into the air before another explosive blast rang out as it slammed back to the ground. The creature's massive body shook violently, its skin scorched, and its chest bore a gaping hole from the lightning-charged strike, and at last, it was finally killed. Su Jingming heard the system notification in his mind, informing him that he had defeated a rank 2 low-tier bloodthirsty violent bear and had gained 24 ability points. Exhausted, he sat down on the ground with relief washing over him, muttering that it was finally over and that upgrading Lightning Gale for this fight had been the right decision. He acknowledged that the power had not disappointed him and admitted that although the battle lasted only 2 minutes, it had been the most exhilarating fight of his life. As he thought about the future, he wondered how many points he would gain if he cleared all the ferocious beasts in the core area. When the results were finally announced, the crowd was stunned to see Su Jingming sitting comfortably in first place with a staggering total of 10,835 points. Gasps and murmurs filled the air as people tried to process the unbelievable number, for the second and third places had barely crossed 1,000 points each. The fatty man shouted in disbelief that Su Jingming had broken not just their school record but the entire province record with this score. He declared that Su Jingming was not merely a genius but a genius among geniuses, far surpassing anyone they had seen before. Another person added that last year's provincial champion had only managed a little over 8,000 points, while Su Jingming had practically pre-booked this year's provincial champion title by reaching more than 10,000. The crowd erupted in cheers and awe, their eyes fixed on Su Jingming as the boy who had once been underestimated now stood as the undeniable champion whose name would echo throughout Great Xia. Su Jingming stood amidst the battlefield where the bloodthirsty violent bear's charred corpse still lay, burned from his lightning. He breathed heavily but did not rest, for little time remained before the exam ended. He had slain 2 beasts of great power, and as he glanced at the corpses around him, he thought about how he had cleared the inner and even the core area. Now his gaze turned to the central region, where countless ferocious beasts remained, and determination sharpened his mind. He told himself that even the smallest prey was worth collecting, for even a mosquito's leg was still meat. As he prepared to move forward, a group emerged from the shadows, their eyes wide as they stared at him. A girl stepped ahead with 2 boys, her trembling voice admitting that Su Jingming had slain a Tier 2 Beast King, something they could never imagine. Another girl joined them, her gaze fixed on Su Jingming in disbelief. One boy clenched his fists, wondering aloud why Su Jingming still pressed forward when he already held first place by a vast margin. He could not understand why he did not simply end the exam early and enjoy his victory. The second girl squinted and gasped when she realized Su Jingming was heading for the central area, certain he meant to wipe out all remaining beasts. The boy gritted his teeth and admitted with frustration that Su Jingming's speed made such a sweep possible. The girl beside him panicked and ran, shouting for the others to hurry. The second girl hesitated only a moment before crying out for them to leave her some beasts too, then dashed away. In a blink, all scattered like frightened birds, desperate to hunt in their last hour. An hour later, the announcement rang from drones in the sky. The commentator's voice echoed across the field, declaring that the martial arts college entrance exam had ended. From now, killing more beasts would not count, and all students must cease fighting and return to the gathering point. Somewhere, the first girl dropped to her knees, whispering in relief that it was over. Far away, Su Jingming stood among countless beast corpses, their blood staining the earth. He still held one in his hand, looking at the carnage with mild disappointment. He sighed that the exam had ended too soon, for his hunger for battle was not yet satisfied. As candidates returned, chatter filled the air. Some were happy, some crushed, but all carried the weight of the struggle. Among them, a girl approached Chi, whispering if Su Jingming was truly her cousin. Chi sighed, reminding her that she had asked 3 times already. The girl clasped her hands like a beggar, pleading that if true, Chi should give her his contact. She admitted shamelessly she had changed her mind because Su Jingming was now the champion, and she could not miss the chance. Chi mocked her, reminding her that just yesterday she claimed no interest, and now she suddenly wanted him. The younger girl lowered her head, confessing that things had changed, insisting she could no longer hold back her feelings. Before Chi could respond, commotion rose at the gates. Students rushed forward in excitement, shouting to make way because Su Jingming was coming. Eyes widened, heads lifted, voices cried out asking where he was, some demanding no one block their view. Finally Su Jingming emerged calmly, his figure strong and commanding. The crowd erupted in cheers, shouting his name, offering congratulations, even jokingly asking him to spare them points. Su Jingmeng simply waved with a calm smile and walked past without lingering. A bald student muttered bitterly that someone else should have been champion, but fate gave it to Su Jingmeng. A long-haired boy admitted his own score was decent, but compared to a monster like Su Jingmeng he was content. Su Jingmeng approached the waiting director bowing respectfully. The director congratulated him and introduced him to the Education Bureau's director who had come personally. He assured Su Jingmeng he need not take a noisy bus for the bureau's vehicle was ready. Su Jingmeng was relieved knowing a bus ride would mean endless chatter from peers. As he entered the sleek car he glanced back once at the students still watching with awe and envy. On the road the director asked whether he had decided on a superpower university. Su Jingmeng admitted he had not, for he had focused only on growing stronger. The director nodded and explained. He said that though hundreds of universities existed, the overwhelming majority of top superpower users came from the three great schools. First was Qingjing Superpower University, the pride of Great Xia, tied to the national system where graduates entered directly. Even the current Tier 9 National Guardian had come from Qingjing. Next was Moda Superpower University in the bustling port city, rich in resources and competition. Finally Jiancheng Superpower University, over 2 centuries old, filled with heritage and powerful faculty. He emphasized that these three had top cultivation methods and guarded secrets not shared publicly, making them sacred to all students. Su Jingmeng asked curiously what top cultivation methods meant. The director explained that weaker methods required years for awakeners to advance, but with top methods one could reach superpower level in half a year. He assured Su Jingmeng that with his results he would certainly receive special admission offers from the top 3. Su Jingmeng nodded politely, thanking him, though his mind raced with possibilities. The car stopped and he finally reached home. The next morning steam filled the bathroom as Su Jingmeng finished bathing. He opened his status window, studying carefully. He muttered that 2,534 ability points were enough for any university. He wondered whether there would be more beast-killing competitions at university or if he would need to venture into the wilderness. Just then 2 girls arrived at his house, whispering by the broken door. One grinned, saying it was the perfect chance to sneak in and surprise him. They rushed inside calling his name but stopped at the sight before them. Su Jingmeng stood in only a towel, freshly bathed, water dripping from his hair. He froze in embarrassment while one girl clapped her hands over her eyes, scolding him. Su Jingmeng turned red, thinking it was not his fault they barged in. He remembered how his parents had died this year, leaving him grieving. Through those days his aunt had cared for him tirelessly, giving him the warmth of home. She cooked simple dishes like stir-fried bamboo shoots with pork, each bite filled with love. Now his aunt approached, worry etched on her face. She admitted she knew little about the exam but had feared for him, saying she was relieved to see him safe. She added that his score did not matter, for she would love him even if he failed. Su Jingmeng lowered his gaze, then asked if his cousin had told her the truth. His cousin chuckled nervously, saying it was better if he explained. Su Jingmeng lifted his head and said calmly that he had scored over 10,000 points. His aunt, sipping juice, choked and spilled it in shock, staring wide-eyed. She asked if he lied, trembling so badly she could barely hold the glass. Her daughter reassured her that it was true. Cousin Su Jingmeng had indeed scored 10,000. The aunt's hands shook as she whispered that their family finally had a successor to make ancestors proud. Her eyes filled with tears as she hugged him tightly, imagining his late parent smiling from heaven. Meanwhile, far away in a hall, a girl replayed Su Jingmeng's battle footage before influential figures. She explained that he was only 18, had awakened a natural type E-class weak electricity ability, and was technically just an awakener. An old man stroked his beard, saying that if his score was real they must recruit him at once. A bald man shook his head, insisting such a result was impossible for his rank. A younger person argued that judging by his battle his ability could not be E-class but at least A-class, maybe even S-class. A golden-haired elder sneered, doubting a remote corner of Great Xia could produce such a monster, suggesting cheating. The debate grew heated until the girl slammed her hand on the table, silencing them. She declared firmly that they would list Su Jingmeng as an S-class special recruit. As for whether his score was genuine, she promised she would personally travel to Jiangcheng to investigate the truth. In her mind, Jingming thought, not only does Magic City Superpower University provide the best conditions, but according to my private understanding, the school's combat training level is also the highest in history, and many champions of the Alliance tournament have come from Magic University. Director Wu Yuan listened with appreciation. while Director Kai remained silent. Jing Ming bowed respectfully to both of them and said gratefully, "Thank you both for your kind consideration." A moment later, Zhang Xiaoyue spoke in a calm tone that student Su Jing Ming, "We will look forward to your arrival. The enrollment date for new students is September 1st. This is your official admission letter to Magic City Superpower University. Since you are a specially recruited student, you may register in advance. We will also provide you with accommodation." Su Jingming's eyes lit up and he asked if he could consult the library's superpower training methods and combat techniques ahead of time. She smiled and assured him that it was no problem. The school library would provide him with an independent study room, free from disturbance. Then she handed him her contact information and told him to reach her as soon as he arrived in Magic City. Su Jingming held the admission letter tightly, his heart burning with excitement as he thought of going to register at Magic City Superpower University. Sometime later at the station, the announcement echoed that the G97 train to Magic City would begin boarding soon. Su Jingming packed his bags, bid farewell to his family and friends, and walked forward with determination. His parents smiled with teary eyes, filled with pride, and his mother whispered that their child had finally grown up. His uncle's expression softened as he said that Su Jingming leaving this time was truly a sign that he was going to soar to the heavens. Then he turned to his daughter and reminded her that it was time to start planning her university choice as well, suggesting that since her cousin Jingming was going to Magic City Superpower University, she should also choose a university in Magic City so they could look after each other. Tang Qi hesitated, nervous under her parents' gaze, and lowered her voice to say she understood what they meant. The scene then shifted back to Jingming, leaning against the train window flipping through a thick book and glancing at the clock, realizing there were still 6 hours until arrival and deciding he might as well review the superpower training method. Among the rewards for his college entrance exam, the most precious was the superpower training method known as the ABC method. Unlike ordinary explanations, this method was systematic and detailed, introducing various approaches focusing on speed, strength, and direction divided into beginner, intermediate, advanced, and top-tier levels, with higher levels granting faster progress. He muttered softly that the one he had right now was only an intermediate-level method, but with his spiritual power of 180, it had taken him only half a day to memorize all the details. According to its contents, there existed a mysterious energy between heaven and earth, and by following the instructions he had managed to sense the flow of special energy particles on the very first day. He closed the book with determination, grabbed his luggage, and stepped off the train, his jaw dropping at the sight of the enormous university gates, more than 100 meters wide, making him wonder what it must look like inside. Before he could finish his thought, a sleek sports car rolled up and a woman stepped out, greeting him with a calm smile as Jiang Yi, the director's assistant. Jingming respectfully greeted her as teacher Jiang Yi, and she invited him into the car, saying she would take him to handle the admission procedures first, then asked casually what he thought of the university. Jingming gazed across the enormous campus, noting that it covered more than 40,000 mu, a total of 26 square kilometers, with an average of 2,600 square meters per student, and explained that visitors could not even finish touring it in a single day, admitting that seeing it himself was truly better than hearing about it 100 times. Jiang Yi smiled at his composure and handed him a card, explaining it was his student ID and all-in-one card for dorm, library, and campus facilities. Jingming noticed the futuristic drones hovering above and compared them to those in his past life, recalling that during his PhD he had seen dorms ranging from 4-person rooms to single apartments, but never luxury villas for students. Reading his thoughts, Jiang Yi explained that every student lived in a villa, with luxury depending on performance, and since he was a provincial top scorer he had been allocated the most luxurious villa of over 800 square meters. She added that villas were assigned to 2 people, 1 per floor, so he need not worry about being lonely. Jingming widened his eyes in disbelief at such luxury, though in his heart he felt that while a double dorm wasn't bad, he still preferred the warm harmony of a 4-person dorm, having been an orphan before and after his transmigration. When they entered the dormitory, Jiang told him that all admission procedures were complete and she would now explain important things to note at the school. Jingming calmly asked her to continue, and she explained that there were 2 main points, the credit system and the exclusive mentor system. First was the credit system, where credits were everything, required for meals, purchases, equipment, and treasures, with each credit worth about 10,000 deoxy currency. Credits could be obtained in many ways, one being fixed distribution based on rating each academic year, so if his admission rating was S-class, he would receive 100 credits this year. She clapped her hands and summoned a small gadget, surprising Jingming, and explained it was the artificial intelligence equipment provided in every dorm, called Aliva, a subunit of the school's advanced AI department, though still a level 4 AI capable of assisting daily life. Jingming thought to himself that the AI technology on Blue Star was far more advanced than in his previous life. Jiang then described the exclusive mentor system, where every student could request a mentor they admired, though the mentor had to agree, and explained that the school's mentors were all high-level superpowered individuals with their own original combat techniques and methods, not shared with outsiders, which could only be learned as disciples. Jingming asked if even freshmen could get one-on-one guidance, and she confirmed they could. She then recommended the dean of the Weaponry Academy, Yang Jingtian, as her top suggestion, describing him as 52 years old, a Tier 7 high-rank superpower with the A-rank lightning element and the wind-fire true thunder power, proficient with fists, spears, and swords but best with the spear, known as Thunder Spear, who had even slain the earth-shaken demonic veil. Su Jingming was amazed at this information, and Jiang added that aside from him, other lightning element mentors existed in the elemental and weaponry academies, but the choice rested with him. Jingming's eyes brightened with excitement, deciding Dean Yang was the best choice. Sometime later as he approached Dean Yang's residence, Jingming noted its higher class compared to student housing, and suddenly a senior called from behind asking if he was here to seek mentorship. Su Jingming turned to see a senior student who looked annoyed and asked if he was really just an awakened, specially recruited student. Jingming calmly replied yes, and the senior frowned, explaining that usually specially recruited students were already Tier 1 high rank or mid-rank, not awakened. He introduced himself as Ming Yan of the Weaponry Academy and asked Jingming's name, who answered calmly that he was Su Jingming, a freshman who had just registered. Ming Yan raised his brows at how fast he was seeking mentorship, saying most freshmen only learned of it after the freshman competition. Jingming asked what that was, and Ming Yan explained it was a tradition held a few days after registration, attended by all teachers, where freshmen who performed well could be courted by different academies and sometimes accepted as disciples. He added that though it wasn't impossible for a specially recruited student to seek mentorship early, trying to become the dean's disciple right after enrolling was as difficult as winning the lottery, so Jingming was most likely making the trip for nothing. Jingming did not act arrogant but thanked him for the explanation and casually mentioned that Senior Tang was also here to seek mentorship from Teacher Yang. At that, Tang Chi nodded, explaining she had made the trip several times in the past 6 months but was always turned away, and though she was about to give up she still felt unwilling to let go of the chance. Just then, the doors to the dean's residence opened and a man appeared, calmly inviting both of them in, saying Teacher Yang was already waiting. Tang Chi was startled, remarking that the butler had never been this enthusiastic before and wondering if she truly had a chance today. Moments later, they stepped into the hall where Dean Yang sat coldly, his overwhelming presence filling the room, with his senior disciples behind him steady and imposing. Su Jingming's heart tightened as he realized the vast power of the Tier 7 Thunder Spear, Dean Yang Jingtian. Breaking the silence, Dean Yang spoke firmly that Su Jingming must be the one, explaining that Director Jiang Chao had already told him about the student, then commanded him to follow so he could be taken to the training room. After a few moments, Dean Yang spoke with a calm but serious tone. He said that he had already watched Su Jingming's martial arts college entrance exam video and acknowledged that his combat skills were indeed very strong, and that his marksmanship had reached an advanced level. However, before anything else, he wanted to see Su Jingming's S-rank ability, the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder, with his own eyes. Su Jingming replied calmly, agreeing to demonstrate his ability. The next moment, he released his Purple Thunder energy, and instantly, a massive surge of power spread through the room, completely filling the space with crackling thunder. Dean Yang's eyes lit up with excitement as he observed the sheer scale and intensity of the power. He confirmed that this was indeed the S-rank ability, Purple Heaven Divine Thunder. Even though he himself also possessed the lightning element ability, the Wind Fire True Thunder, he noted that the gap between an A-rank and an S-rank ability was one that could never be bridged. He studied Su Jingming carefully, recognizing the potential in him. If this child diligently polished his skills, his future achievements might not be below Dean Yang's own. With great satisfaction, Dean Yang commanded that Su Jingming, given his talent and potential, naturally become his disciple. Jingming turned toward Dean Yang, surprised by the direct offer, but Yang Jingtian's expression then grew solemn. He warned that he had walked through half his life, gaining many friends but also countless enemies, and if Su Jingming became his disciple, it would be difficult to guarantee that he wouldn't be implicated, as some enemies might come after him, trying to kill him. Despite the warning, Su Jingming kneeled down before him without hesitation, expressing his willingness to become his disciple. He respectfully bowed and stated with firm conviction that what he admired most were high-level ability users who rose amidst bloody struggles, and that the more enemies one surpassed and defeated, the more it proved their combat ability. This was the master he wanted to follow. Dean Yang laughed heartily, welcoming him as his 32nd disciple and noting that he was also his first S-rank disciple. He handed Jingming a jade booklet, explaining that it contained the top-tier ability training method, the extreme ability training method, along with a body-tempering combat technique, the Thunder Indestructible Body, personally created by him. Su Jingming's eyes widened as he carefully received the compilation, understanding that a body-tempering combat technique compared to ordinary techniques like Lightning Gale Break was far too precious. Yang Jingtian nodded, emphasizing that the ability training method was one of only 3 top-tier methods in the entire school, and that the Thunder Indestructible Body embodied his lifelong efforts. It had already been certified by both the Thunder Martial Art Hall and the Tyrant Bear Martial Art, and was rated as an S-rank combat technique. Jingming froze, stunned at the magnitude of what he had received. Dean Yang explained that, just like abilities, combat techniques also had rankings, and the higher the rank, the more difficult they were to cultivate, but the greater the final strength once mastered. For most 7th-level masters, creating an A-rank combat technique was already remarkable, but he had managed to create an S-rank body-tempering combat technique, the most complex type, as it involved unlocking the profound mysteries of the human body. That was why others called his martial arts talent terrifying. He looked Jingming in the eye and added that the Thunder Indestructible Body was only suitable for lightning element ability users, consisting of 13 levels, and with each advancement, the physique would undergo a corresponding transformation. However, to cultivate it, Jingming must first break through to become a true ability user by advancing with the extreme ability training method, and when that time came, he would personally help lay the foundation for this technique. Su Jingming bowed respectfully, thanking his teacher for the guidance, and inwardly reflected that having a mentor's guidance was far better than relying only on himself, as he did not know how many detours he might take alone. His heart stirred as he recalled memories from his past life, remembering that he had once cultivated the Thunder Indestructible Body to the 10th level, but the remaining 3 levels were painfully slow to progress, and if he could reach the peak of the 13th level in this life, he might truly prove this technique to be unrivaled. Dean Yang's voice echoed firmly, stating that if he cultivated it to the final level, his physique would truly achieve an internal and indestructible body. After leaving Dean Yang's residence, Jingming politely greeted the gatekeeper with a simple goodbye. Not far from the gate, he noticed Senior Teng sitting on the floor, his expression filled with frustration and despair. Surprised, Jingming asked what was wrong. Senior Teng sighed bitterly, explaining that he had just come out of the living room and seen Senior Lu, Dean Yang's disciple, and that his assessment was to defeat him while he used only 1/10 of his combat power. He lamented that he could not even hope to accomplish that in his lifetime, describing the situation as hopeless. He glanced at Jingming and added that he assumed he had failed too, and offered to share some of his experience to help him be more prepared next time. Jingming smiled faintly and shook his head, explaining that there was no need, as he had already passed. Senior Teng's eyes widened, jaw clenched in disbelief, asking who he really was, noting that he had never heard of a dean-level mentor accepting a disciple before the freshman competition and wondering if Jingming was the principal's son, though he did not appear to be. While Senior Teng was still filled with doubt, Jingming simply bid farewell and returned to his dormitory. Inside, he entered the 2nd floor of his training room, sat cross-legged, and took out the Jade Manual, reflecting that as expected of a top-tier ability training method, the primordial energy it provided was far greater than a medium-level one. Without hesitation, he began cultivating, deciding that since he had already mastered the fundamentals of the training method, there was no need to go step by step and he could add points and advance directly. He checked his status panel, selected Add Points, and began channeling energy. His body trembled violently as waves of power surged within him. Unable to fully control it, thunderous energy burst from his body, filling the entire dormitory with crackling purple lightning. Clenching his teeth, he endured the pain and guided the energy with unyielding will. After what felt like an eternity, the surging energy finally stabilized, and he let out a long breath, smiling as he realized he had broken through and officially awakened his ability. The system notification confirmed that he had become a first-tier ability user. To test it, he summoned his purple heaven divine thunder, with sparks of purple lightning dancing across his fists. He marveled at the tremendous improvement, noting that his vitality and spirit had at least quadrupled, and that if he encountered a Tier 2 bloodthirsty tyrant bear again, he probably would not even need his spear, as his thunder alone could destroy it. He checked his stats, muttering that no wonder higher-ranked cultivators craved superior ability training methods, as ordinary methods would have only increased his vitality and spirit by 30 or 40 points, while the top-tier method had nearly raised them by 100 points in one go. Afterwards, he planned carefully, deciding to save the remaining ability points for future combat techniques, especially for the Thunder Indestructible Body, noting that its comprehension would consume a huge amount of points, and he wondered how long it would take to fully master it. The next day, Jingning visited Dean Yang again. The dean was stunned when he sensed Jingning's aura, half-nervously commenting that he had taught at the Martial University for over 20 years, witnessed countless geniuses, and that even the best among them needed time to transform into ability users, yet Jingning had advanced so quickly, in less than 24 hours. Jingning gave a modest smile, claiming that perhaps the only thing worth being proud of was his speed of advancement, though he noted that even the introductory step of forging the foundation for the Thunder Indestructible Body was not easy and that he was prepared to challenge it. Dean Yang nodded and explained that forging the foundation involved using the blood essence of a lightning element ferocious beast as a guide to temper muscles and bones, and that the final strength of the Thunder Indestructible Body was directly tied to the grade of the beast blood used. He paused solemnly, stating that since Jingning had successfully advanced, he would help forge the foundation that day. Originally, he had planned to use the essence blood of a 7th-tier storm giant bear that he killed years ago, but hearing from Yang Chaui that Jingning could receive one S-rank resource per year, he petitioned the principal on his behalf, and together they secured the essence blood of an 8th-tier ferocious beast, the Thunder Transsource Aura Beast. Jingning's heart surged with excitement at the lengths his teacher and the principal had gone for him, vowing to repay their kindness in the future. Dean Yang placed a hand on his shoulder, encouraging him to begin immediately. On the second floor of the training room, the essence blood was prepared. As soon as it entered his body, Jingning screamed in agony, feeling his muscles tear, bones shatter, and every nerve set ablaze by thunderous pain. Dean Yang's face remained solemn, urging him to endure, explaining that the essence blood of the Thunder Transsource Aura Beast was extremely toxic to low-level ability users and that the pain was normal. He then used his Wind Fire True Thunder to help forge Jingning's foundation, with the wind, fire, and thunder interweaving and channeling into his body. The pain grew unbearable, as though his body was being torn apart piece by piece, and Jingning let out a desperate, guttural cry as his body was enveloped in thunder essence and destructive lightning, feeling every fiber of his being pushed to the limits. The combination of extreme energy, top-tier essence blood, and the guidance of a Dean-level mentor created a crucible of development, one that would define his growth, power, and mastery in the days to come. The next day, inside Dean Yang Jingtian's residence, one of his senior disciples approached the butler. He remarked that it was already the 5th day and expressed disbelief at how resilient junior disciple Su Jingming was. Uncle Fu nodded calmly, while the disciple sighed with mixed emotions, acknowledging that comparing oneself to others only led to jealousy. He recalled that back then, he could only endure 2 days while using the essence blood of a 7th-tier lower-ranked furious beast, yet junior brother Su Jingming had persisted for 5 days, absorbing the essence blood of an 8th-tier dragon-type furious beast. His performance, he noted thoughtfully, truly matched his qualifications. He especially highlighted that Su Jingming possessed the S-rank lightning element ability and that he was looking forward to witnessing the results of the Thunder Indestructible Body. Before Uncle Fu could respond, a sudden violent rush of energy burst from the training room, making the walls tremble faintly and sending a heavy thunderous echo shaking through the air. Both men's expressions changed instantly. Without hesitation, the disciple rushed forward and pushed the door open, and what he saw left him frozen in shock. Su Jingming was suspended in the middle of the training chamber, his entire body shrouded in arcs of blazing purple lightning, his aura completely transformed, wild, violent, and suffocating. Even unconscious, the sheer pressure emanating from him made the disciple's scalp tingle. He muttered in disbelief that the sense of threat was like facing a top-tier furious beast and that it made one shudder just to stand near him. But before he could regain his composure, Su Jingming's eyes snapped open, filled with violent, feral light. A surge of killing intent erupted, and without conscious thought, he lashed out with his power toward his senior brother. The disciple stiffened in horror, realizing he had no way to withstand this uncontrolled strike. At that instant, Yang Jingtian's voice thundered through the room, commanding Su Jingming to wake up. The word struck like a whip. Su Jingming froze mid-strike, his body trembling violently, and slowly clarity returned to his gaze. The raging thunder around him dispersed, leaving him staggering and breathing heavily, his face filled with confusion. He muttered in disbelief, asking teacher what had just happened to him and why he had felt such an overwhelming urge to destroy everything. Yang Jingtian stepped forward, his expression steady yet grave, and explained that the essence blood of the thunder trinos had likely influenced his mind, as the beast was infamous for its ferocity. Because his absorption capacity was abnormally high, he had experienced this side effect, but there was no need to worry. As long as his emotions remained stable and did not fluctuate too intensely, the influence would gradually fade as his strength increased. Su Jingming lowered his gaze, studying his hands, and calmed his breathing, but his heart carried a heavy weight. He murmured softly that he did not ever want to be controlled by his emotions or end up doing something he would regret in the future. When the thunder light finally faded, Dean Yang's face broke into a rare smile. He stepped forward with evident pride and declared that the forging was perfect, and that Su Jingming's absorption rate had reached 98%. A murmur spread through the room as Yang Jingtian noted that among the more than 20 disciples who had practiced the thunder indestructible body under him, the highest absorption had been only 92%, meaning Su Jingming had broken a record that had stood for years. The senior disciple who had observed the trial clapped him on the shoulder, congratulating him for successfully forging the foundation of the thunder indestructible body, noting that his path in martial arts would now be much smoother. Jingming glanced toward the senior, asking who he was. Yang Jingtian replied that he was Senior Lu, a peak third-tier ability user, and if he had questions about cultivation, he should ask him. Senior Lu stepped forward with a faint grin, stating that he had not prepared anything special, but as a greeting gift to his junior brother, he would transfer some credits to him. Jingming protested in surprise, claiming 200 credits were too much, but Lu waved his hand, insisting it was a welcome and that a senior should look after his juniors. Yang chuckled, adding that 200 credits were nothing and that a senior brother ought to care for his juniors, and that when Jingming had juniors in the future, he would understand the importance of preparing a greeting gift. Jingming bowed politely, expressing his gratitude and understanding. Yang Jingtian then shifted to a business-like tone, explaining that the foundation forging had succeeded after 5 days without food or water, and that he should rest well today, as tomorrow morning he would begin fist and spear techniques with Senior Lu. Jingming responded calmly, acknowledging the instructions. That evening, Jingming returned to his villa, where his new roommate burst out with excitement, introducing himself as Luo Wentao. Jingming responded with a modest nod as Wentao's eyes glittered, checking him carefully and noting that he was really Su Jingming, the top scorer from Jiangnan province, and calling him a dark horse. Wentao clapped Jingming on the shoulder like an old friend, expressing disbelief and excitement that they would be roommates. Jingming found the boy overwhelmingly talkative but warm, a chatterbox and oddly friendly, which pleased him as he had always hated loneliness. Memories of his past life in an orphanage surfaced, and he felt that if he were an orphan again, this roommate would make the experience bearable. Wentao boasted cheerfully that he was top 20 in Sichuan, an A-rank spiritual ability user at first-tier middle rank, planning to study tactics and one day command armies to slaughter furious beasts across Blue Star, laughing loudly, full of bluster and good humor. Jingming only smiled and stated that he was heading to the martial arts hall, keeping the conversation light while focusing on the task ahead. They walked together toward the martial arts hall, specifically the Thunder Martial Hall branch at the university. When they arrived, both paused at the sight of the hall, which was alive with energy and history, the air thrumming with controlled power. An orange-haired student released a burst of fire energy, shouting that his C-rank combat technique, Extreme Young Blazing Flame, was finally mastered. Observing beside Jingming, whispered that this was excellent for practice. Alaba stepped closer, explaining that the public training room could accommodate up to 300 students simultaneously and that the entire hall was infused with a C-rank LOD mixture and mental safeguards, so there was no need to worry about damage from abilities or combat techniques. She added that private training rooms were also available, but Jingming shook his head calmly, saying the public area would suffice. Wang Tao's eyes sparkled, amazed at the competitive environment. Jingming frowned slightly, thinking that the students were too caught up in themselves. Alaba pointed toward a set of pillars, explaining that they were punch power challenge boards corresponding to the 5 tiers of ability users, with rewards for the top 30,000 participants. Wang Tao puffed out his chest, claiming that top 3,000 was easy, and swiped his ID card. An artificial voice welcomed him and began the challenge. Students nearby turned, intrigued, and a yellow-haired boy snickered while a giant student noted Wang Tao's first-tier middle-rank aura. The crowd laughed, teasing him, and Wang Tao gritted his teeth, striking the pillar with his fists. He recorded a punching power of 476 kilograms, feeling relieved and confident that top 3,000 should be easy. Suddenly, his expression froze as the pillar flashed a notification, shocking him with the realization that his score surpassed 100,000. Alaba explained that the board recorded all students from the university's founding, not just the current classes. Wang Tao's face flushed, realizing everyone was waiting to see him fail, while other students laughed at his reaction, and the orange-haired student added that surpassing 100,000 was ridiculous compared to his own freshman score. A giant student jeered at Wang Tao, mocking his red face but acknowledging that he was definitely a freshman. Jingming arrived quietly, observing Wang Tao's frustration, and calmly advised him that as a spiritual element user, physical punch power was not his strong suit. Wang Tao blinked, slightly embarrassed, and asked if Jingming wanted to try the challenge, suggesting he would be stronger. Jingming agreed, wanting to test himself. Wang Tao handed him the ID card, telling him that the honor of their dorm depended on him. The card was swiped, and an artificial voice welcomed Su Jingming, announcing the start of the Punch Power Challenge. The students turned their attention to him, with the orange-haired boy muttering that he looked weak and mocking him for being first-year lower rank, claiming he would not even reach 400 kilograms. Jingming ignored the words, smiling confidently, knowing that he had already advanced to a first-tier ability user and tempered his body for 5 days and nights during foundation forging. He checked his stats, then deliberately raised his fist. With a deep breath, he struck the pillar, sending a shockwave rippling through the hall, echoing off the walls as energy surged outward. Meanwhile, all students froze as they witnessed Su Jingming's display of power, silence filling the training hall, broken only by the mechanical voice of the system. Punch power. 4,589 kilograms. Peak fist power. Congratulations. You broke the record. The system notified Jingming of his first-place ranking. His punch power stood at 4,518 kilograms. Second place was Liu Yang with 4,321 kilograms, followed by Cheng Dai at 4,122 kilograms. Murmurs of disbelief and awe echoed across the room. The orange-haired student exclaimed that the fist power record had actually been broken, while a giant boy questioned whether a first-year lower-rank freshman could really hit over 4,500 kilograms. Another boy muttered that he could be punched into meat paste with one hit, and this was just a freshman. A wide-eyed girl remarked that the top 1,000 on the leaderboard were all prodigies leading their era, imagining how far this #1 record would take him. Another girl added that the record for this first pillar had held for over 10 years and that she must record this historic moment. Wang Tao jumped with excitement, calling out that Jingming was truly his bro and that he would follow him from now on wherever he went. Jingming responded calmly, telling him not to exaggerate so much. In his mind, he analyzed his own performance, realizing the result was better than expected. The Thunder Tyrannosaurus technique and he were truly compatible, the improvement effect immediate. Aliva appeared, congratulating Su Jingming for breaking the record and noting that 400 credits had been issued to his student account. Jingming's eyes brightened, wondering if he could earn more credits by breaking the record again next time. Aliva clarified that credits were only awarded the first time he broke the record at the same level, but he could challenge other tiers for additional rewards. He glanced at the other 4 pillars, corresponding to 2nd through 5th tier superpower users, and decided he would break those later. His roommate Wang Tao excitedly shared the news with the girls, but a pink-haired girl nudged him aside and offered to teach Su Jingming how to use the equipment. Another girl joined, trying to impress him, but Jingming, annoyed, insisted on going to the single training room. Wang Tao looked on in surprise. The scene shifted to teacher Yang's residence, where a disciple reported that junior brother Su had become a hot topic on campus, breaking the first pillar record with over 4,500 kilograms, and his physical strength was truly extraordinary. Yang Jingtian calmly sipped his tea, questioning why Su Jingming didn't simply go to the boxing gym to break records and suggesting he should rest properly. The disciple hesitated, recalling that when he was a first-tier upper with the thunder indestructible body, his first fist power test barely reached 3,500 kilograms, and now junior brother Su was far stronger than he had been at that stage. The scene shifted again to a boy standing with fiery anger, aura blazing like molten fire, vowing to reclaim all the honor stolen by Su Jingming, who had come to Magic City and taken the Jiangnan province top scorer title, exuding the presence of a future rival. Back with Su Jingming, he examined his body, noting that after refining the thunder indestructible body he remained full of energy despite 5 days and nights without food or rest. He flexed his palm and tested it against a knife tip, realizing this body refinement made his skin as resilient as E-grade alloy, invulnerable to blades and spears to an ordinary person, truly worthy of S-rank body refinement technique. Suddenly, Wang Tao rushed over to inform him that news of his record-breaking performance had exploded on the campus forum, with numerous students wanting to challenge him. Jingming's eyes narrowed, a confident glare forming as he acknowledged the reality that the martial spirit of Magic City Superpower University was indeed strong. Wang Tao tensed, offering to help crush the overconfident challengers, but Su Jingming shook his head calmly, telling him to forget it and not to waste energy, as he still needed to go to the battle technique library. He changed course and headed toward the library, which was rumored to be protected by a wise principal and a spiritual superpowered user, even a 9th-tier martial sense unable to seize the treasures inside. Su Jingming felt amazed as he swiped his student ID to enter. 3 girls stood before him, one stepping forward gracefully to welcome F-rank student Su Jingming to the battle technique library and asking how she might assist him. Jingming blinked in surprise at how she seemed to know him. She explained that students with S-grade authority could browse all battle techniques and that the system notified them when such students scanned their IDs. In her mind, she mused that S-grade authority indicated boundless potential and that this student was destined for at least Grandmaster-level superpower, and that she must befriend him. Jingming smiled politely and asked to look at lightning element superpower battle techniques, inquiring which floor he should go to. She explained that B-grade and below were in the public reading room, the 2nd and 3rd floors contained more valuable techniques, and the 4th floor was the special reading room accessible by swiping his card. Jingming thanked her for the guidance, and Aliva appeared beside him, explaining that after selecting battle techniques online, the original secret manuals would be delivered and that B-grade and above manuals were extremely valuable and should be handled with care. Jingming commanded the system to display all lightning element B-grade and above battle techniques, and the system responded with numerous techniques. He began reading 10,000 present heavenly thunder guidance. Triple F-grade, using lightning element superpower to create a thunderstorm domain up to 80 kilometers in diameter, and Wrath of Thunder God, double F-grade, summoning thunder with immense destructive power. A notice highlighted that these techniques were restricted to lightning element B-grade and above users and that only students of 4th tier level or higher could learn them. Jingming was shocked that F-grade and even triple F-grade manuals were available in a top university and wondered if he could study them freely. He realized that learning required meeting cultivation requirements for both superpower and tier and so could only select the most suitable battle techniques at the moment. Considering offensive, defensive, movement, elixir, and body refinement techniques, he found the selection overwhelming, but teacher Yang's prior recommendations saved him time. He instructed Aliva to provide more details, and additional screens appeared showing Chain Thunder, Thunder Prison, Thunder Flash, and Thunder Spear. All were A-grade techniques, each highly useful. Jingming decided to choose these four, analyzing them carefully: Thunder Spear as a Rage Strike type, Chain Thunder as a Long Attack type, Thunder Flash as a Movement type, and Thunder Prison for crowd control. Combined with the Thunder Indestructible body, he had almost no weaknesses. Aliva detected the selection and indicated that the average duration to learn each technique to elementary level was 6 months and asked if he wished to mix in lower-level techniques. Jingming replied calmly that these would suffice. A junior teacher then arrived carrying the original manuals, and Jingming's eyes gleamed, knowing that C-grade and B-grade techniques cost millions while A-grade was priceless, and having 4 at once was luxurious. He began practicing, absorbing the profound artistic concept and aura embedded in each technique, knowing that copies could never replicate the true manual's power. Time passed as he diligently studied and refined the techniques. Finally, Jingming completed a first pass through all 4, and notifications appeared. Thunder Spear consumed 200 superpower points and learned to elementary level. Thunder Prison consumed 200 points, Thunder Flash consumed 200 points, and Chain Thunder consumed 200 points. Checking his stats, his physique had risen to 391, strength to 289, and his body integrated the new combat skills. Jingming's eyes gleamed with excitement, marveling at so many battle techniques and wondering which lucky person would first experience the power of this set of techniques. Completed this. Some time later, the scene shifted to the residential area. Inside, Venta asked Su Jingming, "Brother Ming, Eva just came to notify us. The freshman assembly is tomorrow at 9 a.m. on Training Ground 1. Also, they created a large freshman group that you should join." Su Jingming nodded. "Of course. By the way, this is just for a rank combat technique, right?" he asked. Venta's eyes widened. "Brother Ming, what level of combat technique did you choose?" "I chose an A-rank combat technique," Ming replied calmly. Venta was surprised. A-rank, the 4th level techniques alone would take until sophomore or junior year to master. As expected of Brother Ming, you never follow the usual route. "But, are you really able to browse A-rank combat techniques? Does that mean you have A-rank permission?" Ming smirked. "Not A-rank, it's S-rank." Venta's jaw dropped. "S-rank? Our school actually has higher permission than A-rank." "How do you have S-rank permission? Could it be, are you not the A-rank rumored online but with S-rank power?" Ming chuckled lightly. "I guess you'll find out soon. Just remember one more thing." Venta, still in shock, muttered. "I thought I could guess your rating or permission level, but I never expected there really to be an S-rank. The top scorers from other provinces only reach A-rank. Investing to become your fan was definitely the right choice. I'll be an old fan now." Later, the team moved to the second-floor training room. Ming grabbed a long arrow in his hand. "I have the combat technique now. I need to get my equipment up to speed as well. My original F-rank obsidian gun is already scrapped. I didn't even bring it. Even if it weren't scrapped, it couldn't keep up with the current intensity." He instructed Aliva to open the school mall and search for gun-type weapons. She obeyed and displayed all available equipment. Ming leaned in, reading the details carefully. F-rank, E-rank, D-rank, so many options. I can even customize the length and weight. But the higher the rank, the heavier and more expensive it is. I'll choose an E-rank 210 kilograms gun, along with an E-rank combat suit and combat boots. Checking his phone, he saw he had 237 credit points. Ming purchased the E-rank long gun, combat suit, and boots, spending the full 237 points, leaving him with 382 points remaining. Ming muttered. Credit really doesn't last long. It shrunk by nearly half in an instant. Excited, he stood and looked at his spear. Until my new gun arrives, I'll have to rely on this to hold up. Tonight, practice the 4 new rank combat techniques with me. The next day, the freshman assembly was held in the Grand Hall. Su Jingming walked in, scanning the crowd. His eyes caught a familiar figure. "Look at Zhu Xinglian," someone whispered nearby. "Isn't he the one who broke the school record yesterday?" At that moment, a girl noticed Ming and whispered. "That's Su Jingming, the top scorer from Jiang province. His strength is said to be incredible." Another girl chuckled softly. "I thought he'd be some bulky, rough type, but he's unexpectedly handsome." Suddenly, a loud voice echoed through the hall. "Su Jingming, I, Li Xiao, challenge you." Everyone turned in surprise. Someone gasped. That's Li Xiao, the second-place scorer in the Jiangnan Province Martial Arts exam, with a score of over 9,300. The students began whispering among themselves. I heard he was born with a silver spoon. Both his parents are tiered superpower users. Su Jingming looked calmly at Li Xiao. Sorry, he said, I'm not interested in a duel with you. Li Xiao narrowed his eyes. Don't be in such a hurry to refuse. I remember your aunt's family runs a business selling rare flowers and exotic plants, right? He stepped closer and whispered. Coincidentally, my family happens to be their biggest buyer. Your aunt also owes us a large loan. If that payment isn't made on time, your aunt's family might face some trouble. Ming's expression darkened instantly. His aura surged, filling the hall with immense pressure. Are you threatening me? He said coldly. Li Xiao flinched under the overwhelming force radiating from him. What is this monstrous aura? He thought, frozen in disbelief. With a strained smile, Li Xiao muttered. No, not a threat, just a friendly heads-up. Ming's eyes glowed faintly. Time and place, he demanded. Li Xiao straightened. 7 days from now, at noon, on broadcast platform 3. Fine, Ming replied. I'll be there. Let's hope you don't regret it. Whispers erupted around them. The top scorer versus the second place. This is going to be exciting. Yeah, we should go early that day to get a good spot. Just then, an old man stepped onto the stage. He was one of the senior instructors. After the announcement, the instructor continued. We've gathered everyone here to answer a few questions regarding the credit system and the exclusive mentor program. However, before that, I want to introduce something new, the school combat power ranking. He paused for a moment and smiled. You will be using the virtual dev pod to battle in a hyper-realistic simulation. Your rank will be determined by the number of opponents you defeat. So, give it your best. The higher your rank, the greater the rewards. Then he raised his voice. Now, are you ready? The students started whispering excitedly among themselves. Everyone was curious about the new ranking system. Su Jingming, however, sat silently in his seat, bored. Finally, it's over, he thought to himself. The only interesting thing in this entire hour-long meeting was that virtual dev pod. I should give it a try sometime. For the next few days, Ming continued his daily training under his mentor's supervision and with the help of his senior brother, Luo Ming. Day after day, his mastery with the long spear grew sharper. 7 days later, Ming and Luo Ming were training together once again. The sound of clashing metal echoed through the air. Luo Ming lowered his spear and smiled. Junior brother Ming, you've already advanced to Tier 1, mid-level. How long has it been since your breakthrough? Ming gave a calm smile. Just luck, senior brother. But deep down, he thought, I deliberately waited a few days before advancing. That way, it only cost 386 credits per PowerPoint to go from Tier 1 low to mid-level. If I hadn't waited, I probably would have scared senior brother Luo half to death. Luo Ming chuckled. By the way, I remember you have a challenge match with another freshman this noon, right? Of course, Ming replied. Luo Ming laughed and said, all right then, I'll observe 3 minutes of silence for your opponent. I'll go with you later. I'd like to see what my junior brother's full strength looks like when he's serious. The scene shifted to the battle arena, already packed with curious students. A blue-haired student muttered. The freshman tournament is still over a month away, but this is a good chance to see the strength of the province's top scorer. Another replied. I checked the data. Su Jingming only got that title because of a remote exam location. I bet Li Xiao will definitely win. But someone else disagreed. Not necessarily. Su Ming recently broke our school's punch power record. A confused boy frowned. What's a punch power record? We're superpower users. In real battles, it's our abilities that matter, not punching. Just then, murmurs spread through the crowd. Hey, look! He's here. Su Jingming entered the arena, spear in hand, his calm presence drawing every gaze toward him. A senior whispered with a grin. Once my junior brother Ming achieves a bit more fame, he's going to charm every senior sister and junior sister in this place. Across the field, Li Xiao glared at Ming, a confident smirk on his face. His rank has gone up, Xiao thought, but that's fine. I came prepared. Xiao spoke loudly. Su Jingming, deciding the winner alone sounds too boring. How about we add a little stake all your credits, do you dare? Ming replied evenly. Sure. I have 370 credits. The referee for the match stepped forward, Instructor Zhao Yan, a Tier 6 mid-level healing-type superpowered being. Su Jingming glanced at her and thought, a Tier 6 healer, the school must have brought her to prevent any casualties. Battles between superpowered beings are too dangerous to risk a student's life. He checked his phone and muttered quietly, I'll definitely start this fight. Meanwhile, the crowd around the arena erupted with excitement. Wow, a gambling match worth 3.7 million credits, someone shouted. What a generous showdown, another yelled. Instructor Zhao Yan raised her hand for silence. I've received both sides' credit transfers, she announced. Prepare yourselves. Remember, once one party admits defeat or loses consciousness, the other must immediately stop attacking. Violating this rule will result in severe punishment. Do you both understand? Su Jingming gave a calm smile. Understood. He lowered into position, spear leveled before him, his expression sharp and focused. Across the arena, Li Xiao gripped his sword tightly, a twisted grin forming on his face. I understand too, he said coldly. Su Jingming, I'll take back all the honor you stole from me today. His body erupted with blazing red energy, a dense, scorching aura of fire surrounded him, the air rippling with heat. Element type, fire, someone in the crowd gasped. As expected of an A-rank superpower, so terrifying, another whispered. Even from here, I can feel like I'm burning alive. The entire arena shimmered under the heat as Li Xiao launched his fiery assault, a blazing slash tearing through the air toward Su Jingming. But Ming didn't flinch. He swung his spear in a swift, clean motion, a single normal strike, and the fire wave shattered like glass. The spectators stared in disbelief. Wait, he didn't even use a combat technique, the blue-haired boy exclaimed. Holy crap, a normal attack just broke an A-rank move, another shouted. Across the arena, Li Xiao gritted his teeth, eyes wide with rage. How is that possible? Ming's gaze hardened. Nothing's impossible, he said coldly. You're just too weak. He thrust forward, his spear piercing through the air and slamming into Li Xiao's chest. Xiao staggered backward, blood surging in his throat as Ming smoothly shifted his stance, ready to strike again. That moment Xiao coughed the blood of powerful attack of Ming. His strike so insane and powerful Xiao completely airfly floated to the arena. At this moment some student are talk that is the end. Ming only attacked twins with his spear and he completely knocked down. Another boy say, who was the one saying Xiao's strength was even stronger than Zooming. Why was he instantly killed? Another boy say most of freshmen here probably could not even withstand the raging flame clash. Another boy say in this belief all we can say in that Xingming's strength is miles ahead of all other freshmen. At that point Sincere looked and thought this is too boring. He did not even force out 1/12 of his hit. My junior brother's strength. At that moment teacher announced the winner of this match is. But suddenly Xiao coughed blood and wiped. Say teacher stopped. I did not admit defeat. The match isn't over yet. He just pull pill going to take enhance his power. But the teacher stopped there and say bloody fury pill. Are you throwing your life away? This is just a match. It's not life or death fight. At that point crowd shouted say holy cow. Li Xiao actually bought out a bloody pill. All thought this pill can increase your strength time over short period. The side effects are also very serious. You won't be able to get out bed for 1 or 2 months. Afterward, is it worth it? Another boy say exactly, the freshman tournament is in just over a month. It's not worthy the gain. But after listening that noise Xiao said doesn't matter. I will take that responsibility for my consequence myself. I will risk it all if I lose. I will accept the defeat. But again the white-hair boy say hey you bastard. Are you allowed to take a pill during a match? How is this different from cheating on an exam? Another boy also shout on her and say exactly that is a fool. But teacher glare and say this is unofficial duel. There are no strict rules limiting it. Just like an open book exam. She say weapon combat suits and medicines. It's allowed to use all available martial support. If assuming and pill on him he will be allowed to take it too. At that point Xiao release his fiery aura after consuming that pill. Teacher think the rate of this pill fury isn't low. It directly raised Li Xiao to tier 2 low rank. Now Zhu Jingming is in trouble. But he surprised to see Ming with his purple thunder who looked so serious. He amazed and say his fighting spirit seem even more various now. Ming's mindset is truly great like a general. Ming grab his spear look fiery. And think finally it's not a rhythm of an adult beating a child anymore. He just run take a chance to using his purple thunder technique on Xiao. His speed so fast. Xiao attack on her but Ming strike so immense and powerful. He completely overpowered Xiao attack. At that moment Xiao could not withstand with his sword. He completely disable and going to back with his immense power. He completely push back and he hold his hand and feel pain. He clench his teeth and say my strength has already reached tier 2. Yet I still can't compete with Zhu Jingming in raw power. What kind of monster is he? He again charge and say head on won't work. So I will create a distance and attack. But in the next Zhu Ming take a charge and says that all you have got. But Xiao say damn it what kind of lightning type superpower does Jingming have is it? Impeachable but he can't get close to me now. Either if I drain his lightning before the medicine wear off I still have a chance. He just make fireball and attack charge on Zhu Jingming. At that point Ming prepare his attack. And he take a distance and throw a strike on Xiao. He shout with pain because attack connected with her. His hand are injured and Xiao say watch out he has long range attack method too. But suddenly he surprised to see upper side purple thunder gather energy erupted on his head. He tremble and say what kind of combat technique is this? Zhu Ming say with his child thunder prison. Xiao flaunt and say drain it. It's a restriction type combat technique. He also use his technique and say I can't get out but you won't be able to come in either. Let's see who can outlast the other. But Ming who is tapped forward to Xiao releasing his energy look so cool and say flame barrier it's a defense look descent. I wonder how many shot I can fire through it. He just take a charge attack on her with his multiple thunder spear attack hit on Xiao. At that point Xiao feel fear and say I am going to die. If I get preaching by that I will absolutely die here. At that time he close his eye and shout I admit defeat please leave me. At that point his eyes open with tremble. The Ming spear nearly stopped close his eyes. That spear so close if he did not want to stop so definitely that spear chop his head. At that point Ming spear his shoulder. He completely injured and kneel down in front of Ming. Teacher announced the winner of this match is Juexing Ming. Arena erupted. One senior say domination is really insane. Another guy say in just 4 or 5 seconds he consecutively execute for combat technique. Isn't that too exaggerated? Another man say the connection between the combat technique is also very smooth. This is simplify not the level a freshman should be at. Another boy say speak of which the power of Juexing Ming few combat technique look like pretty good. I feel like each one is B rank. Another boy reply for B rank combat technique amazing the best combat technique I have master is only C rank. At this point Senior Luo completely annoyed and grab his head and say B rank you are underestimating my junior brother. For A rank combat technique he really dare to choose them. What's even more outrageous is that they are all the at level ready to be used in real combat. He tense and say I only dare to choose only one A rank combat technique Thunder Flash. Even so it took me over 4 months just to learn it. Having a junior brother like this put an immense pressure on me. But suddenly Xiao say Zhu Ming thank you for diverting your spare point and sparing my life just now. I accept this defeat wholeheartedly. And the credits are all yours also I will make the payment to your aunt's side on time. But teacher arrived and say 50 credit and 3.2 million Dixie currency have been deposited into your student account. Ming smile and say good gambling duel truly bring in money quickly. At that point Wang Tao arrived and say awesome brother Ming you are become rich guy now. Want to go wander around the Medeo city center tonight to relax? Ming reply maybe not I still have training with my senior brother later. Senior say go on a balance of work and rest is the key to longevity. But Ming say you have been training for such a long time. Brother I also want to do more training. But Senior Lu say no just you need to relax first. Ming smile and say then I will listen to my senior brother words. Wang Tao stunt and say JD prevent true thunder a lightning type a rank superpower. Lu Ming the vice president of Ash Society. He stunt and say the person look even more charismatic than in the photo. Wang Tao asks so it's settled for tonight brother Ming just follow me and I will arrange the rest of program. But Ming turn his face and say a program. Wang Tao excitedly say a program you absolutely cannot miss after entering university. That is male dormitory mixer event. The scene shifts to a cozy restaurant where Su Jingming enjoys his meal. Across from him, Wudong leans forward with a bright grin. Brother Ming, you've really made a lot of money from this wave of popularity, he says. I even posted a social gathering invitation on the campus forum. Guess how many people signed up? Jingming looks up, curious and slightly amused. Are you serious about this kind of thing? He asks, a bit skeptical but interested. Inwardly, he thinks, Wudong sure gets excited about these kinds of things. Wudong chuckles proudly. Now, aren't you curious about who I picked in the end? You'll see in a moment. Just then, a cheerful female voice breaks through their conversation. Hey, speak of the devil, look who's here, Wudong says excitedly, turning to the entrance. Coco appears, followed closely by Tang Qi, Jingming's cousin. Good evening, everyone, Coco greets with a warm smile. I'm Wudong Coco, here at your invitation. Tang Qi adds with a friendly nod, and I'm her roommate. Wudong introduces them proudly. These two are talented girls and A-rank supernaturals. Tang Qi has the ability to strengthen the beast system, and Tang Qi's not just powerful, she was the top scorer in Sichuan province last year. Jingming smiles politely. Nice to meet you both. I'm Su Jingming. So you're the Su Jingming, huh? Are you interested in joining our little discussion? Tang Qi folds her arms with a confident smirk. You can decide the time and place. Coco laughs. Hey Qi, you battle maniac, why do you want to fight the moment we meet? We're here to socialize. Tang Qi shrugs innocently. This is a social gathering. I thought I could learn something from him today. Jingming chuckles lightly. Please have a seat and join the gathering. Wudong waves his hand with a grin. Alright, enough about battles. We're here to relax and have fun. Let's eat first, then maybe go shopping later. The view shifts to the lively Hua Hin commercial street, glowing under the city lights. The area is bustling, filled with color, laughter, and luxury. Jingming gazes around, clearly impressed. This place is really something, he murmurs, eyes widening at the sight. It's amazing, right? So prosperous and full of energy. Jingming nods. As they walk through the area, he spots various treasures and weapons displayed in the shops. His eyes light up in awe. So this is one of the top commercial centers in the country. He thinks, the battle gear, weapons, even elixirs, everything here outshines what we have back in Jiangcheng. Wudong and the others are equally amazed. Suddenly, Tang Qi grabs Jingming's hand and pulls him toward a shop. The group pauses in surprise. She points at a sleek outfit. What do you think of this dress? Would it suit me? Jingming glances at her, momentarily caught off guard by how close she is. Yeah, it looks good, he manages. They spend hours exploring, trying on clothes, and enjoying the lively streets. By the end of the night, Jingming is holding a pile of shopping bags, sighing with a small smile. In just one evening, we've spent several million. He glances at Tang Qi, who looks simple and calm as ever, but her expensive taste says otherwise. As they step out into the cool evening air, Wudong laughs and says, Brother Ming, you don't know, she's not just rich. Tang Qi also has a very impressive background. Jingming raises a brow, surprised. Really? He asks curiously. Before Wudong can say more, Coco waves her hand and says, Gentlemen, could you please help me carry one more bag? It's almost time to head back to the dorm. Jingming nods politely, taking the bag from her. The group arrives at the dorm gates, the street lamps casting a warm glow around them. Coco turns to Jingming with a soft smile. You can leave the bags here. Thank you for today. Tang Qi adds, we had a lot of fun. Thank you, Jingming. He smiles gently. You're welcome. Have a good night. They start to part ways, but Tang Qi suddenly stops and calls out, Jingming. I was serious about what I said earlier, she continues. Someday in the future, I'll come to you for advice, to exchange ideas. Jingming looks a little surprised but quickly smiles. No problem. I'll be looking forward to it. Tang Qi's lips curve into a small, genuine smile. Standing beside her, Coco teases with a playful grin. Autumn Rhythm, ever since you enrolled, I've never seen you treat a boy so nicely. You're usually polite but distant. Looks like inviting you to this social gathering was the right call. Tang Qi blushes slightly but remains calm. She's wrong, she thinks to herself. My A-level ability, Dawn Light, can sense when a boy has impure thoughts toward me. But Su Jingming, he's different. Out loud, she says softly, Coco, you're mistaken. Su Jingming isn't like the others. When he looks at me, there's no ill intent. He simply appreciates, without a single impure thought. At that moment, Coco thought to herself, it really seems like she likes that boy. The scene shifted to Jingming, walking alongside Wudong. Wudong smiled and said, it's nice to go out for a walk once in a while. Jingming nodded slightly, thinking how refreshing it felt. Reaching the first level isn't enough, he murmured. I still need to push myself harder. 15 days later, Jingming was deep in training. His purple thunder roared and crackled around him as he focused on his breakthrough. Almost there, he said, his voice steady with determination. Moments later, a surge of energy burst from his body. His power points rose to 56, marking his advancement from first order middle to upper order. His body index reached 354, a sign of tremendous physical improvement. The purple thunder surrounding him became even denser and more powerful, radiating with fierce energy. After completing the process, Jingming took a deep breath and whispered, as always, class improvement enhances overall strength. He flipped through his manual, reading aloud, the second level of body strengthening focuses on reinforcing bones and muscles. Once someone breaks through to the third level, they can enter a special phase, the Thunder Stage. It temporarily boosts strength and speed to their extreme limits. Closing the book, Jingming smiled faintly. Li Jingtian, I'm really looking forward to it. Then, glancing at his nearly depleted ability points, he muttered, looks like it's time to take a short leave from the teacher and head into the wilderness. I need to hunt some fierce beasts to replenish my power points. The scene shifted to the teacher's dormitory, where Teacher Yang sat in disbelief after hearing the news. He looked at Jingming with wide eyes and said, what, you broke through again? Jingming nodded calmly and replied, yes teacher, I was just about to inform you that I had a breakthrough last night. Also, my thunder indestructible body has advanced to the second level. Teacher Yang froze for a moment, struggling to believe what he'd just heard. Both a level breakthrough and a body forging breakthrough. He thought to himself, that's something even talented students can't achieve easily. Yet this boy, he makes it sound as simple as drinking water. With just an F-rank ability, his progress is insane. Just then, Senior Luo entered the room, chuckling. Teacher, I told you, didn't I, junior brother Jingming is completely insane, a real monster. It took me more than half a year to advance from the middle stage of first rank to the upper stage, but he's doing it in weeks. Teacher Yang composed himself and said seriously, Ming, class advancement is important, but you must not neglect practical combat. Have a sparring match with senior brother Luo. I'd like to see how much stronger you've become after this breakthrough. Jingming smiled and replied confidently, that's a great idea. Senior Luo grinned, rolling his shoulders. Alright junior brother, I'll suppress my strength to the lower second level. Use your full power against me. Both of them took their stances. The room filled with pressure as purple lightning danced across Jingming's sphere. In the next instant, he dashed forward, his thunder force bursting outward like a storm. The shockwave made Luo take a step back. His eyes widened slightly. What a powerful force, he's actually accumulated this much strength already. His energy output rivals mine. Meanwhile, Jingming focused sharply, thinking, this is the first time I've faced someone equal to my power since obtaining the system. He thrust his spear forward and activated Thunder Prison, the same technique he had once used in battle. Arcs of lightning formed multiple spears, all descending toward Luo. But Luo quickly countered, summoning his own lightning. Impressive, but unfortunately for you, I'm not one of those freshmen you beat so easily, he shouted, unleashing his ability, Yunsha True Thunder. A massive explosion of energy engulfed the entire training ground. Jingming's thunder spears were obliterated by the overwhelming surge. 20 minutes later, both of them stood exhausted, the air around them still crackling. Jingming took a deep breath and admitted, Teacher, senior brother, my divine thunder is completely depleted. I've lost this match. Senior Luo smiled and shook his head. You didn't lose in skill, Jingming. You only lost because your energy ran out. Teacher Yang nodded in agreement, clearly impressed. Excellent, that was a remarkable fight. Jingming, your performance has far exceeded my expectations. I thought Luo would win easily, but you two were evenly matched until the very end. Luo turned to him with a proud grin. Junior brother, do you realize what level your strength reached just now? Jingming frowned slightly. What level? Luo crossed his arms and replied, second level, invincible. Hearing that, Jingming stood frozen, completely stunned. Teacher Yang announced, the practice training is over. Let's take a short break. He smiled and added, this refreshing and nourishing food can help dispel fatigue. It's perfect after an intense session like this. Su Jingming stepped forward and said respectfully, Teacher, I have something I'd like to ask. Yang looked at him curiously. What is it you want to know from me? Ming's expression turned serious. I'm planning to leave school and go into the wilderness. Yang's eyes widened slightly. The wilderness area? How long do you plan to stay there? Ming replied firmly, about a month. I came back from the freshman competition recently, and I want to continue improving. Yang's face darkened. The wilderness is nothing like the college examination hall. There are no guards, no army patrols, no safety measures. Furious beasts roam freely, and their locations are unpredictable. If you're not careful, you could easily encounter high-level ones. Staying there for over a month is extremely dangerous. After a pause, Yang placed a steady hand on Ming's shoulder and said calmly, never mind. Since you've made up your mind, go ahead. But remember, if things start to look bad, don't hesitate. Run. The path to becoming strong always passes through life and death trials. Since my disciple seeks progress, I won't stop him. Ming bowed deeply. Thank you very much, teacher. Yang nodded. By the way, which wilderness area are you heading to? Ming replied, a wilderness area near the outskirts of Yunchak City. Yang thought for a moment, then said, that's not too bad. It's close to the Magic City, and the highest ranked beasts there are usually around level 4 or 5, not too dangerous if you're careful. I'll ask Lu Ming to share some of his field experience with you. He then waved his hand, and a surge of energy rippled from the spatial ring on his finger. Since you'll be away from school, I can't offer much direct help, but I've prepared a weapon for you. Ming's eyes widened as a long spear appeared, gleaming with a faint spiritual aura. Later, back in his dormitory, Ming admired the weapon and thought, this is truly a great gift. Time to make my preparations. He then called out, Eva, open the school task system. The AI interface appeared, and Ming said, according to the experience shared by my seniors, it's best to take on some field missions to earn credits before leaving campus. He scrolled through the list, carefully examining the options, determined to select the right mission to gain both experience and rewards. Su Jingming carefully reviewed the list of available missions displayed on his task panel. Task 1. Collect materials from a level 32 arm knife tiger. Its tendons were the target. Difficulty C level. Reward 60 credits. Task 2. Collect 20-year-old medicinal plants from the outer forest. Reward 43 credits. Task 3. Head southwest to practice combat against middle-level rank 2 and rank 3 beasts. Reward 600 credits. Difficulty S level. Task 4. Assist the Magic City Public Security Bureau in capturing a rank 3 fugitive named Qin Hong. Reward 200 credits. Difficulty H level. Ming sighed softly and thought, collecting beast materials, gathering rare flowers, capturing fugitives. These high-reward missions all involve real combat. It's basically pushing students straight into the fire pit. He gave a small smile and said, well, that's exactly the kind of harsh training model Magic City Supernatural University is known for. After organizing his supplies, Ming said to himself, preparations complete. Time to move. Eva, his AI assistant, responded cheerfully, good luck, master. A few hours later, Ming arrived at the Yunsha City Supply Base, a bustling hub for adventurers. Around him, hunting teams loaded with weapons and supplies were gathering. There were even a few elite C-rank squads, fully armed and ready for missions. Stalls selling elixirs, energy capsules, and beast materials lined the streets. Looking around, Ming smiled faintly. So this is the source water supply base. I finally made it. Time to begin. Inside the main supply building, a beautiful receptionist greeted him with a warm smile. Welcome, sir. Is there anything I can help you with today? Ming took out his student card. I'd like to register for the Heaven Adventurer ID. She blinked in surprise. You're a student of Magic City University of Supernatural Power, right? It's rare to see someone at your level entering the wilderness so early. Yes, Ming replied calmly. She nodded and began typing. It'll take a little while to prepare your adventurer certificate. Please take a seat and rest for now. While waiting, Ming glanced around the lobby. The area was crowded and lively, full of mercenaries, students, and adventurers. Suddenly, a loud voice broke the noise. Whoa! It's Goddess Jiang Chuan, a yellow-haired boy exclaimed, his eyes sparkling. Another chubby guy gawked. Oh my god, she's stunning. And that figure, unreal. A third one chuckled. As expected of a student from the Demon University, the aura she gives off is powerful and refined. Everyone turned to look. Walking through the crowd was a tall, elegant girl with long flowing hair and a calm yet dominant aura. Her every step carried grace, like a model on a runway. The men couldn't help but stare and whisper to each other, mesmerized. At that moment, the girl, Jiang Chuan, one of the top students from Magic City University of Supernatural Power, stopped and turned her gaze towards something, her expression sharpening slightly as if she had noticed someone familiar. At that moment, a few people nearby whispered among themselves, "She looks so beautiful, like a goddess." One of them murmured. Another boy said, "Jiang is heading to the wilderness to shoot materials again. I used to think all her videos were made by a big team. The quality is amazing, I've watched every one of them." A yellow-haired man added, "By the way, Goddess Jiang has over 10 million fans online, right?" Someone corrected him immediately. "No, it's more than 50 million. If she were my girlfriend, I wouldn't mind living 10 years less." Hearing their talk, Ming frowned slightly and said in a serious tone, "You call her a goddess, but even her looks can't compare to Tang Qi." Just then, the receptionist arrived and called his name. "This is your adventurer card," she said with a polite smile, handing him a small device. "And here's your satellite smartwatch. It includes a built-in map of the wilderness area. The activity and danger levels of the ferocious beasts in each zone are marked in detail." Ming accepted it carefully. "Thank you, kind lady," he replied politely. As he turned away, a suspicious-looking man overheard their conversation and approached with a sly smile. "First time entering the wilderness area, huh?" the man asked casually. "You won't last long without elixirs. How about it? Want to buy some?" Ming looked at him calmly. "What's the price?" The man smirked. "A first-grade healing pill costs 20,000 yuan per piece, and a first-grade detoxification pill is 50,000. The second-grade ones are even better, 40,000 and 30,000 respectively." Ming frowned. "That's way too expensive." The man chuckled. "You know what you're talking about? My pills are famous, cheap and effective." But Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. He smiled faintly, thinking to himself, even a first-grade pill costs at least 30 to 40,000 yuan each. This guy's prices are way off, something's not right. He must be a scammer targeting newcomers who don't know the market. He looked at the man and said calmly, "You fooled a lot of newcomers with this trick, haven't you?" The man's smile stiffened. He jabbed a finger at Ming's chest. "So, you saw through me from the start? Are you playing games with me?" Ming smiled back. "What do you think?" The man's expression darkened. "Very good. You're the first one to ever mock me at the supply base." Before things escalated, a short-haired girl shouted from nearby, "Zhao Chunling. You're deceiving newcomers again." The man, Zhao Chunling, turned to glare at her, then shot Ming a cold look. "You're lucky, kid," he muttered. But his gaze turned sinister as he sneered, "You'd better not leave the supply base today, or you'll regret it." Around them, whispers broke out. "That newcomer's in trouble now." Someone said, "Yeah, why provoke Zhao Chunling? I heard he's already advanced to the middle stage of the second level. That kid's just at the upper stage of the first level, he doesn't stand a chance." A moment later, the short-haired girl walked up to Ming and said softly, "You should be careful. Zhao Chunling is vindictive. Don't leave the supply base for now." Ming was taken aback but nodded. "Thanks for the warning. But, isn't there anyone to deal with him when he cheats people like this?" The short-haired girl warned Su Jingming again. "Don't leave this area. Xiao has connections in the black market. Who would dare control him? If you need supplies, buy them through the official channels." Su Jingming took in her warning. She was warm-hearted, the advice had weight. He nodded inwardly, then pushed the worry aside. "Forget it for now. First buy what I need for the month. He moved through the supply area and scanned the EVA terminal. Healing pills, detoxification pills, blood-blasting pills, and several other remedies. He checked the details, opened his bag, took out the pills he already had and prepared to head for the forest. Suddenly a thug stepped in front of him. "Did you forget me?" the man sneered. It was Xiao. "I told you not to leave the supply base. How dare you come out?" Xiao chuckled and braced for a fight. Su Jingming kept his voice calm. "What do you want?" Xiao's eyes flashed with anger. "You offended me. I'll break both your legs right now, make you spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair. That'll ease the hatred in my heart." He laughed cruelly. Wang Chunling, the short-haired girl, intervened, worried. "I told him not to leave the supply base. Why are you disobeying?" she cried. One of Zhao's comrades tried to pull her back. "Don't interfere," he warned. "Let him learn his lesson so he won't act on his own next time." Wang Chunling hesitated, but she pressed forward. Su Jingming watched her, noting the concern in her eyes. Zhao's arm flared as he released a dark, unfamiliar energy. His body shimmered with power, a metallic, sea-level aura that turned his skin hard and shining. He sneered, "With metallic skin and my D-class suit, your attacks can't break my defense." Su Jingming's tone hardened. "Unless you pay 1 million yuan in compensation and kneel to me, I won't let you harm anyone." For a moment Zhao was stunned. Su Jingming felt his own heart rate rise. His eyes widened as he prepared to act. He called upon his technique, the purple tender body, and let its energy flow through him. Su Jingming unleashed his thunder ability with a brutal kick that struck Brad Scammer. The man rolled across the ground and slammed into the earth, digging into the dirt. Every pupil around them gasped at the display of Ming's power. The girl's eyes widened in shock. Ming paid them no mind. He moved forward like a thunder dragon god, his steps calm and inexorable as he left the area. Whispers rippled through the crowd. "Instant kill." Terrifying, one boy breathed. "How did he do that? I could not even see it clearly," another muttered. A girl watching Zhao Chunling nodded grimly. "He has hit a wall this time." Someone else admitted they had underestimated him. "I did not expect him to be this strong," they said. Nearby a girl fretted. "How did he do that? I did not see the move." Her friend answered. "It was a whip kick." Zhao Chunling did not stand a chance. "Even if he survives, he will be disabled." The girl added. "As expected of a graduate from the Magic City, University of Supernatural Power. Ruthless and powerful." The shock and awe spread through the crowd as every person began whispering to one another about the overwhelming strength that Su Jingming had displayed in such a decisive moment. Some of the boys exchanged glances uncertainly while the girls could not hide their wide-eyed amazement at the incredible display of power. The air seemed to vibrate from the impact of the thunder ability, and the remnants of energy still lingered in the area, creating a palpable tension as Ming moved past everyone, leaving them in awe and disbelief. Each observer tried to process what they had just witnessed and how quickly and effortlessly Ming had dispatched Brad Scammer, a feat that left everyone questioning their assumptions about strength, skill, and the limits of a first-level hunter facing such a formidable force. The collective murmurs of astonishment and speculation filled the space as people struggled to articulate the impossible scene they had just witnessed, realizing that Su Jingming was not merely strong but possessed a level of ruthless precision and supernatural ability that few could imagine or match in their lifetime. Wang Xiaoquan, the short-haired girl, blinked in surprise. "Demon University Captain, how do you know that?" she asked. It became clear the yellow-haired girl belonged to Demon University. The captain replied. "I recognize the battle suit. It is developed by the Magic University's equipment department." Wang smiled. "Only their university could produce something like that. Should we recruit him? Our team still lacks a strong attacker." The captain reminded her. "Wang Xiaoquan, didn't we agree that our team would be all female?" a girl teased Wang. Then another chimed in. "He's handsome, no objection from me." The girl blushed, embarrassed. The scene shifted back to Su Jingming. He activated his card. The adventure information was confirmed and they were authorized to enter the wilderness area. Ming stepped into Headwaters Wilderness, where a thick dark aura pressed in from all sides. Strange roars echoed, warnings that the beasts here were at least 4th level. Ming studied a small approaching creature and dismissed it. "You're not my target today," he thought. The Headwaters split roughly into 2 zones: the ruined town and the mountain forest. The beasts in the ruined town were weaker, ideal for earning power points first. Ming checked his smartwatch for location data and scanned the map. Pink yarn country ahead looks good, he noted. Mostly second-level beasts, a few first-level and no third or fourth-level threats. The area was vast with at least 500 to 600 furious beasts. Ming grinned and sprinted toward it. Pink yarn country, here I come. A monster suddenly crossed his path, a two-shadow cat that did not appear especially strong. Ming gripped his spear. Two-shadow cat, your power points are mine, he said with a cold smile. He admitted to himself that the thunder's negative influence had stirred something dangerous inside him. The more he suppressed the urge to kill, the stronger the impulse grew. Now that restraint was breaking. His expression hardened and the creature trembled at the sight of him. The forest around them seemed to react to the tension and the immense energy emanating from Ming as every leaf and shadow appeared to hold its breath in anticipation. A month later, two hunters emerged from the wilderness exhausted. A girl asked, "Captain, what's going on in Pingyan country?" One of the men replied, "We've been wandering all day. How is it possible we haven't encountered a single furious beast? This was supposed to be a hunting expedition." Suddenly a bald man muttered irritably. "You ask me, who else should I ask?" Another hunter frowned. "There are at least 500 or 600 furious beasts in Pingyan country. Even if they were migrating, there's no way they could all move so cleanly without leaving a trace." Just then a massive monster appeared, the armed saber tiger. The hunter's eyes lit up. "Finally a furious beast," someone exclaimed. "Let's take it down." Excitement and tension rippled through the group as they quickly readied their weapons and focused their senses on the monster, aware that this was the kind of encounter they had been searching for in the wilderness. The tiger's presence brought a surge of adrenaline to each hunter as they carefully assessed its movements while also scanning the surrounding terrain for any signs of additional beasts or unexpected danger. Each hunter knew that one misstep could be fatal, and the collective energy of the group rose as they prepared for a confrontation that could determine the success of their expedition and their survival in the dangerous and unpredictable Pingyan country. They readied themselves for battle, but before they could strike, a surge of purple energy erupted across the area, accompanied by a deafening thunderclap. The powerful blast obliterated the tiger instantly. The hunters shielded their faces, staring at the immense explosion of purple thunder energy. One of them muttered, What was that just now? Some kind of new laser weapon?" The bald man shook his head. "No laser weapon could move that fast. It's some kind of lightning-based combat technique." None of them realized it was Su Jingming's thunder ability at work. Annoyed, the bald man said, "Let's go. Pingyan country must already be occupied by a powerful individual. That attack was likely a warning." The hunters hurried away, one boy remarking, "No wonder we couldn't find any furious beasts. They were probably all killed by that lightning expert." Another added nervously, "The thunder spear just now, the power was terrifying. My legs are still shaking a little." Each hunter's heart pounded in their chest as they retreated cautiously through the wilderness, aware that they had just witnessed an overwhelming display of power beyond their comprehension and that any further confrontation could result in complete annihilation. Their captain scowled, "Stop talking nonsense, you fools. Hurry, move too slowly and you'll incur the wrath of that strong man, then you're in real trouble." Meanwhile, Su Jingming moved through the wilderness with precision. He released his purple thunder energy and struck down a second-level armed saber tiger, gaining 19 ability points. The attack range of the lightning spear has now reached over 1,000 meters. Not bad, he thought. Checking his stats, he calculated that in 1 month he could accumulate over 80,000 ability points. He had advanced from the first level to the second, and his thunder immortal body had broken through to the third level. His supreme power had enhanced significantly. "I've reached intermediate proficiency in multiple A-level combat skills," he said aloud, a faint smile crossing his face. "Who else could do this besides me?" Satisfied, Su Jingming surveyed the area. "We're done here. Pack up, return to the supply base tomorrow, and then we'll continue deeper into the wilderness." At the source water supply base, Su Jingming calmly carried his haul. "Did I really just bring back the entire unicorn's flesh and blood? That's insane." But he merely smiled, adjusting the straps of his backpack. "Fortunately, I bought the Reforce tactical backpack," he thought. "Otherwise there's no way I could have fit over 400 kilograms of furious beast materials." As he approached the receptionist area, the girl looked up calmly. "Sir, what materials would you like to sell? Please place them on the waiting plate first." Ming opened his backpack, revealing the massive haul. "These materials are from second-level furious beasts weighing about 400 kilograms. Let's see how much this can be sold for." The receptionist's eyes widened in shock. Wow, this is incredible. Tiger tendons, arms, knees, rhinos, every part is pure essence. She smiled and immediately contacted the execution department. Sir, please wait a moment, you have far too many materials, I'll need more people to help with inventory. At that moment the head of the execution department arrived. With a calm and gentle smile he approached Ming and extended his hand. Hello Su Jing. Ming, did you really do this alone? Ming returned the handshake. Nice to meet you. The head nodded appreciatively. Mr. Su, you are truly a young and promising man. To hunt down so many furious beasts at such a young age is astonishing. I will arrange for staff to count your materials. Would you care to sit with me while we do this? He glanced at the artificial material checking device and asked, did you use this for all your materials? The head smiled. Here's a platinum membership card for the supply base. You'll receive a 5% discount on anything you buy. Please accept it, Mr. Su. Ming thought to himself, the base must really value connections with young powerful second-level supernaturals. He accepted the card politely. Thank you very much, Manager Xiao. The manager returned the smile. The total value of these beast materials comes to 24.764 million yuan. How about we round it up to 25 million? Ming was momentarily surprised. There are still people who want to come forward. Thank you very much, he said calmly. He checked his phone and saw a notification his bank account had been credited with 29,012,300 yuan. He smiled satisfied. 29 million instant wealth. Su Jingming turned back once as he left and offered a casual nod. Mr. Xiao, see you next time. Manager Xiao smiled politely and handed him a card. This is my business card. If you're free, come by for tea. Inwardly Xiao thought the young hunter had a bright future. Su Jingming's calm buzzed. He checked the caller ID and frowned. Zhao Chunling, what does she want? On the other end Zhao Chunling's voice snapped with anger. Boss, the man who crippled me just returned to the supply base. You must make him pay. Manager Zhao listened then replied coolly, that little guy. He's only a first level. How do you intend to take revenge? Zhao Chunling snarled. Send the Tiger Shrek squad. I want him to suffer worse than death. He should be left crippled, hands and legs ruined. Zhao hesitated then sighed. Fine, I'll lend you the Tiger Shrek squad. After this we'll have no further connection. Don't worry, Zhao Chunling vowed. Once this is done, I'll leave Qinshu City for good. After the call ended, Manager Zhao rubbed his temple. Why do I feel uneasy? He wondered. Am I overthinking it? The Tiger Shrek squad was an elite second-level team. On paper this should be no problem for them to handle a first-level hunter. Still a tiny seed of doubt lingered. Across the plaza Su Jingming sneezed and rubbed his nose. Glancing around, what's going on? Is someone plotting against me? The scene opened with Manager Zhao smiling as he walked toward Manager Wang's office. Manager Wang, he said confidently, I just discovered a very promising young man named Su Jingming. He single-handedly brought back more loot than an entire dozen teams combined. Wang's expression shifted instantly to one of surprise. Su Jingming, he repeated, curiosity flickering across his face. Sitting down at his desk, he opened his laptop and began scrolling through the database. As he searched, his eyes suddenly widened. Something on the screen made his tone turn serious. Mr. Xiao, Wang said in a firm voice, this Su Jingming you mentioned, he's very important. If he comes to the base again, inform me immediately. Zhao straightened up nervously. Understood, Manager Wang, he said, though his voice trembled slightly. As Wang left, Zhao muttered under his breath, what kind of person is this Su Jingming? He can actually make old Wang so excited. It seems he's someone extremely important. I must not treat him lightly. Meanwhile, in his private office, Wang Qiao leaned back with a faint smile. So, another disciple of Yang Jingtian has appeared in my base, he murmured. Pulling up Jingming's record, he studied it closely. Second level already, and his talent even surpasses Luo Ming. He knew Luo Ming well, Yang Jingtian's senior disciple, a man who was already considered a monster in strength. For Jingming to be even stronger was astonishing. A terrifying talent like this must not be offended, Wang said to himself quietly. After a while, he noticed something else on the report, a space ring priced at over 10 million. He frowned. Over 10 million for something that holds only as much as a suitcase. Ridiculous, but still, so convenient. He tapped his fingers against the table, thinking. I wonder if a larger space ring, something that could hold a spear, would even be possible? Just as he was lost in thought, his phone buzzed suddenly. Wang glanced at the screen and raised an eyebrow. It was his old roommate calling. On the other side, Su Jingming picked up. Brother Ming, it's been ages, the man said cheerfully. When are you coming back to school? Jingming was taken aback for a moment. Probably in half a month, he replied. Why, is something wrong? Before his friend could answer, Jingming suddenly felt a strange tension in the air. Nearby, a group of martial artists were gathering, each one radiating killing intent. They weren't ordinary people. They had been sent by Manager Xiao under the secret orders of Wang Qianglin, the arrogant man Jingming had defeated earlier. Now crippled and confined to a wheelchair, Wang Qianglin was burning with humiliation and rage. He had sworn revenge no matter what it took. The arrogant Wang Qianglin sat in his wheelchair surrounded by several strong martial artists. His expression was twisted with hatred as he raised his hand and pointed toward the image of Su Jing. "That's him," he said darkly. "Your target is that bastard. Break his hands and feet, then bring him to me." The leader of the group bowed slightly. "Understood." Meanwhile, Su Jingming had no idea that danger was quietly approaching. He was still on the call with his old friend Wang Tao, who said, "By the way, during the month you were gone, a new student enrolled at the academy. He's pretty famous already." Before he could finish, Wang Tao sensed something off. "Hey, what's wrong? You're quiet all of a sudden." Jingming shook his head slightly. "It's nothing," he said calmly, "go on." But at the same time, several men in black were already waiting nearby. They hid in the shadows of a narrow alley. Their leader raised his hand and said in a low voice, "Everyone, get ready. The target has entered the alley. He Jing, analyze his strength." The girl nodded and activated her scanner, feeding information to the captain. A masked man beside her chuckled. "Captain, I don't mean to doubt you, but aren't you being too cautious? He's just a first-level ability user. What kind of threat could he?" Before he could finish, He Jing suddenly gasped. Her eyes widened in disbelief, and she clutched her head as if in pain. The captain frowned. "What's wrong?" She trembled as she shared her vision feed with the rest of the squad. "Captain, look at this for yourself." The entire team stared at the data being transmitted through their visors. A blinding light filled their view. Su Jingming's spiritual energy output was off the charts. The stronger the spiritual perception, the captain muttered, the brighter the light. But this light wasn't just bright, it was blinding. Everyone froze in shock. One of them shouted, "How is this possible? This energy, it's dozens of times stronger than a level 2 upper rank like me. A man like this could destroy our entire team." Terror swept through the squad. Around the alley, faint streaks of purple lightning began to flicker, Jingming's suppressed aura leaking into the air. Cold sweat rolled down the captain's face. "Damn it, Wang Qianglin tricked us. He sent us to die. The intelligence is wrong." He clenched his fists. "Abort the mission. We're pulling out. When we get back, we'll make Wang Qianglin pay for this." On the other side of the street, Su Jingming frowned as he felt several auras vanish. "What's going on?" he murmured. "They just ran away." A dark glint appeared in his eyes. "The only person in this base who holds a grudge against me is Zhao Qianglin. He must be unwilling to let it go and sent someone to take revenge." He smirked faintly. "He never learns. Next time, I'll make sure he remembers me properly." Elsewhere, Wang Qianglin was suddenly struck across the face. The impact sent him tumbling from his wheelchair onto the floor. "What are you doing?" he screamed. The squad captain glared down at him. "You dare ask? The target you gave us wasn't a level 1 beginner. It was someone at 2nd level with strength comparable to 3rd rank. Do you know what almost happened to us?" Blood dripped from Qionglin's mouth. What? That's impossible. It's only been a month. How could he advance so fast?" The captain didn't bother and turned around, and said coldly, "We're done with this. Let's go see Manager Xiao ourselves." A few minutes later, they stormed into Xiao's office. Manager Xiao looked up, surprised. "You're back already? Have you handled everything?" The captain's face darkened. "No. The mission's terminated. There's a problem with Zhao Qionglin's intelligence. The target isn't at level 1, he's already advanced to level 2, maybe even higher." Manager Xiao's expression stiffened. "Level 2? Yes," the captain continued grimly. "And according to He Jing's observations, his combat capability is comparable to level 3. We had no choice but to retreat." For a moment, Xiao said nothing. The pressure in the room grew heavy. He finally exhaled sharply and muttered, "A 2nd rank upper level, with strength comparable to 3rd rank." His face darkened. "What the hell is Zhao Qianglin thinking?" he whispered. "Can he even afford to offend someone like Su Jingming?" Manager Xiao froze the moment the captain finished speaking. "2nd level, upper tier," he repeated, swallowing. Wait, what's the target's name again? The captain gave a short, tight description. Tall, broad-shouldered, a long spear slung across his back. At Xiao's side, sweat broke out. His voice trembled. It can't be, not him. Across the table, Manager Wang's face had already gone stone-hard. How dare you send men to take down Su Jingming, he snapped, slamming his fist down so the cups rattled. Rage coiled through him like a live thing. Xiao tried to explain, panic making his words rush. Manager Wang, he's only a small-time second level. There's no need. Wang cut him off. Don't lie to me. He grabbed the tablet Xiao had been using and scrolled through the file, each detail landing like a blow. Jiangnan Province number 1 scorer. Magic City University of Supernatural Power. Exclusive mentor, Yang Jingtian. An upper second level at 18, are you insane? Xiao's face went white. I didn't realize. Wang's jaw clenched. Do you understand now? This isn't some street thug you can threaten with hired strongmen. This is someone a master-level figure would notice. You've made a huge mistake. His tone left no room for bargaining. Xiao bowed so low his back creaked. I understand. It won't happen again. Don't make promise, Wang snapped. He turned to the captain. Everyone involved in this incident will be punished. Not only you, but the entire Tiger team. No one is to be left who can be used as an excuse for more trouble. Clear. The captain nodded, grim. Xiao tried to protest, pleaded for lenience, but Wang's gaze cut him off. Begging won't help you. Prepare the personnel files. I want every name. Outside the office, whispers rippled through the supply base. Students and low-level staff peered toward the main administrative wing. That's where Wang Chunling sits, someone murmured, half in awe, half in fear. I heard Manager Wang came down himself. Su Jingming, who had been halfway to the mess hall, paused. He hadn't seen the whole confrontation, only felt the sudden shift in atmosphere, the way several squads abruptly aborted their patrols, the clipped voices, the urgency. He folded his fingers around the strap of his bag and let the tension register like static along his skin. Nothing here for him warranted concern, yet the base had a way of magnifying small things into crises. Inside, the fallout was immediate and brutal. Wang Qianglin, still sputtering from the blow that had sent him sprawling, tried to stammer excuses, to claim mistaken identity, to wriggle free. The captain shoved him back down, rage bright in his eyes. Your intelligence almost cost lives, he said. You put us in the path of a second level with third-rank capability. That's not a mistake. That's negligence. Xiao's shoulders shook. He'd never expected this to escalate to Manager Wang's office. He certainly hadn't meant to target someone of Su Jingming's caliber. Now the base's reputations and Xiao's career hung in the balance. Wang's men would not tolerate embarrassment. They would find scapegoats and they would make an example. Su Jingming watched from the margin long enough to see the men file back to their stations. Chastened, let them punish the pawn. He had his own path to follow, training, equipment, the quiet plan he'd promised himself, and none of this managerial theater would change that. Still, as he walked on, the name Manager Wang lingered in his mind. If the supply base's leadership had chosen to take this personally, reprisals might be messy. Su adjusted the spear on his back a fraction and kept his steps steady. Trouble made noise, he preferred to let his actions speak. At that moment, Manager Wang arrived, his presence commanding instant attention. Chu, you're finally back, he said warmly. I am Wang Chuang, the chief supervisor of this base. The crowd fell silent. Even the captain straightened unconsciously. Su Jingming looked up, faintly puzzled. He hadn't expected to meet the chief himself. Across the hall, the short-haired girl's eyes widened. Wait, did the supervisor just greet him personally? She whispered. The captain nodded slowly, a hint of awe in his tone. Seems this guy's identity isn't just that of a student from Magic City University. Manager Wang stepped forward with a respectful expression and bowed slightly. Mr. Su, our base bears an unshakable responsibility for Zhao Chunling's offense against you. He has already been executed on the spot. As for the others involved, they have been stripped of their ranks and imprisoned. Gasps echoed through the crowd. The punishment was swift, almost too swift, but no one dared question it. To express our deepest apologies, Wang continued, our base has prepared a small gift for you. He gestured, and a woman beside him stepped forward, carrying a sleek, black card placed on a silver tray. Su Jingming's eyes narrowed slightly. He's ruthless, Ming thought silently. A man who can sit in such a position wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice anyone to protect his power. Manager Wang smiled faintly. This, he said, is the highest level black gold membership card of our base. From now on, your accommodation here will be completely free and you'll receive a minimum 20% discount on any item you purchase. He raised another object, a small, silver ring that gleamed with faint light. In addition, he said, this is a space ring, with a storage volume of 1 cubic meter. Consider it part of our apology. Su Jingming's eyes widened in surprise. A space ring with a cubic meter of storage. That kind of item was worth a fortune, far beyond what ordinary second-level awakeners could ever afford. Even he couldn't help but feel impressed. Meanwhile, Su Jingming sat quietly, his gaze fixed on the space ring in his hand. He thought to himself, a space ring with a 1 cubic meter capacity costs at least 50 million Great Z coins. This Wang Chao, he's really sincere. And to even mention it openly in front of Manager Wang. Manager Wang smiled faintly at him and said, as expected of Mr. Yang's student, you truly act with forthrightness. Come to think of it, your senior brother Ling Ming also trained at the water supply base back then. Su Jingming was slightly surprised. That's really good to hear. You already know my master and my senior, he replied respectfully. And your kindness, it's more than enough for me. Manager Wang's expression remained calm but warm. Please, accept it. That gift is truly meant for you. If you feel tired, rest in the guest room. Don't go anywhere for now, it will be good for you. Sometime later, Su Jingming stood inside the guest room that Manager Wang had arranged for him. The black gold card had granted him access to one of the best suites, far more luxurious than even the dormitory villas. He looked around, noticing the fine decor and a chilled bottle of champagne waiting on the table. He exhaled softly. After a month of training, I finally get a day to rest, he murmured. Just then, he recalled Manager Wang's words before leaving. Next time you encounter any problem, just contact me directly. My word carries weight in Yunxiao City. Su Jingming clenched the space ring in his hand, his eyes glinting slightly. So this is the power of background, he thought. If I were just an ordinary second-level or upper-level genius, Manager Wang would never treat me like this. Su Jingming closed his eyes, focusing his mind. The space ring must be imprinted with spiritual power and recognized by its owner before it can be used, he thought. My current mental power is quite high, 972 haze. That's far above the 6 to 700 of ordinary second-level superior ability users. This should be easy. He took a deep breath and concentrated. A faint glow shimmered between his brows as his spiritual power flowed into the ring. Moments later, a connection was formed. A delighted smile appeared on his face. All right, he murmured with excitement. It seems I can take items out just by thinking, and store them simply by touching them with my body. His eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Apart from the fact that living beings can't be stored inside, this thing is incredibly convenient. Just then, his communicator buzzed. Su Jingming quickly answered. Yes, teacher, he said, I just came out of the wilderness. There's another thing I need to report to you. On the other side, his teacher, Mr. Yang, sounded shocked. What? They actually dared to send someone to kill you? A heavy silence followed before his tone turned cold with fury. And now they think compensating you with a space ring will make it right? That's far too light. Mr. Yang's voice grew sharp, carrying suppressed rage. If anything had happened to you, Su Jingming would have destroyed their entire supply base myself. At that moment, Su Jingming felt a bit awkward and spoke nervously. Master, please don't be angry. But his teacher, Mr. Yang, continued in a firm tone. By the way, you mentioned that elite team from the second tier, those upper-level players who followed you all the way into the wilderness. Why did they give up in the end? Su Jingming hesitated for a second before replying. Maybe they discovered that I was also an upper-level second-rank ability user. It probably didn't match their expectations, so they went back to reconfirm. Mr. Yang's eyes widened slightly on the other end. You've already reached the second level? It's only been a month since we entered the wilderness for training. Su Jingming answered calmly. Yes, master. I got promoted just a few days ago. A hearty laugh burst out from Mr. Yang. Ha ha ha. As expected of my student. I am Yang Gontai and my disciple truly does me proud. Your cultivation speed is even faster than mine back then. His voice was filled with pride and joy. When do you plan to come back? I'll personally congratulate you when you return. Su Jingming smiled faintly. Let's head back before school starts. I should use this time to prepare for the advanced area. My lightning flash proficiency has reached the advanced stage, so even a level 14 beast shouldn't be able to catch me. And if I really encounter a level 5 beast, I can still use a bloodthirsty pill to survive. Mr. Yang nodded approvingly, his tone softening as he gave further instructions. Good. Always stay cautious, Ming. You're talented, but don't let arrogance cloud your judgment. Su Jingming smiled gently. I understand, Master. I'll remember your teachings. With that, the call ended. Not long after, one of Mr. Yang's subordinates walked into the room. Seeing the calm joy on his teacher's face, the man smiled. Sir, I haven't seen you this happy in a long time. Mr. Yang chuckled proudly. Jingming isn't just an outstanding student in training, he's also a capable fighter in real combat. His promotion speed is unheard of. They say life and death crises temper the strong, but for Jingming, it's almost like a cheat. Meanwhile, the scene shifted deep within the wilderness area, a forest surrounded by mist and towering mountains. Su Jingming walked calmly through the dense foliage, his hand gripping his spear. Suddenly, energy surged violently around him. His instincts flared. Without hesitation, he released a burst of purple thunder energy, thrusting his spear forward in a sharp arc. A streak of lightning tore through the air, splitting several trees cleanly in half. The next second, a powerful aura erupted from the front. A beast stepped out of the broken grove, a furious wind wolf. Su Jingming narrowed his eyes. A level 3 furious beast, he thought. These usually possess special abilities similar to elemental powers. Judging from that wind blade earlier, this one's definitely a wind-type beast. A mid-level 3rd rank. Let's see how many power points I can gain from killing it. He shifted into a ready stance, lightning flickering faintly across his arm. But before he could strike, voices echoed from the distance. Look, it's the wind wolf. Let's take it down, someone shouted. Su Jingming froze for a moment, turning toward the sound. A team of players emerged from the shadows, and among them was a woman who instantly drew attention. She was stunning, long hair flowing, her figure graceful and confident. Her face carried the kind of natural beauty that could rival an internet celebrity. Su Jingming recognized her immediately. Jiang Zhuan, from Demon University. In her team, one player observed the beast and said, the wind around this swift wolf is quite strong. It should be a level 3 mid-tier beast. Another boy smirked. Perfect level for Miss Jiang. Good material for her usual hunt videos. Let's block its escape route first. Su Jingming's gaze hardened slightly. As expected of Jiang Zhuan, everyone in her team is at level 3. But are they trying to steal my prey? He knew the wilderness rules well. Resources like furious beasts belong to whoever discovers them first. If someone tries to take it, that's a direct provocation. From the other side, one of Jiang Zhuan's teammates laughed nervously. Miss Jiang, don't say it like that. This isn't robbery, it's helping someone. A second-level adventurer encounters a third-level furious beast, and then gets rescued by a goddess. That'll bring great attention online. But Jiang Zhuan glared sharply and snapped, I don't need this kind of fake photo shoot. Her tone cut through the air like a blade, silencing her team. Jiang Zhuan glanced at Su Jingming, her voice calm but firm. Besides, this guy looks calm and composed. He clearly doesn't need any help. One of her team members clenched his teeth tightly, frustration flashing in his eyes. That damn woman, he cursed inwardly. Another boy stretched his shoulders and said with a smirk, it's Miss Jiang's call anyway, she's the one with the big name and money. What a pity, Su Jingming thought, watching the tension unfold. That boy clearly wanted to use this moment to gain attention, yet Jiang Zhuan's words had shut him down completely. The team captain forced a smile and said, since you're not satisfied, Miss Jiang, let's find another furious beast instead. With that, the group turned around and left the area. Su Jingming quietly watched them disappear into the forest. Jiang Zhuan, she actually has a good personality, he thought. Being an internet celebrity with millions of fans, she still acts straightforward and decent. That's rare. So what do you all think? Could she really become our MC's future waifu? If you had someone like that in front of you, would you want her as your girlfriend? Su Jingming shook his head at his wandering thoughts and focused again. Never mind, whatever happens with her has nothing to do with me. His eyes turned serious. That captain earlier looked furious. Seems like he doesn't have strong control over his team. He gripped his spear and exhaled slowly. Well, enough distractions. Time to hunt. Just then, the wind wolf lunged at him again from the side, its claws slicing through the air. Su Jingming stepped back swiftly, his cheek grazed by the wind blade. He frowned. You were so quiet when they were here, but now that they've left, you attack like a mad beast. What kind of nonsense is that? The wolf growled deeply as if mocking him. Su Jingming smirked faintly. You really look down on me, don't you? You think I'm not worth taking seriously? And I'm just saying, our MC really talks too much sometimes. But hey, that's the charm of Su Jingming. The beast clearly didn't care about words. It roared furiously and charged again. In the next moment, Su Jingming's expression hardened. Fury flared through him like a live current and he unleashed a concentrated thunder strike straight at the monster's head. Energy rippled through the clearing, scattering leaves and sending a spray of blood into the air. A system notification chimed in his mind. Level 3 Viridium Wolf defeated, plus 34 power points. Su Jingming's lips curled into a wild, satisfied smirk. Gaining more than 30 points from a third-level Furious Beast, not bad at all. He let out a low, delighted laugh. The last 10 days, this is incredible. The beast's body convulsed as residual energy flickered along its fur, then collapsed. Before he could relax, another creature, ape-like and ferocious, sprang from the undergrowth. Su Jingming tightened his grip on the spear and struck again, channeling his strongest thunder attacks in a furious barrage. One by one, the monsters fell, bodies thudding to the forest floor. Pain flashed across him from a grazing wound, but he pressed on. When the largest ape leader finally lay defeated, Su Jingming stepped forward and surveyed the field. He observed the fallen leader coolly, the corner of his mouth pulling into a cold smirk. The lightning spear alone couldn't finish you instantly, he murmured. Truly befitting the leader of a band of third-rank giant apes. He raised his spear and spoke with quiet menace, his voice low and steady. The rest of your small fry, don't make a sound. I'll make sure every last one of you dies by my hand. At that moment, it became clear, Su Jingming's personality had shifted. Whenever his body entered its thunder state and absorbed the blood energy of a furious beast, something inside him darkened. Kindness and mercy seemed to vanish, replaced by cold, ruthless instinct. His eyes glowed faintly violet as he moved without hesitation. One by one, he slaughtered the remaining apes right before their leader's dying eyes. The forest echoed with the crack of thunder and the sound of tearing flesh. Su Jingming smiled, but it was not the smile of a hero. It was sharp, twisted, and filled with madness. For that brief moment, he looked less like a man and more like a monster born of lightning and rage. Within minutes, the entire ape troop lay dead. Blood steamed against the ground, the air thick with the metallic scent of death. Breathing heavily, Su Jingming lowered his spear and looked around with grim satisfaction. He exhaled slowly. More than 3,000 ability points, he murmured, glancing at his stat display. That should be enough for me to return and learn an S-level combat skill. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Checking his wristwatch, he noticed a flashing alert. A distress signal was being transmitted nearby. What's this? He muttered, scanning the signal source. But before he could move further, a sudden noise broke through the rustling forest. From the opposite side, Jiang Zhuan appeared, her movements swift and precise. Her figure leapt through the trees, hair fluttering in the wind, eyes sharp with resolve. In that instant, Su Jingming froze in mild surprise. She wasn't here for glory or video footage, she was jumping straight into danger. She was trying to save someone's life. From the other side of the forest, a loud roar shattered the silence. A massive beast burst through the trees, scales flashing like metal under sunlight, its tail smashing through trunks with each step. Jiang Zhuan's face turned pale as she ran desperately through the dense woods. My whole team disappeared after encountering a 4th-level furious beast, she gasped, fear tightening her chest. Behind her, the creature closed in, a digging dragon, one of the most dangerous third-tier beasts. Her voice trembled. Any beast with dragon in its name is always terrifying. I'm only a mid-level 2nd rank. Even with a bloodthirst pill, I can't beat this thing. Branches tore past her as she sprinted, eyes filled with panic. I hope someone strong anyone receives my distress signal. Little did she know, the one who received it was Su Jingming. Meanwhile, he was already racing toward the signal's direction, lightning sparking faintly across his arms. Back in the forest, Jiang Zhuan stumbled into an open area. "Damn it," she gasped. "Without trees to block it, I'll be caught for sure." The monster roared again, its claws slicing through the air as it lunged. The ground trembled under its weight. Jiang Zhuan froze, fear gripping her completely. No, there's no escape now. And just as the beast's shadow fell over her. Boom! A flash of purple lightning split the air, striking down between her and the digging dragon. Energy exploded outward, throwing up dirt and sparks. When the light faded, a tall figure stood between her and death. Purple thunder flickered around his body, his eyes calm and unshaken. Su Jingming had arrived. Jiang Zhuan's breath caught in her throat as recognition flashed in her eyes. "It's him, that boy from the cave, the one who fought the wind wolf," she whispered, her voice trembling between shock and relief. She didn't know much about him, but meeting Su Jingming again, in this moment of life and death, felt almost like fate. After some time, Miss Jiang tried to stop Su Jingming, shouting anxiously, "Run! That's a Tier 3 lower-level burrowing dragon. You can't beat it." She wanted to stop him from doing something reckless, but Ming didn't even flinch. Calm and fearless, he dragged his lightning spear along the ground, sparks scattering as he faced the massive beast head-on. Miss Jiang's eyes widened in disbelief. "Why won't he listen to me?" she thought in panic. "Does he really plan to fight that thing alone?" She gritted her teeth, her voice trembling. "It's okay if I die here, but I must not drag an innocent passerby into this." Like a true warrior, she stepped forward, positioning herself between Su Jingming and the furious dragon. "Go, run. I'll hold it off for a few seconds. Please, save yourself." Her desperate courage stunned Ming for a moment. He hadn't expected her to risk her life for him. Before he could say anything, the dragon roared furiously, its deafening cry shaking the entire forest. Miss Jiang trembled, her body frozen as death loomed before her. She shut her eyes tightly, ready to face the end. But then, a violent surge of dark purple lightning erupted behind her. Su Jingming's power exploded like a thunderstorm from the heaven. In that instant, his entire body was wrapped in blinding arcs of electricity as he charged forward like a living lightning bolt. The next second, boom! His thunder spear pierced straight through the dragon's skull. The ground shook violently, and blood splattered across the forest floor as the beast collapsed with a thunderous crash. Miss Jiang fell to the ground, her body trembling uncontrollably. Her eyes widened in shock and fear as she watched the mighty creature's corpse burn under the flickering purple thunder. He killed a dragon, instantly. She stared at Su Jingming, speechless, her heart pounding uncontrollably. The man before her was no ordinary Awaken. At that moment, Jiang Chuan turned toward Su Jingming, her face pale and eyes wide with disbelief. She looked at him carefully, her voice trembling. "This power, it's too terrifying. The sonic boom I just heard wasn't an illusion. But, how? Isn't this person only at the upper level of the second rank? How can he possess such strength?" Meanwhile, Ming stood calmly amid the fading storm of purple light. A faint smile curved his lips as he looked at the remains of the slain dragon. As expected, he murmured, "Any furious beast with the word dragon in its name gives more ability points than ordinary third-level upper beast." A soft notification echoed in his device. Plus 36 power points gained. Ming nodded in satisfaction, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Then he turned to Jiang Chuan and asked in a gentle tone, "It doesn't matter now. How's your health?" Startled by his calmness, Jiang Chuan's heart skipped a beat. She tried to compose herself and gave a small, nervous smile. "I'm fine. My legs are just a little weak. Thank you for saving me from that dragon." Ming simply shrugged. It was just a small favor. Anyone else passing by would have helped too. Yet, his confident smile and composed posture made him look every bit like a hero from a storybook. He extended his hand toward her, his voice soft but firm. "Take my hand. Try to stand on your own." In that instant, Su Jingming looked like a true savior, lightning fading behind him, the forest breeze brushing through his hair, his eyes calm and steady. Jiang Chuan hesitated for a second, then slowly placed her hand in his. Her voice was gentle, almost shy. "That's not necessarily true. My name is Jiang Chuan." She introduced herself properly, meeting his gaze. "I have no way to repay you for saving my life, but if you ever need anything in the future, just tell me." Ming gently grasped her hand, a faint smile forming on his lip. "My name is Su Jingming," he said casually. "I can't really say I'm giving you an order, but it'd be great if you could give me an autograph photo of yourself. Look at this guy. he really knows how to flirt with a beautiful lady. However, Ming wasn't doing it for himself. In his mind, he thought silently, Wen Tao's been a huge fan of Miss Jiang for so long. He's been longing for an autograph photo forever. At that moment, it became clear, Ming wasn't falling for her yet. But perhaps in the future, she might just become his fated one. Jiang Chuan blinked in surprise, then smiled softly. I don't have any photos with me right now, she replied. But I can give you one when we get back to the supply base. Ming nodded, accepting her words calmly. Suddenly, Jiang Chuan lifted her hand and pointed toward his weapon. Wait, that gun, she said, her tone curious. Are you from the Magic Supernatural University? Ming was slightly surprised. It's a gift from my teacher. You recognize it? She smiled confidently. Of course. That model is too heavy for most first and second level physique. Even many third level users can't handle it. Equipment like that usually belongs to upper third level or higher elite. She extended her hand again, formally introducing herself. Let me reintroduce myself. I'm Jiang Chuan, from Class 2 of the Department I, Elemental Academy. Ming reached out and shook her hand politely. Hello, senior, he said with a calm smile. Jiang Chuan's eyes brightened. She wasn't expecting him to address her so naturally. Ming, however, was slightly amused in his thoughts. So she's a senior. That means she's probably an ordinary student from Demon University. Most of them don't reach the upper second level until their third year. He smirked inwardly. But seeing how much she admires me, there's no need to spoil her excitement. He said softly, well, I'm glad to meet you too. Jiang Chuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Senior, you're truly powerful. Even though the digging dragon was a lower third level beast, it's as strong as an ordinary upper third level one. I can't believe you killed it in a single strike. Before Ming could say anything, he turned slightly, his expression calm again. It's getting late. I should head back. He started to walk away, but Jiang Chuan called out, her tone flustered. Wait, why are you leaving so suddenly? Ming stopped and turned his head slightly. Because it's already been too much time, he said flatly. And staying longer isn't necessary. Jiang Chuan hesitated, her face turning faintly red. Then, with a hint of nervousness, she stepped closer and whispered, Senior, can I stay with you for a while? Her cheeks flushed pink, her voice soft as the forest breeze. Miss Jiang brushed the dust from her sleeves and looked a little embarrassed. I got separated from my escort team, she said softly. I can't handle this area alone. Su Jingming glanced around the forest, then nodded. All right, he said calmly. I'll take you to the city ruin. From there, you can make your way back yourself. She smiled gratefully, her expression filled with appreciation. Thank you, senior. You're really kind. But after a moment's pause, curiosity flashed in her eyes. By the way, senior, do you want to take a look inside the Earth Digger's cave? There might be something valuable in there. Otherwise, that dragon wouldn't have come out to chase me. Ming didn't hesitate. Let's go and have a look, he replied, tightening his grip on his spear. They began walking together through the dense forest. The air was heavy with the scent of soil and fresh rain. As they moved, Jiang Chuan glanced at him again. Senior, which college are you from? I think I know your dean, young Jin Tai. He's known as Young King, right? He's very fearless. Ming turned his head slightly, surprised. Weapon Academy, he said. He's my teacher. Jiang Chuan's eyes widened in shock. Ah, I'm so sorry. She stammered, her face turning bright red as she waved her hands nervously. For a moment, Ming couldn't help but notice how adorable she looked, like a flustered little girl. But then, his expression turned flat again. He thought silently, didn't people call her the cool, frosty goddess of Demon University? Turns out, she's more like a chatterbox. He sighed inwardly, slightly annoyed by her endless talking. After a short walk, they finally arrived at the entrance of the cave. Jiang Chuan pointed ahead. Senior, this is it. Are you really going inside? Ming stepped closer, scanning the dark entrance. I'm not sure what's inside, he said cautiously. If there's danger, stay behind me. He raised his weapon, the faint hum of thunder flickering around him. Jiang Chuan stood close, her eyes wide as she peered into the glowing depths. A faint, sweet fragrance drifted out of the cave. It smells so good, she whispered, captivated. Ming's eyes narrowed as he recognized the source. V-level Qinling grass, A-level flame flower, C-level hypnotic grass. He frowned. How can so many rare and exotic plants be growing in one place? He stepped forward, the purple glow of his thunder energy lighting the cave walls. This is amazing. Suddenly, Jiang Chuan's eyes widened in excitement. This is the spring liquid that condenses the essence of the earth, she said breathlessly. It's a healing medicine below the 4th level, and this one is even rarer, an S-grade Earth Spirit Spring. Su Jingming froze, his expression turning serious. Are you sure? He asked. That kind of medicine herb is extremely rare. Jiang Chuan quickly knelt beside the shimmering pool, her face glowing under the soft golden light. I'm certain, she said with confidence. The Earth Spirit Spring nourishes the surrounding plants and transforms them into exotic flowers and rare herbs. Her excitement was pure and bright, like a child who had found treasure. She looked radiant, holding the luminous petals in her delicate hand. Ming scanned the cave around them. The flowing water glimmered like liquid crystal, and the entire cavern was filled with vibrant herbs and fragrant blossoms. There's no doubt about it, he murmured. This is truly the Earth Spirit Spring. He turned to Jiang Chuan and smiled faintly. I didn't expect you to have such in-depth knowledge about natural treasures. She smiled proudly. I passed the second-grade medicine exam at my school. Ming raised his brow in mild surprise. You're a second-grade pharmacist. I've heard that exam is extremely difficult to pass. Jiang Chuan's cheeks turned slightly pink. Thank you for your kind words, senior. With this Earth Spirit Spring, we can prepare at least 5 portions of S-grade healing spring fluid. She paused, then added sincerely, all of these spiritual resources should belong to you. Ming shook his head. 4 portions for me, 1 for you, he said firmly. And we'll each take half of the exotic flowers and herbs. Her eyes sparkled with gratitude. Thank you, senior. But just as they finished dividing the spoil, the faint echo of footsteps reached them from the mouth of the cave. Captain, a voice called, there isn't a single monster in here. What good stuff could possibly be hidden inside? Ming instantly tensed, his hand tightening around his weapon. He glanced at Jiang Chuan, his sharp instincts alert. More figures entered the cave, their torches flickering against the stone wall. Judging from the traces, one of them said, this must have been the nest of a third-level dragon. Jiang Chuan turned in surprise. Captain Wang, you scared me, she exclaimed, her tone mixed with relief and confusion. How did you find this place? The man at the front smiled slightly. Miss Jiang, we've been searching for you everywhere, he said politely. We didn't expect to meet you here of all places. But Ming's eyes darkened. He could sense something off about this group. Their gazes lingered too long on the glowing spring, too covetous. He thought silently, if this so-called allied team discovers the Earth Spirit Spring, Jiang Chuan might be in real trouble. The captain's gaze shifted toward Ming. His expression hardened. Miss Jiang, he said coldly, the person beside you doesn't seem to be the same one from before. He looks unpleasant and dangerous. The cave fell silent for a moment, the soft sound of dripping water echoing through the air. The tension between Ming and the newcomers began to rise. Jiang Chuan smiled innocently, oblivious to the tension tightening around them. This person is actually a senior from my school, she said brightly. I met him by chance on the road and invited him to come see this place. These exotic plants are high quality, let's share them. The captain forced a polite smile. Thank you, Miss Jiang. But one of the men beside him frowned and muttered, then looked toward the spring with narrowing eyes. That water, it looks like an S-rank healing elixir, he said under his breath. At the word S-rank, something changed. Greed flashed across the faces of the newcomers, the air shifted, heavy and cold. Their polite masks dropped. The captain's expression grew dark as he stepped forward, eyes glowing with avarice. F-level natural treasures, all of it belongs to us, he said, voice low and dangerous. Jiang Chuan's smile froze. What's happening? She whispered, clutching Su Jingming's hand more tightly. The captain's smile turned cruel. Miss Jiang, you've been hiding things from us, he said. And since you invited others here, well, that makes it easy. Jiang Chuan squeezed Ming's hand and tried to steady him. Everyone can share, the spring and the herbs are yours too. Senior, let's go. Her attempt to defuse the situation failed. Ming did not move. He stood very still, the purple energy coiling faintly around his arm. Why are you just standing there? Jiang Chuan asked in panic. Captain Wang and the others are peak 3rd level. They'll crush us. Su Jingming's voice was cold and steady. I am a peak 3rd level as well. I don't think I'm worse than them. His eyes were unreadable. Even if we hand over every treasure in the world, they won't let us leave. They'll kill us the moment they get the chance. The captain barked out a laugh, cruel and bright. Arrogant brat. You were right. Miss Jiang here has brought us to something valuable. If we let you live and she goes back to report us, none of our group will survive in Jin City. Better to silence you now. He drew his weapon with a slow, menacing motion. I'll dig out this cave with my own hands. Silence fell before the cave, only the distant drip of water and the threat of steel slicing the air. Su Jingming's grip tightened around his spear. She looked Jingming say Senior, I can't wait for more than she takes but on an object of profound and dangerous power, the blood-burst pill. On that moment Jiang Chuxian held that pill in her hand. A flash of crimson light erupted from Jiang Chuxuan's body, a visible surge of raw, temporary power. The ability was now active. The scene was set for a massacre. Deep within a secluded cave, the air grew thick with menace. Jiang Chuxuan's power, unlocked by the pill's desperate gamble, was revealed in a wave of chilling cold. A nature-type, ice-type ability, a formidable A-rank manifestation. Tension spiked, sharp as a blade. The enemy team fanned out, their intent to kill as tangible as the frost forming on the cave walls. The enemy captain, a man with a voice like grinding stone, gave his orders. Leave Jiang Chuxian to me. Zhou Chong, deal with her lover first. Everyone else guard the cave entrance. Got it. Zhou Chong grinned, a predator eyeing easy prey. The captain turned his full attention to Jiang Chuxian, his gaze pitiless. Miss Jiang, sorry, but you'll have to leave your life here today. As if to emphasize the point, the captain activated his own ability. His body contorted, muscles bulging and coiling with feral strength. An enhancement type, beast system ability, a C-rank manifestation of a saber-toothed tiger. The other opponents revealed their vile nature, their taunts slithering through the cavern. Captain, take it easy, don't kill her too fast. We'll make sure to enjoy you thoroughly and record the whole thing while we're at it. Yeah, such a beauty, killing her right away would be a waste. Overwhelmed and cornered, despair washed over Jiang Chuxian. These beasts in human skin, she thought, her mind reeling. Am I really going to die here today? I can't accept this. Her thoughts, thick with guilt, turned to the man she had dragged into this nightmare. And I've dragged Senior down with me too. Wait, Senior. A blur of motion. A shockwave of displaced air. Ming moved. It was too fast for the eye to follow. Zhou Chong's predatory grin vanished, replaced by a choked gurgle as Ming's spearhead erupted from his back in a spray of crimson. His eyes bulged, incomprehension his final emotion. Ming stood over the collapsing form, his assessment calm, almost clinical. Looks like even a third-tier fighter isn't much after all. The remaining opponents stared, their bravado shattered. So fast, one stammered. The captain's eyes widened, his calculations upended. Zhou Chong was a mid-tier third rank. He shouldn't have been obliterated in a single move. His gaze snapped to Ming, the truth dawning. So you're the troublesome one after all. I really misjudged you. With a roar, the captain lunged, his weapon sheathed in devastating energy. Tiger roar slash. The attack met Ming's raised spear in a concussive blast of force. Judging by attack strength alone, Ming analyzed internally, his muscles straining. This third-tier peak captain is much stronger than me. The conclusion was instantaneous and absolute. Then I can't afford to hold back anymore. A decision was made. A seal, self-imposed, was broken. A surge of energy, raw and electric, erupted from Ming's core. It tore through him, a storm contained within flesh. Jiang Chuxian could only watch, her breath catching in her throat. Senior, she whispered. The enemy opponents recoiled in terror. What kind of monster is this? One shrieked. Ming's new form was revealed, crackling with arcs of blue-white lightning. His aura intensified, pressing down on them like a physical weight. This feeling of power. Ming thought, the energy coursing through his veins like a drug. It's incredible. The enemy captain, trying to reclaim control, scoffed. Amazing. Acting all mysterious. Turns out it's just a special mode. Ming didn't respond with words. He moved, energy coalescing around his spear into a vortex of wind and lightning. The captain reacted instantly, earth energy solidifying around his body into a thick, stony carapace. Combat skill, stone armor. He boasted, confidence returning. Useless effort. Any attack below tier 4 can't break through my protective stone armor. Rah! Ming's battle cry was a thunderclap as he thrust forward. The two forces collided in a cataclysmic explosion of light, sound, and shattering stone. Ha! Ming thought, his enhanced senses tracking every fracture. My body is now 3 or 4 times stronger than before. Even your iron skin can't withstand me now. With a final, deafening crack, the captain's defense failed. He was hurled backward, his armor crumbling to dust, his body broken from the force. Ming's control was absolute, his power at its zenith. Seeing his captain fall, another opponent lunged from the shadows, claws wreathed in fire. Flame Demon Claw. But Ming, without even looking, swung his spear backhand, dissipating the attack effortlessly. My flame demon claw got blocked. Impossible. The man thought, his mind screaming in denial. That's a B-rank combat skill, and I've mastered it at advanced level. What kind of monster is this? As expected of a third-tier peak, Ming acknowledged coolly. I'll finish it with one more shot. Realizing the end was upon him, the captain, broken and bleeding, began to beg. Don't kill me. He tried to bargain, a frantic gleam in his eyes. You can have the Earth Spirit Spring. And I've got over 100 million in savings, it's all yours. Ming looked down at him, his expression icy. Begging now? Too late. Jiang Chuxian watched the final act, unable to process the reality before her. Is this a dream? Her mind raced. Hiring this team cost 6 million per job, and their captain was said to be invincible among third tiers, yet he died just like that. She stared at Ming's lightning-wreathed form, a new, terrifying understanding dawning. Unbelievable. I've never heard of any student in the academy having a record like this. Stronger than even an A-rank ability. Could it be S-rank? As the adrenaline faded, Ming felt it, a familiar, violent thirst that he had subdued after his last evolution. It was rekindling, fed by the battle and the immense power he had unleashed. The violent, bloodthirsty urge that had faded after leveling up, seems to be rekindling again. His gaze, now tinged with a predatory light, swept over the remaining opponents. Now it's your turn. The terrified men saw not a man, but a demon. Demon, one choked out. Demon? Ming repeated, his voice cold and flat. He saw the bodies they had left in their wake, the cruelty in their eyes. Compared to scum like you, murderers and robbers, I think I'm still more human. In a final, desperate act, one of them screamed, everyone, take blood-burst pills. Fight to the death. They consumed the crimson pills, their bodies swelling with a last, suicidal burst of power. The final battle was not a fight, but a purge. Ming moved among them like the lightning he commanded, a force of nature. He was a whirlwind of overwhelming force, his spear a blur that ended each enhanced life with brutal efficiency. When the last body fell, silence returned to the cave, broken only by Ming's heavy breathing. The lightning around him flickered and died. Thunder Extreme Mode is powerful, but the drain is heavy, he thought, his body feeling leaden. Using it for just over 10 minutes is more exhausting than fighting beasts for hours. Senior, are you okay? Jiang Chuxian rushed to his side, her voice laced with concern. I'm fine, just tired, he reassured her, his voice rough with fatigue. Let's gather the Earth Spirit Spring and the rare herbs first, then rest for a bit. They approached the small, glowing spring at the back of the cave. Good thing, Ming observed, the Earth Spirit Spring wasn't tainted by blood. They worked quickly, filling their containers with the precious, earth-attuned liquid. Ming felt a flicker of satisfaction. Nice, there's even half a bottle more than expected. In a gesture of fairness that spoke of his character, he handed Jiang Chuxian a larger share. You get 1.5 bottles, after all, you fought hard too. Thank you, senior, she said, her gratitude profound. For a moment, they simply sat in the aftermath, the scene calm, the immediate danger past. It was a quiet moment of respite, the glittering spring the only light in the dark cavern. However, the price for Jiang Chuxian's own desperate power was coming due. A sudden, sickening weakness washed over her, her veins feeling like they were filled with fire and ice. Her eyes widened in alarm. Not good, Jiang Chuxian thought, a cold dread seizing her heart. The blood-burst pill's side effects are kicking in. In the crushing silence that followed the battle, the true cost of victory was revealed. Jiang Chuxian crumpled, her body betraying her. A wave of absolute weakness washed over her, so profound it felt like a void where her strength and spirit had been. My whole body is weak, she thought, the panic a faint flutter in her numb mind, and I can't even use my mental power. She struggled to draw breath, each inhale a shallow, desperate gasp. Her thoughts spiraled into a pit of humiliation. I can't even take clothes out of my spatial ring, how embarrassing. Her gaze, heavy-lidded and blurry, drifted toward Ming. A new dread, sharper than the physical agony, seized her. If my senior sees me like this and misunderstands, I'll leave such a bad impression. Ming's voice cut through her spiraling thoughts, calm and practical. The side effects of the blood-burst pill are strong. I'll take you to rest over there first. He moved with a careful efficiency, his touch surprisingly gentle as he helped her to her feet and half-carried, half-supported her to a clearer spot near the cave wall. As his arms steadied her, a new and entirely different sensation erupted within her, a frantic, fluttering rhythm in her chest. Why is my heart beating so fast? She wondered, the feeling alien and overwhelming. The answer dawned on her with a blush she was too weak to suppress. Is it because this is my first time being this close to a man? Ming carefully set her down, propping her against the cool stone. Rest here for a bit. I'll go collect the remaining rare flowers and herbs. Left alone as he moved away, Jiang Chuxian watched him, her chaotic thoughts settling into a warm, quiet realization. Senior is really gentle. Ming moved methodically through the grisly aftermath, stripping the spatial rings from the fallen opponents. He quickly assessed the loot from the elite squad. Cash, rare herbs, beast materials, and C-rank combat skills. A flicker of disappointment crossed his mind. This Tier 3 elite squad didn't have anything valuable after all. His practical side took over. Hopefully, 2 1 cubic meter spatial rings can be exchanged for a 2 cubic meter one. Otherwise, carrying a spear everywhere is such a pain. A weak, trembling voice called out from behind him. Senior, Earth Spirit Spring can ease the weakness caused by the blood-burst pill. Ming turned, his interest piqued. Oh, Senior, you can feed me some, she whispered, her face tinged with pink. Not too much, just 1 sip will do. He knelt beside her, uncorking one of the precious bottles and carefully bringing it to her lips. The effect was not instantaneous, but it was profound. A wave of palpable relief washed over her strained features, the deathly pallor receding slightly. I feel much better now, she managed, her voice gaining a sliver of its former strength. But to fully recover, it'll probably take 3 to 4 hours. Ming was impressed. I didn't know the side effects of the bloodburst pill could be neutralized. This S-rank Earth Spirit Spring really is amazing. Internally, he calculated. 3 to 4 hours later, it'll be nighttime. He made a decision. Let's rest here for the night, it's relatively safe anyway. The suggestion sent a jolt through Jiang Chuxian. Just me and Senior, a man and a woman alone, spending the night in a dark cave. Her imagination, fueled by exhaustion and proximity, conjured a series of wildly romantic and embarrassing scenarios. A vivid blush crept up her neck and flooded her cheeks. Ming, oblivious to her internal turmoil, checked for her agreement. What do you think? Oh, okay, she stammered, looking away in a fluster. I'll do whatever Senior says. Night fell, draping the cave in a blanket of quiet shadows. The hours passed uneventfully, the only sounds their steady breathing. The next morning, Ming stood at the cave entrance, breathing deeply. The forest air is so nice. If there weren't any beasts, I could live here for a month. Jiang Chuxian, now mostly recovered, watched him, her thoughts a tangle of relief and chagrin. I can't believe the nonsense I was thinking last night. How could Senior be that kind of person? Yet, to her own confusion, a faint, inexplicable sense of disappointment lingered. But, why do I feel a little disappointed? Let's go, I'll take you to the forest's edge, Ming said, pulling her from her thoughts. Oh, okay, she replied, perhaps a little too quickly. They set off at a brisk pace, moving swiftly through the dense undergrowth. The path ahead seemed clear, promising a smooth return. But then Ming's body tensed, his senses screaming a warning. Not good, his mind hissed, his eyes locking onto a massive shape crashing through the trees ahead. It's a Tier 5 flame tiger. The colossal beast, wreathed in flickering embers, burst into view. But instead of charging them, it tore past in a blind panic, its mighty frame radiating pure terror. It didn't notice us? Jiang Chuxian asked, bewildered. Senior, judging by that beast's expression, she pointed out, her voice rising with alarm, it looks like it's running for its life. The reason for the flame tiger's flight became horrifyingly clear a moment later. The forest behind it seemed to move, to boil over. A massive, swarming tide of small, metallic-furred creatures flooded the ground, consuming everything in their path. That's an iron-eating rat, Jiang Chuxian cried out. They may only be Tier 1, but once they swarm, even a Tier 6 powerhouse would die if surrounded. The scale of the horde was staggering, a living, gnawing carpet of death. No wonder even that Tier 5 beast is fleeing. Ming exclaimed, the situation snapping into terrifying focus. Instinct took over. We should run too. They spun and fled, pouring on every ounce of their speed. Iron-eating rats have insane stamina, Jiang Chuxian gasped as they ran. They can sprint non-stop for 5 or 6 hours. Can we really escape? The only safe place is the supply base, but it's at least 90 kilometers away. Ming knew their current pace was a death sentence. We have to find a way to move faster. This spear's too heavy, I'll have to drop it. Senior, my spatial ring is big enough, put it in mine, she offered quickly. He stowed the weapon, feeling immediately lighter. But it wasn't enough. That's much better, he thought, but running while holding hands is too slow. Carrying her on my back would be faster. Without a word, he swiftly scooped her up onto his back. Ah, she yelped in surprise, her arms instinctively wrapping around his neck. Let's go, he shouted, and then he unleashed his full, terrifying speed. The world became a blur of green and brown as he charged through the wilderness, a bolt of human lightning with Jiang Chuxian clinging tightly to his back. They reached the outskirts of ancient city ruins, only to find the stone streets already churning with the metallic swarm. Even the city ruins area is overrun with iron-eating rats, Ming realized with a sinking feeling. This is the worst-case scenario. There was no way around. The only path was through. Yes, we'll have to fight, he yelled. Lightning crackled to life around him, enveloping them both in a crackling nimbus of energy. Junior, hold on tight. I'm speeding up. Jiang Chuxian screamed as he launched himself forward, a living storm plowing into the horde. He became a vortex of destruction, a thunderbolt carving a path through an ocean of fur and teeth. His system registered the carnage with cold, mechanical efficiency. Killed 1 tier, 1 lower iron-eating rat. Plus 2 ability points. Killed 1 tier, 1 mid iron-eating rat. Plus 3 ability points. He left a smoldering, rodent-filled trench in his wake, a trail of defeated beasts marking their desperate flight. Meanwhile, at the distant supply base, officials monitored the disaster with grim faces. Director, according to reports, this rat tide is massive, at least over 300,000 iron-eating rats. The director sighed, rubbing his temples. This will devastate the ecological balance of the sourcewater wilderness. The region will likely enter a slump for several months. Too bad for the ability users who went deep into the wilderness, they'll likely all be devoured. A concerned teacher nearby added, I hope Ming didn't go too far in. Otherwise, unless his teacher Yang Zhentian personally intervenes, no one can save him. Suddenly, a shout came from the wall. Such terrifying lightning. Is that a lightning-type beast? The base commander squinted at the high-speed approaching target. Begin beast danger assessment immediately. First squad, permission granted to open fire. Target approaching base at roughly 80 meters per second, interception failed. A hail of gunfire erupted from the walls, but the bullet sparked and ricocheted harmlessly off the crackling energy field that surrounded the lightning-clad figure. The defensive measures were utterly, completely ineffective. The figure closed the distance in a heartbeat, a blue-white streak that effortlessly cleared the massive defensive walls and landed inside the perimeter with a soft thud, the lightning aura dissipating into the air. A stunned silence fell over the soldiers and ability users gathered inside. As the dust settled, it revealed not a beast, but a man, Ming, panting slightly, with a wide-eyed and thoroughly shaken Jiang Chuxian on his back. What the hell? It's actually a person? I thought it was a lightning-type beast, one soldier stammered. Gotta admit, this guy's aura is terrifying, muttered another. Wait, that silhouette on his back looks kinda familiar. We've reached the supply base, Ming said, his voice rough with exertion. We're safe now. Yeah, Jiang Chuxian breathed, her grip on him finally loosening. That was such a close call, thanks to Senior. The base director hurried over, his eyes wide with recognition and disbelief. You actually made it through the rat tide. Need me to help with anything? Ming, his energy finally spent, made a simple request that stunned the entire assembly into silence. I ran from the mountains for over 40 minutes to get here. I'm a bit tired, just get me a room to rest. The mountain region. The director thought, his mind reeling. That's over 90 kilometers away. Even Tier 4 ability users couldn't necessarily escape that. Ming actually pulled it off. I'll arrange a room for you right away, the director said, recovering. Someone help Student Su. No need, Jiang Chuxian interjected firmly, sliding off Ming's back and immediately moving to support his weary frame. I'll help Senior myself. Her action did not go unnoticed. Isn't that goddess Jiang next to him? A voice cried from the crowd. Yeah, that's her. Lucky guy. The speculation ignited instantly. What's their relationship? Don't tell me there. A heart-wrenching wail rose from one of her admirers. My goddess was stolen. Ignoring the commotion, Jiang Chuxian focused on guiding a weary Ming to the room that was quickly provided, ensuring he was comfortable before he succumbed to his exhaustion. 2 days later, Ming's eyes fluttered open. Jiang Chuxian, who had been keeping watch, let out a sigh of relief. Senior, you're finally awake. You slept for 2 whole days and nights. I almost fed you Earth Spirit Spring, she explained. I slept that long, he murmured, pushing himself up. Right, what's the current situation in the wilderness zone? The rat tide hasn't receded yet, and the area's still under lockdown. Even after it's over, there won't be many beasts for a while. The new term starts soon anyway, it's about time to return to school. A bright smile touched her lips. Senior's heading back to school? Perfect, I'm going back too. Sounds good, Ming agreed. Then, as if suddenly remembering a long-forgotten promise, Jiang Chuxuan's expression turned slightly shy. She reached into her spatial ring and produced a photograph, handing it to him. Here's that signed photo you asked for before. Ming took the photo, his eyes scanning it. His face, which had been a mask of calm composure, instantly dissolved into a deep, crimson flush of utter embarrassment. There, smiling back at him from the glossy paper, was Jiang Chuxian, wearing nothing but a vibrant, and very revealing, bikini. Was all he could manage, his mind going completely, utterly blank. Meanwhile, Su Jingming's face turned completely red when he saw the photo of the pretty girl. He quickly said, I got the autographed photo for a friend. Is this one not quite right? Do you have a more ordinary one? He didn't want to give that revealing, nightwear-style photo to his friend. The girl's expression froze for a moment, and her thoughts raced. Oh my god, Jing Xuan, this is so embarrassing. I actually thought my senior had feelings for me. Flustered, she waved a card and said, Here, a new one for you. Give that photo back. Jingming smiled lightly, holding the picture. I'd like to keep this one for myself. Is that okay? She blinked, then gave a cheerful smile. Of course, senior. You're amazing. Nervous sweat appeared on Jingming's face. I slept for 2 days. There's a lot piled up. I should take care of it first. Checking his phone, he added, oh right. I also need to book my high-speed rail ticket back. She winked playfully. High-speed rail? No need. I'll drop you off, senior. You can ride back with me. They both got into her sleek sports car. Jingming glanced around in surprise. A big influencer, huh? You even have a limited edition sports car worth tens of millions. This is the first time I've experienced self-driving technology. She laughed charmingly. Even though it's only level 5 artificial intelligence, achieving self-driving is still quite simple. Soon, they arrived at his destination. Jingming stepped out, holding his bag, while nearby students began whispering. What a handsome guy, one said. He's tall, confident, and has that dangerous aura. Another girl sighed softly. Too bad. Looks like he already has a girlfriend. And she's stunning. Su Jingming completely ignored the whispers around him. In just a month and a half, the change in my strength has been absolutely earth-shattering, he thought. Beside him, she looked at him in surprise. Jingming pointed ahead. That's Zone 3, he said calmly. She nodded, stepping aside. I'm in Zone 2, so let's part ways here. But just as Jingming turned to leave, she stopped him. If you ever need my help in the future, just let me know. Jingming smiled lightly. I'll definitely ask for your help when I get the chance. Before he could react, she stepped close, so close that he could feel her breath. Her hand tightened around his, and in the next second she kissed his cheek. For a moment, time seemed to stop. The scene looked unexpectedly soft and lovely, his first real, innocent brush with affection. The prodigy who faced countless battles now stood frozen, his face burning crimson. Waving her hand playfully, she said, this is a small token of my gratitude for saving my life, my handsome senior. Jingming gave a faint, teasing smile. Take care. I'll see you soon. As she walked away, Jingming stood there, stunned. He touched his cheek, his mind blank. That was a forceful kiss, he murmured to himself, still surprised by how fast it happened. In another part of the city, the drone camera drifted across a different area. Inside her apartment, she was drying her hair after a bath. Humming softly, her long hair swaying like a cat's tail as she moved. "Someone with such great strength as my senior shouldn't be unknown," she murmured, her tone half curious, half amused. Fresh from her shower, she looked radiant, cute and effortlessly charming. Sitting down at her desk, she began digging through the information database, trying to learn more about Su Jingming. "With that kind of strength," she said softly, "there's no way he's just an ordinary student." After a few searches, her eyes widened slightly. "A freshman broke the record, the strongest in the first tier? That's strange. Why does everything seem connected to freshmen lately?" Her fingers tapped quickly across the keyboard. "Here it is, his detailed information." She read the data, and her expression shifted from curiosity to mock outrage. Puffing her cheeks, she glared at the laptop screen. "So he's actually a freshman. I even called him senior. What a liar." She crossed her arms, still pouting, and muttered with a playful smirk, "Next time we meet, let's see how I handle that so-called excitement of yours, Senior Su Jingming." A moment later, inside Su Jingming's personal dome, he organized his items with calm precision. "Farming flowers, deer hide, wolfskin, all the mission materials have been collected and stored in the special ring," he murmured. Glancing at his communicator, he noted, "and over 25 million credits in my account. Not bad." He placed several spiritual herbs neatly in front of him, checking their condition one by one before opening his personal stats interface. "It's a pity we encountered that rat swarm near Swerin," he thought aloud. "Otherwise, we could have gathered even more ability points. Still, 3,700 should be enough to master 2S rank combat skills." Just then, a familiar voice called out, "Jingming, you finally came back to the university?" It was Wang Tao, walking in with his usual wide grin. "You didn't even tell me beforehand when you returned to the dome. You should be careful. There's been a rat infestation recently." "I was worried about you." Jingming gave a faint smile. "You're right. There was a rat infestation, but the army's already handling it." Wang Tao's expression shifted from relief to shock. "Wait, what the? Did you break through to the second tier?" "To be precise," Jingming replied calmly, "I've reached the superior stage of the second order. I went through several life and death situations out there, but I was lucky each time. Not only did I survive, I broke through as well." Wang Tao whistled, both amazed and a little envious. "As expected of you, Ming. You can't be judged by normal standards. I guess near-death experiences really do make people stronger." "Makes me want to try it too." Jingming frowned slightly. "Don't. I had special circumstances. The wilderness area is dangerous. If you go now, it'll only put you in trouble. Wait until you reach tier 2 before you even consider it." Wang Tao laughed nervously, raising his hand. "Relax, I'm just saying. I wouldn't actually go yet. Oh, by the way, your cousin Tang Chi came looking for you a few times while you were gone. You should contact her when you have a chance." Jingming smirked lightly. "Got it." Wang Tao blinked in surprise at his tone, but Jingming only said, "I'll contact her once I finish what I'm doing." He reached into his bag and added, "By the way, I brought you a gift from the wilderness." Wang Tao's eyes lit up as Jingming handed him a photo. "No way. Is this a signed photo of Goddess Tian?" His jaw dropped in excitement. "Bro, this is incredible." Meanwhile, in the quiet library area, Su Jingming leaned back in his chair and said, "Eva, please filter out all S-rank combat skills under the lightning category." As the virtual assistant complied, Jingming reviewed his recent mission. For tasks completed, earning 871 credits, he thought, a faint smile curving his lips. Earning through missions really is fast and efficient. He opened his personal stat window, scanning through the details. Even the prestigious Shanghai University of Superpower only has about 20 S-rank lightning cores available, he mused. But since combat skills determine my future power growth, I have to choose carefully. He pointed at two techniques displayed on the screen. There are two that stand out. One focuses on pure offensive rage-type lightning, while the other is more defensive. Both are strong in their own ways. A confident smile appeared on his face. Other people might specialize in one area, either technique or close combat, but I don't have that limitation. I've got my own advantage, my own cheat code. I'll take them all. Then his eyes stopped on a particular entry. Heavenly Thunder Technique, the prerequisite skill for the SSS rank lightning system combat art, 10,000 Poison Heaven Thunder Gaiden. His voice dropped slightly in awe. It's far more profound than even the Thunder Undying Body, another S-rank skill. He frowned, feeling the mental strain as he studied the material. This technique's complexity, it's worse than pulling an all-nighter back in my doctoral studies in my previous life. Exhausted, Jingming rested his head against the desk. Finally got a basic understanding, he muttered. Time to integrate it into the system. Raising his hand, Purple lightning energy crackled around his fingers. "Give me more," he said under his breath, eyes gleaming with determination. Moments later, his system display flashed. "Holy crap," he whispered, stunned. Upgrading an S-rank combat skill to the basic level needs 1600 ability points. Even with everything I accumulated in the wilderness, it's only enough to learn 2 skills. Just then, a soft, mechanical voice interrupted him. "Little Master," Eva said, her holographic figure appearing beside him, "it's already 1 a.m. Please manage your time accordingly, and remember, no supernatural ability use inside the library." Jingming blinked in surprise, then sighed. "So it's that late already? Looks like learning Netherworld Thunder armor will take even longer. Guess I'll try again next time." He shut the interface, the last traces of purple lightning fading from his hands as the library lights dimmed around him. The scene shifted smoothly to Tang Qi, Su Jingming's cousin, and the spirited beast girl known for her fiery determination. She was out in the training ground, her tail swaying lightly as she jogged along the track. "I have been exercising until late every night for more than a month now," she muttered to herself between breaths. "Even I'm surprised by how much I've improved." Her golden eyes gleamed with confidence. "When Su Jingming comes back, I'll challenge him head-on. I'll prove I'm the #1 freshman this year." Just as that thought flashed through her mind, a piercing screech echoed from above. Tang Qi stopped and looked up. A massive white and black feathered eagle soared across the sky, its wings slicing through the air like blades. "A furious beast, here in the city," she whispered. "It must be relying on its speed and camouflage to hunt here. Judging by that movement speed, it's at least level 3. This might be tough to handle." She readied herself, muscles tense, then suddenly froze. "Wait, why is there thunder in the sky? There aren't even any clouds." Her ears twitched. "That thunder, it's not natural." A blinding flash tore through the air. The sky split open with a roar, and from within the lightning descended a familiar figure, Su Jingming. In the next instant, a surge of violet thunder crashed down, engulfing the eagle completely. The beast let out a final shriek before its body shattered into ash and scattered with the wind. Tang Qi stood there, speechless. That lightning, it actually disintegrated. Her heart pounded as she stared at the dissipating smoke. Was that a high-level lightning-type ability user, or a professor? But as the stormlight faded, she caught sight of him, Su Jingming, standing calmly amidst the residual crackles of purple thunder, the energy coiling around his body like a living storm. Jingming lifted his hand, examining the faint electric current dancing across his palm. A small, confident smirk crossed his face. Such power, even in a simple the S-rank combat skill Heavenly Thunder technique is truly astonishing. Su Jingming's stats rose sharply after defeating the Tier 3 mid-level White Ring Blackfeather Eagle. He gained 34 ability points, and the surge of power made his blood pulse with excitement. "The Heavenly Thunder technique is even more powerful than I expected," he thought, feeling the thunder energy still humming within his veins. "Its range can easily reach a kilometer, incredible. It even overpowers high-speed beasts like that eagle." Satisfied, he made his way back toward the dormitory. Not far behind, a man watched him with sharp eyes, his tone filled with curiosity. "That must be Su Jingming, the famous freshman everyone's been talking about," he murmured. "Interesting." Inside the dormitory, Wang Tao looked up as Jingming entered. "You're out so early again?" he asked, half amused, half tired. "The freshman competition is starting in a few days," Jingming replied, adjusting his uniform calmly. "I'm heading to the combat skill library again." Wang Tao shook his head, still chewing on his food. "You just came back from the wilderness and you're already training this hard? You're not human." Then he grinned. "Fine, I'll go train after breakfast too." Later, as Jingming approached the library, a cheerful voice called out behind him. "Jingming." He turned and saw his cousin, Tang Qi, running toward him, waving excitedly. Her bright smile and lively energy instantly stood out. "Great, you came back safely from the wilderness," she said, almost bouncing with excitement. She had even gone to check his dorm multiple times over the past few days, desperate to see him. Jingming already knew that, thanks to Wang Tao. Smiling faintly, he said, "Tang Qi, you seem in good shape. But what's with that outfit?" Before he could say more, she leaned closer, eyes gleaming mischievously. "You should remember, you promised to spar with me, right?" she said in a teasing, almost kitten-like tone. Jingming blinked, surprised. "Are you sure you want to spar with me?" "Of course," she replied proudly. "I was the top scorer in the San Juan province exam. Don't underestimate me." Before he could respond, she grabbed his hand firmly. Come on. Jingming sighed softly but nodded. All right, we'll find some time later for a friendly match. Why later? She insisted. Let's do it now. The training room on the second floor of your dorm is perfect. She pulled him along, her excitement practically glowing. Jingming glanced at her, thinking how energetic she always was. No matter where she's from, she's truly relentless, he thought with a faint smile. Tang Chi's cheeks flushed slightly as she stole a glance at him. I can't wait to see his face when he realizes I've already advanced to the second tier, she thought, her heart pounding. When they reached the dorm's training hall, Wang Tao and Tang Chi's friend were already there, surprised to see them both. Jingming took hold of his spear and stepped forward. Tang Chi clenched her fists and grinned. Su Jingming, I hope you don't lose too badly later, she said playfully. Su Jingming held his spear lightly and smiled. You won't be able to defeat me without a weapon, he said calmly. Tang Chi grinned. Weapon? Of course, I have one. A faint glow flashed between her fingers as she pointed forward. In the next instant, a long, jet-black weapon appeared in her hand. Its design was slender yet deadly, and its tip shimmered with faint lightning. Jingming's eyes widened slightly. A hell barret? A girl actually uses such a rare weapon, impressive. Tang Chi twirled it once in her hand and took a battle stance, her expression turning serious. Shoo, get ready, Su Jingming. This time, I'm going to utterly defeat you. On the sidelines, Wang Tao and a few of their friends were already cheering excitedly. As the duel began, Jingming released his thunder aura, lightning crackling faintly around his body. Second tier, lower level, he muttered, sensing Tang Chi's energy. So you've already broken through. No wonder you were so confident. He gave a faint smile, golden sparks dancing across his arm. However, don't think I've been standing still. When his heavenly thunder power flared to life, the entire training room brightened as if struck by stormlight. Tang Chi's friend gasped. Second tier superior level? How is that possible? Wang Tao crossed his arms with a smug grin. Told you, your song can't beat our Jingming. Tang Chi herself froze for a moment, astonished by the power radiating from him. Second tier superior? Even the provincial elites couldn't suppress that kind of strength, she thought, her confidence shaking for the first time. Jingming tilted his spear and asked calmly, do you still want to continue? Tang Chi took a deep breath, forcing a smile. Of course, just don't use too much force against me. He nodded politely. As expected of the top scorer from Sichuan province, flexible and adaptable. Don't worry, I won't take the initiative. Come at me. Tang Chi's eyes gleamed with determination. Shoo, don't regret it. Lightning burst from her weapon as she dashed forward, her hell barret crackling with azure light. Jingming's gaze sharpened. An A-level lightning type ability? Damn, that's natural lightning affinity. I wonder how powerful she can get with it. Tang Chi's movements blurred as she attacked, her blade flickering with dazzling speed. Sparks erupted when her weapon clashed against Jingming's spear, and arcs of thunder intertwined with traces of flame and gravity force. This is the first time I've seen a weapon enhancement combat skill, Jingming said, intrigued. He deflected her strike, thunder swirling around him, and smiled faintly. Using lightning to control flame, an impressive technique. But unfortunately, the power is still lacking. Wang Tao shouted, that's amazing. Song, your combat skill has defeated countless people in Sichuan, but looks like our Jingming's on another level. Tang Chi gritted her teeth, refusing to give up. Again. She charged forward, striking multiple times in rapid succession. But Jingming parried each blow effortlessly, as if swatting aside falling leaves. No, he said lightly, pushing her weapon aside. The hell barret is too slow and not powerful enough. You need more practice. Each exchange was like a mirror, revealing her weaknesses. Tang Chi's breathing grew heavier, her body covered in sweat. She finally dropped her weapon and groaned. Ugh, I'm exhausted. I'm not playing anymore. You're so mean. Jingming lowered his spear, amused. Tang Chi pouted but couldn't hide her admiration. Even the Hell Barret technique is an A-rank combat skill. When combined with Dawn Light, it can unleash hundreds of flashes in just 2 or 3 seconds, and you broke it without using any combat skill. Your stamina and reaction are insane. Tang Chi relaxed her shoulders, letting out a deep breath. Your marksmanship is incredible, she said softly. It's probably far beyond the advanced level. Tell me, how old are you? She gave a half laugh, half sigh. I started practicing the Hellbarret technique when I was 8 years old. It took me 10 years to reach the advanced level, and you're just a monster. Jingming scratched his cheek awkwardly as she continued. When someone has an S-class superpower and freakish talent for cultivation and comprehension, how can anyone suppress them? I admit defeat, I can't beat you. Even as she said that, she made a pretty little pout that almost seemed annoyed. Jingming smiled. Why not try another combat technique next time? Tang Chi blinked in surprise. Your level is higher than mine, your mental strength is stronger, and your physique is just ridiculous. With your S-class superpower, I definitely can't break through your defense with magic. She looked irresistibly cute saying that. Then she brightened again. Anyway, thank you, Shu, for being my sparring partner. How about I treat you to lunch? It was clearly a lunch date in disguise. Jingming chuckled and nodded. Sure, I'll accept your treat. She smiled happily. See you at noon then. Both girls left the training room, still chatting and laughing as they went. Wang Tao immediately jumped in, grinning from ear to ear. Bro, you're insane. You're definitely one of the strongest among the top provincial scorers. Jingming smiled modestly. Fortunately, Song's strength wasn't very high, but she's improving quickly. Wang Tao burst out laughing. Song isn't very strong? Only you would say that. Do you even know who she is? She's the great-granddaughter of Song Dongjian, the S-class lightning master from the history textbooks. Jingming's mouth fell open. Wait, what? The legendary grandmaster Song Dongjian? The same one who had a whole chapter dedicated to him in the Academy's history book 80 years ago? Exactly. Wang Tao nodded enthusiastically. In Sichuan province, S-class master Song Daoyuan is a household name. And Song Kunyan, your cousin, is his favorite great-granddaughter. That's why her cultivation speed is so fast. Jingming rubbed his chin thoughtfully. No wonder. That explains her attitude at the social gathering last time, going on a shopping spree and showing off that long hair belt weapon. So she really does come from a powerful family. He waved his hand as he turned away. Anyway, I'm heading off to train. I still need to perfect my martial arts. Back in his dormitory, Jingming sat cross-legged and raised his thunder energy. The netherworld thunder armor consumes about 1/5 of my special energy and lasts for half an hour, he analyzed calmly. Not only does it reduce incoming force by nearly 90%, but it can also automatically counterattack, an excellent defense technique. He opened his stat window, eyes gleaming with satisfaction. 4 hours later, let's see how many ability points I can allocate to perfect the netherworld thunder armor. After checking, he sighed lightly. I only have around 700 ability points left. I'll have to hunt more beasts in the nearby wilderness to gain more points. He clenched his fist, determination flashing across his face. From this moment onward, I'll give it everything I've got. The freshman competition. I can't wait to see how many points and abilities I'll earn there. The next day, sunlight spilled over the campus. Jingming arrived early at the training field, where both girls were already standing cheerfully, their weapons gleaming. Jingming smiled. The weapons you two use are quite different from ordinary ones. Tang Chi smirked. Haven't you heard the saying? The weirder your weapon, the faster you win. She twirled her weapon confidently. My goal this time is to reach the top 50 in the freshman competition. Tang Chi flexed her arm confidently, her eyes sparkling. My goal is higher than Xiao's, she said proudly. I want to take second place in the freshman competition. Her friend laughed teasingly. Since we can't win first place anyway, why bother making things so difficult for ourselves? Tang Chi just smirked. Even so, I want to see how far I can go. At that moment, another student passing by commented, You know Li Cheng from Qinghai University? He's also reached the second level, and he's incredibly arrogant. Tang Chi's expression sharpened. Good. Then I want to see for myself just how strong he really is. Her friend pointed ahead. Looks like we've arrived. That's the freshman competition arena. The wide field was packed with students, the stands overflowing with excited spectators. The entire campus buzzed with cheers and discussion. Tang Chi looked around in surprise. Zuhan, I didn't expect you to be interested in the freshman competition. I thought you preferred sparring in private. Zuhan laughed. Oh, I'm just here to have fun. But someone else seems very interested this year. At that same moment, in another section of the arena, Su Jingming's second waifu, Zhang Xiaoyue, arrived with her group. Her eyes lit up as she scanned the crowd. He's really here, she whispered excitedly, clenching her hands together. My senior, no, my junior, he actually came. I've been dying to see him again. Her friend nudged her with a grin. The person you're looking for, are they male or female? Why do you look so nervous? Zhao Yue's face flushed red. She avoided eye contact and stammered, he's a man. That's all you need to know. She refused to say his name, but her heart pounded faster the moment she caught a glimpse of familiar purple lightning flickering across the distant stage. Meanwhile, Jingming and his friends finally reached the main entrance. This arena is massive, Jingming murmured, scanning the space. Wang Tao looked around in disbelief. Even though our university owns so much land, did they really need to make it this big? Look at the crowd. Jingming chuckled softly. I heard from my instructor that the freshman competition starts with a massive free-for-all, hundreds of participants fighting at once. So it's normal that the arena's this size. As he tightened his gloves and felt the familiar surge of thunder energy coursing through him, a confident grin spread across his face. Looking at the students seated in the massive stadium stands, Wang Tao immediately noticed that many leaders from major clubs were present. Even the presidents of both main clubs of the academy were there. Is all this commotion connected to Jingming? Seeing him so excited, Jing couldn't hold back and asked in surprise. Our super university also has club activities, Wang Tao said, nodding with a smile. He wasn't surprised that Jing didn't know much about the school's clubs. After all, Jing was only focused on leveling up. He explained that our magic university, like other universities, also has many clubs, but their operation is entirely different. These aren't basketball or badminton teams. The clubs here consist of powerful super ability users who often hunt monsters in the wild. Every month, the clubs provide their members with special training resources. Even after graduation, members can directly transfer to higher-level guilds and become official members. As Wang Tao spoke, a faint confusion appeared in his eyes. Senior brother Lu Ming was the vice president of the Ash Guild. Strange, today is such an important day for him, yet he hasn't shown up. Hearing this, Jingming felt a twinge of unease. Since returning to school, he hadn't been able to contact Lu Ming, nor Master. He only heard they had gone southwest. He didn't know if something had happened to them. At that moment, the president of the Ash Guild, Wei He, slowly entered the gymnasium. Someone quickly approached him. President, we've heard that the southwest front is very tense. Thank you for returning to the school at such a time. But let us handle the recruitment of new members. You didn't have to come yourself. Wei He said in a serious tone, nothing is more important than this. I've returned for only one goal, to get Su Jingming into the guild at any cost. But as they exited the hall, their eyebrows tensed. They saw Starfall Society's Wu Yuan. Wu Yuan, why is he here? Came the thought immediately. Could it be that Wu Yuan also came to recruit Jing? On the other side, Wu Yuan had also noticed them. Then an excited cheer arose from the stands. The dean is here. It seems the exam is about to start. At the same time, a faint rumble sounded above, and all the new students looked up. The air above their heads seemed to split, forming a spatial crack. A door appeared, and through it emerged a woman in a well-fitted, deep red ancient-style long robe. A beautiful mole adorned near her eye, and she descended barefoot through the air. Her face was extraordinarily beautiful, yet her presence exuded a cold, regal dignity. The crowd of students erupted in whispers. Is that a spatial ability? Amazing! Who is she? Wen immediately explained, this is a space-type ability user. She is the vice principal of the Combat Arts Library. Jingming's heart skipped a beat. He had never thought the vice principal would look so young. She seemed no older than 25 or 26. Girl near Jingming added, ability users' bodies are strong, so they age slowly. It's hard to judge their actual age. But she is probably not over 40. The woman in red hovered in the air, her robe billowing, hair flowing. She spoke in a cold, clear voice. I am Ling Sheng, one of the Academy's 3 vice principals and the protector of the Battle Technique Library. The principal is out and the other 2 vice principals are busy with important duties. Therefore, I will preside over this year's opening ceremony. First, welcome to Magic City Superpower University. This year, we have a total of 1024 new students, state champions from 6 provinces, 56 A rank, 832 B rank, and 135 C and D rank students. Additionally, there is an extremely rare S rank ability user among you. Hearing this, Jingming felt the vice principal's gaze linger on him for a moment. Ling Sheng continued, resources are allocated based on your abilities. There are 5 tiers, from D to S. The higher your rank, the more resources you get. Freshman tournaments and year-end evaluations can change your rank. Additionally, the school has many special resources that require certain conditions, such as combat power rankings, divided into 4 tiers. High ranks bring abundant resources. You all must understand the importance of credits. Within the school, 1 credit equals 10,000 claims. Here, only credits matter, not money. Credits are earned by completing missions or climbing rankings. Students began whispering, so much competition, magic is really tough. Yes, it should be somewhat fair. Suddenly, Ling Sheng's cold voice echoed, and her aura burst outward. Her red robe whipped like a lash through the air. The entire training ground fell silent. When did I ever say Magic City University is fair? The country invests huge resources in Magic City University every year, not to train ordinary level 1 and level 2 users, but to forge top powerful warriors. Such power is born only from intense competition. Here, resources, techniques, credits, all are seized. The strong take everything. Justice? Justice is the shield of the weak. Magic City University has never been and will never be fair. The crowd was stunned. Yet in many students' eyes, it was not fear but fire. Jingming was among them. I really chose the right university, he thought, nodding to himself. Ling Sheng added, finally, never make the mistake of hiding your power. The more powerful you are, the more the school will give. Now, I will explain the freshman competition. All new students focused intently. This year's freshman competition will have 2 stages. The first stage is a 100-person melee, in the arena behind us. Eva will record the number of opponents you defeat. At the end, the 5 students with the most wins will advance to the second stage. The first stage has 10 rounds. 50 students will be selected for the next round. Rankings are based on total losses in all rounds. Once final rankings are set, each person has 3 chances to challenge someone else. If you win, you take their rank. She continued, the rewards for this year's freshman tournament are as follows. First place, a 10 cubic meter special ring, a set of A-rank cultivation resources, and 1,000 academic credits. Second place, an A-rank battle suit, a set of B-rank cultivation resources, and 900 credits. Third place, a B-rank battle suit, a set of B-rank cultivation resources, and 800 credits. I will not go into detail about the remaining rewards. Hearing the rewards, the first-year students were filled with excitement. You could sell that special ring for a fortune. Foolish to think you can buy such things with money. Maybe the vice principal herself made it using her spatial ability. Maybe it even has a trace of her fragrance. She added, the freshman tournament will also determine your evaluation ranking. Top 50, A-rank clearance, 50 to 200, B-rank clearance, 200 to 500, C-rank clearance, all others, D-rank clearance. That concludes the opening ceremony. I wish you all excellent results in the tournament. Dean Sun, the next process is in your hands. Dean Sun Ching Snow of the Elemental Institute nodded lightly and stepped forward. The figure of Vice Principal Ling Sheng, glowing red, disappeared into the air. Sun Qing, a middle-aged woman around 40, looked over the hall and said, I officially declare the freshman competition open. Remember, those who perform outstandingly may be chosen by instructors as disciples. Give it your all. The students whispered among themselves. I'll need full strength. I hope a teacher notices me. If I become a dean's disciple, my future will shine. At that moment, Eva's voice rang out. There will be 10 matches in the first round. Students selected for the first round, please proceed to the stage. Over 100 equipped students reached the large stage. Wang Tao was startled. Li Chengji was also in the first round. Girl in back followed her gaze and saw a young man on stage, long black hair, strong physique, a huge blood-stained greatsword hanging on his back. He noticed Jingming, smirked arrogantly, and gestured to cut his throat. This guy, Jing thought. Earlier, Wang Tao had said the boy was arrogant. Now he could feel it. Wang Tao stood beside him, trying to restrain himself. Good, at least he's facing the one person he shouldn't provoke. The arena thrummed with energy as students squared off, every step and movement sending waves of power across the ground. Sun Qingsnow addressed the medical team calmly. Don't worry about fatalities. If anyone faces life-threatening danger, Eva will automatically generate a protective barrier. Injuries aren't fatal either. Unless your head is severed, you'll survive. Now, begin. A countdown pierced the air. 3, 2, 1. The competition erupted. Students launched themselves at one another, some soaring through the air with blades, others releasing blasts of energy or spells that crackled and flared. The crowd murmured, eyes tracking a single figure cutting through the chaos. Who's that with the knife? He's already reached second order. Must be Qinghai's champion, Li Chengji. Total dominance. Li Chengji moved with lethal precision, finishing opponent after opponent. When the round ended, the broadcast declared him first place, 36 defeats in his wake. He smirked, eyes narrowing toward Su Jingming. S-rank awakener. Can you surpass my result? He said casually, striding away. Wang Tao muttered, hopeless. I've seen desperate fighters but never someone this determined. The VIP stands members of Starfall Society said, President Li Chengxi's reached level 2. Should we put him on the primary recruitment list? No need, Yuan smiled. Our main target is still Jingming. Then that man asked you have inside info don't you? Yuan nodded not exactly but I saw it that day. After the first round, the lottery for the second round began. AI Eva started sending light pillars down one by one. Jing was chosen. There were 4 in his group, but only he was selected. Pretty good luck, he thought, smiling. Wang Tao and girls shouted, Brother Jing, go ahead. Show Li Chengji your real strength. Jingming nodded and stepped onto the stage. Seeing the students there, he almost laughed. Heaven, Jing is here. Why is our luck so bad? One step forward, then fight the remaining 4. They all moved back, leaving a 50-meter empty area around him. Jingming chuckled. Do you think standing that far will keep you safe? Are you kids? All deans, professors, and club presidents in the VIP stands watched closely. That's the boy. Yes, S-rank electric ability, Violet Heaven Divine Lightning. I heard his power awakened even before joining the academy, reaching level 1 upper stage in just a month. Dean Sun was shocked. Old Yao fooled us cleverly. How much did he hide? Meanwhile, the energy barrier on stage activated. Eva announced, round 2 participant, get ready. 3, 2, 1, start. Abilities erupted instantly. Jingming smiled. Fighting humans is much more fun than fighting beasts. He raised his hand. Violet Heaven Divine Lightning. Boom. A deep roar and blue-purple lightning storm erupted from Jingming's body. Shockwaves rolled across the arena as the ground trembled beneath Su Jingming's feet. Students around the platform gasped when they sensed the pressure spreading through the air. Some recognized the aura immediately and whispered in disbelief that it belonged to a second-tier superior ability user. Su Jingming released his energy calmly while stabilizing his stance, the surge of purple thunder rising around him. His opponent stared at him with visible fear, unable to hide the shock running through his body. One boy in the crowd muttered that Su Jingming had truly advanced to the second tier, wondering how anyone was expected to compete against strength like this. The students kept watching the purple lightning intensify. Another boy, frustrated, reminded himself that this was supposed to be a freshman competition. He questioned how Su Jingming had gained such an overwhelming advantage when they were all new students. Jealousy spread among several of them, though none knew the hidden reason behind Su Jingming's rapid growth. Across the arena, someone turned to the student president with wide eyes, asking if he had known about this in advance. The president admitted that he had suspected it and told the others that Su Jingming's potential should be obvious now. Not far away, a girl who admired him smirked as she watched his energy spiral upward. She realized she had mistaken his level before and decided she would have to confront him later for hiding his true ability. On the opposite side, a student with sharp, rat-like features glared at Su Jingming with resentment. He cursed under his breath, furious that Su Jingming had reached second-tier superior status. He had planned to defeat him publicly, step over his reputation as an S-class ability user, and gain fame throughout the school. Now, that plan had completely collapsed. The rat-faced boy's gaze shifted, and a twisted smile spread across his face. He muttered to himself that with so many freshmen surrounding Su Jingming, victory in these early rounds was guaranteed. However, he reminded himself that another powerful opponent waited in the next stage, and he wondered how Su Jingming would handle that. His low laughter echoed as he watched the arena. A moment later, a voice suddenly rang through the minds of every freshman. It announced that Su Jingming was a second-tier high-level cultivator with an S-rank superpower, calling him nearly invincible. The voice urged all students to unite and eliminate him first. The tone carried authority, and it became clear the message originated from the same boy who harbored hostility toward Su Jingming. Excitement swept through the arena. Many students agreed with the reasoning, calling it the most effective strategy. At the center, Su Jingming lifted his gaze while his aura continued to rise. He absorbed the surrounding energy and tried to identify the source of the mental transmission. The voice held a seductive sharpness, and he suspected it belonged to someone from the physics department. The voice spoke again, reminding the crowd that there were 103 freshmen present. Excluding Su Jingming, that made 102 against 1. The speaker insisted they could wear him down through sheer numbers. A girl soon revealed herself as the source, introducing her name as Su Lao. She claimed to be an A-level physics user and promised victory if the others followed her instructions to defeat an F-level physics user. In the next instant, the students around Su Jingming seemed affected by the mental influence. Darkness clouded their eyes as they declared their willingness to follow Su Lao's orders. Some vowed to seize the chance to defeat a student with an S-class ability. One boy rushed to her and asked what they should do next. Spectators whispered among themselves. Someone commented that Su Lao had managed to unite the freshmen. A blonde student remarked that Su Jingming was in real danger and might be overwhelmed. Another woman recalled that Su Lao was the dean's favored disciple and praised her talent. Nearby, a man affiliated with the Tactic Academy smiled faintly and explained that the students had rallied only because Su Jingming was too strong. He added that Su Lao's influence came from coincidence more than ability and should not be overestimated. A female instructor responded to the man beside her, reminding him that luck was still a form of ability. She added that Su Jingming seemed to be in serious danger now. A soft chuckle escaped her as she remarked that if an S-class ability user failed the first stage of the freshman competition, the situation would become an unbelievable joke. Inside the arena, Su Jingming lifted his thunder power again, letting the purple current swirl around him. He sensed the crowd preparing to go after him as a group and thought they resembled a pack trying to hunt a lone target. Annoyance tightened his expression. A purple-haired student raised his finger, gathering energy while mocking Su Jingming. He claimed that if Su Jingming had struck him before he finished speaking earlier, the outcome might have changed. He continued taunting, unaware of how reckless it was to challenge someone of Su Jingming's level. With growing arrogance, he announced that all the students were following his plan now, leaving Su Jingming with no chance against 102 opponents. Su Jingming's aura flared again. Lightning flickered across his body as he let out a sharp laugh. He stepped forward and questioned why they believed he was at a disadvantage. In his eyes, the group attacking him lacked the courage to face him alone, and he treated their taunts with disdain. The purple-haired student shouted back, furious that Su Jingming dared to insult him. He insisted that different types of ability users had set rules in battle and claimed Su Jingming should stop making bold claims beyond his power. But Su Jingming had already shifted into a striking stance. Purple thunder wrapped around him as he called them out to fight, his voice fierce and unwavering. The freshmen, riled up by Su Lao's influence, charged toward him as a group. One of them called out from a distance, advising Su Jingming to deal with the surrounding enemies before worrying about challenging him directly. Su Jingming ignored the remark. He noted the number of opponents, but it did nothing to shake his confidence. He invited them forward, his tone steady. In the next instant, his thunder energy surged violently, spreading across the arena. The strike erupted with overwhelming power, shattering stone, tearing through the ground, and destroying a wide portion of the platform. The students who had rushed at him were struck by the torrent of purple lightning. The blast left the battlefield scorched and trembling. A thick wave of sweat rolled down the purple-haired boy's face as he watched the destruction unfold. A heavy-set student near him trembled and muttered that the attack was about to explode again, calling it insane. Another student who had mocked Su Jingming earlier grew pale. Sweat dripped from his chin as he whispered that everything was over and they were all going to die in the arena. A violent shockwave of purple thunder erupted across the ground. The energy surged outward, sweeping through the freshmen who had rushed in recklessly. Outside the arena, a student recording the match froze, unable to process what he was seeing. Another boy exclaimed that Su Jingming had turned a student into something resembling a mushroom with that explosion. A girl nearby wondered aloud if more students were going to lose consciousness inside the arena at this rate. Elsewhere, Eliva submitted a report detailing Su Jingming's ability, while students who had joined the assault began to regret their action. One of them, clutching his stomach, realized he had made a grave mistake. If he had not provoked Su Jingming, he might have advanced to the next stage. He now faced elimination without defeating a single opponent, and disbelief filled his mind. Despite the devastation, another boy raised his hand and urged the others to continue attacking. He pushed his remaining classmate to charge forward again, refusing to admit defeat. One student shouted that even if he was eliminated, he would take Su Jingming down with him. More freshmen flooded the arena from every direction. Su Jingming stood at the center, unmoving. They swarmed toward him, yet he remained still, showing not even a flicker of hesitation. Like Lu Sheng, he held his ground without retreating. A mocking calm settled over him before something darker stirred within. His demon-like skill awakened, and his aura shifted into pure bloodlust. His eyes turned a deep crimson-laced purple as he stared at his opponents as if they were nothing more than prey. Students whispered that their leader was preparing to face Su Jingming directly in a one-on-one exchange. However, before he could act, a jolt of fear struck him like a thunderbolt. He stared at the scene in disbelief as Su Jingming lazily swung his arm, releasing a wave of purple lightning. The thunder exploded outward, sending the entire group of freshmen flying into the air as if they had been hit by a shock therapy blast. Su Jingming exhaled slowly after the impact settled. The last of the attackers were thrown out of the arena, scattered across the ground. The self-proclaimed leader collapsed to his knees, his entire body trembling. He could not comprehend how Su Jingming had unleashed such destructive elemental force without even relying on a combat technique. Only then did it hit him. This was the power of an S-level ability user. The realization left him shaking. He clenched his teeth in frustration. Even after gathering so many students, they had been reduced to nothing but ants before Su Jingming. No one would respect their team now. In his eyes, Su Jingming had ruined everything. Outside the arena, spectators remained stunned. One shouted that the lightning was too overwhelming and that every other elemental attack had been rendered useless. A girl echoed the disbelief, calling it unbelievable. Another boy pointed out that more than 100 students had fought against one person, yet none of them managed to pressure Su Jingming at all. To him, Su Jingming looked like a god of purple thunder descending upon the arena. The crowd could only stare in awe, overwhelmed by the display of power. On the sidelines, Su Jingming's second admirer stood up with excitement, convinced he would come out unscathed. She felt certain he would defeat everyone. Nearby, Tang Chi watched the arena with pride in her eyes. She whispered to Wang Tao that Su Jingming had truly overwhelmed the entire group. To her, he looked sharp like a blade yet fought like a monster. Wang Tao shared her excitement, unable to hide his amazement. In the instructor's area, one teacher analyzed Su Jingming's performance, noting that his mastery of the Thunder Spear had reached an advanced level. Another mentioned that his spear throw had created a sonic boom, moving at twice the speed of sound, proof of his incredible physique. A senior instructor praised Su Jingming's flawless control, saying the precision of his technique showed consistent practice. A female teacher from another academy observed him quietly. She commented that it was unfortunate Luo Yang was absent, or she would have asked him the key formation method behind Su Jingming's technique. No one around her knew who she was, yet her tone carried authority. Back inside the arena, Su Jingming continued standing amidst the chaos. Behind him, a group of freshmen whispered nervously. One admitted he couldn't break through Su Jingming's defense and asked what they should do. Another insisted they needed to escape. Su Jingming turned his head slightly and let out a brief chuckle. If they were too afraid to approach, he would simply go to them. In the next breath, he vanished. His teleportation speed flickered through the air as he charged forward with his spear. The attack cut cleanly through another cluster of freshmen. Those watching from behind trembled when they saw how quickly he struck. One of them urged his group to form a defensive formation, insisting that scattering would make them even more vulnerable. They tried to reorganize and push forward together. Su Jingming remained unaffected by their attempt. He tightened his grip on the spear, amused that they were finally trying to coordinate. He dashed forward with explosive speed, thunder surging across the arena. As he attacked, he criticized one opponent's stance, calling the slashing angle naive. His spear swept through them in rapid succession, sending students flying like sheets of paper. Moments later, the final wave collapsed. Su Jingming stood alone at the center, spear in hand, looking every bit the overpowering prodigy who had single-handedly crushed 102 freshmen. With a calm yet mocking voice, he told them they were nothing but trash, and that they should wait for what came next. After some time, the students who had been defeated managed to steady themselves. Shock spread among them as they muttered among their group, unable to believe that Su Jingming had beaten Leica so easily. Their pride stung at the sight. Su Jingming simply held his spear with a calm expression, the faintest hint of a smile resting on his face. Eva soon arrived and announced that the second round of the first stage had ended. She revealed that Su Jingming had advanced after instantly defeating 102 opponents. Her voice trembled with excitement as she listed the remaining 4 contestants. On the other side, an instructor pulled her aside to clarify that, excluding Su Jingming who had already advanced, the rest would compete again in the 11th round to select 4 more students. In the arena, a girl exclaimed that it was her first time seeing a freshman competition where only one person advanced. A boy behind her shouted for her to wait and watch, convinced that the remaining participants would fight desperately just for a chance to face Su Jingming, even though he thought they were nothing more than trash. At another corner, 2 elders laughed as they spoke with another instructor. They remarked that the freshman competition had been running for over 40 years, yet this round looked like it had ended in barely 7 minutes. Another instructor replied that the previous record had been set by an S-class player who defeated 87 students, but it seemed impossible for anyone to break Su Jingming's new record. The masters continued talking, mentioning how Jin Tian once claimed that Su Jingming's master trained him with extreme intensity, and his marksmanship had already reached the master level even back then. A female instructor overheard their conversation and quietly admitted that she had also planned to recruit him into the Elemental Academy, but it now seemed unnecessary. With his presence, she believed there would be no need to worry about the upcoming study tour for freshmen from the 3 academies. Meanwhile, Tang Qi and Zhang Zhaoyue congratulated Su Jingming for his performance. Wang Tao excitedly added that Li Chengyi's face had turned a deep shade of purple the moment Su Jingming eliminated the girl he fancied. Wang Tao joked that it looked as if Li Chengyi might as well learn Sichuan opera face-changing after that humiliation. Su Jingming, however, found the entire reaction predictable. In his view, Li Chengyi had proven to be nothing more than a paper tiger, bullying the weak while cowering before the strong. Still, he could not overlook the arrogance Li Chengyi displayed earlier. Su Jingming decided he would challenge him in the second phase. He had 3 opportunities, after all. Su Jingming high-fived Wang Tao and told him it was now his turn. Wang Tao reassured him with confidence, believing that reaching the top 50 would be simple. Su Jingming then high-fived Tang Qi in a playful manner. She smiled and promised that she would show her ability soon. Even though she knew she could not defeat him, she still considered herself the strongest freshman besides him. The 3rd round began. Wang Tao entered first. He finished 4th in his group, defeating 9 opponents. In the next group of 6, Q advanced after defeating 12 people. By the 8th round, it was finally Tang Qi's turn. She held her spear, smiling with elegant confidence. Several male students standing behind her flushed red as they stared, unable to hide their admiration. One of them muttered about her reputation as Song Sui, a top explorer from Sichuan province, shocked by how impressive she looked in person. As the match started, Tang Qi rushed forward. Her movements were sharp and decisive as she defeated one freshman after another. A bald man shouted that it was impossible to deal with another second-order awakened like her. A boy nearby responded with relief, saying it was fortunate she was only a lower-level second-order rather than someone monstrous like Su Jingming. Yet another boy insisted it made no difference. None of them could defeat either Tang Qi or Su Jingming. At that moment, another participant looked up with a nervous smile. He whispered that Song Sui had been listed as the second target to avoid, while Li Qiangxi had temporarily been marked as the third. To him, this was the best possible outcome. Tang Qi moved first. Her strike launched with speed, sharp and bright, cutting through multiple freshmen as cleanly as if she were sweeping them aside. She looked confident and composed as she fought, each movement precise. Her opponents tried to attack together, but she overwhelmed them with her lower-class abilities, defeating each one with ease. One freshman collapsed to his knees, unable to withstand her force. Someone in the crowd shouted that she was far too difficult to handle. Tang Qi became the winner of round 8 after defeating 45 opponents in just 10 minutes. She took a calm breath and dismissed her weapon before walking back to her friends. She high-fived them, celebrating her victory, then leaned slightly toward Su Jingming. Her expression softened into a teasing smile as she asked how her performance was. Su Jingming replied that her display was impressive. He noted that her combination of magic and thunder-based combat techniques worked together smoothly, making her overall skill outstanding. The host announced the third stage of the freshman competition. The free challenge rounds began. Each participant would receive 3 chances to challenge someone ranked higher than themselves. Anyone outside the top 50 was forbidden from challenging those within the top 50. Above the arena, the airfly units rearranged themselves, forming new platforms for this phase. On the other side, the red-faced student muttered to himself while thinking about who to challenge. He considered going after Song Kuei, who had placed second, and tried to soothe his own nerves. As he turned around, he suddenly froze. Su Jingming stood right in front of him. The red-faced student pointed at him in panic, shouting that Su Jingming was ranked first and questioning why someone in his position would challenge a person ranked third. He didn't want to face Su Jingming at all and looked genuinely terrified. Su Jingming ignored his outburst. He stated that the rules didn't forbid a higher-ranked contestant from challenging a lower one. He reminded the student that provoking him was a mistake. The red-faced student attempted to deny everything, insisting he didn't want to fight. Behind him, several students whispered. One of them said that Li Chang had made a throat-cutting gesture at Su Jingming earlier, which explained why Su Jingming had decided to settle the matter now. Another agreed, saying it was no surprise that Su Jingming took the initiative to teach him a lesson. The red-faced student gritted his teeth, looking like he wanted to crawl away. Eva assigned Ring 74 to their match, asking both contestants to step onto the platform. The student forced himself forward and claimed he would show his true power as a superhuman. When the fight began, he shouted that he would teach Su Jingming a lesson and rushed toward him. Su Jingming met his charge with a cold gaze. He said that none of this had been forced. The student's arrogance had brought it upon himself. To him, the boy was nothing more than trash choosing his own downfall. Su Jingming moved in a flicker of purple light, passing through the air and appearing right in front of Lu Chengxi. He gathered his thunder power and prepared to strike. Lu Chengxi shouted in disbelief when he saw Su Jingming confronting him head-on. He believed a lightning-type ability user challenging him directly was suicidal. Their weapons clashed. Waves of energy rippled across the arena. On the second impact, Lu Chengxi's weapon shook violently and his stance collapsed. He staggered back, unable to withstand Su Jingming's force. Trembling, he growled that Su Jingming's strength was greater than his and accused him of going too far. Purple thunder erupted around Su Jingming as he charged again. The blast struck Lu Chengxi's head, sending a flood of electricity through him. His hair rose like burnt straw, and his scream tore through the arena as the thunder inflicted sharp, relentless shocks. Around them, some students muttered that the most terrifying part was how Su Jingming was controlling the thunder precisely to torture Lu Chengxi. No one doubted the outcome anymore. Even Eva silently admitted she would never dare provoke Su Jingming. Finally, Eva announced the result. Su Jingming had won the match. Su Jingming withdrew the purple thunder from his body and stopped in front of Lu Chengxi. He glanced down at him and said it was a pity. He had wanted the punishment to last longer, but those few seconds of pain were enough to leave a permanent memory. Lu Chengxi gasped for breath, still shaking, feeling as if he had just crawled out of a thunderstorm from hell. He truly believed he had been moments away from death. Suddenly, Tang Qi's furious voice echoed from the audience. She shouted at Lu Chengxi, calling him a bastard for insulting Su Jingming earlier. Seeing her anger made him freeze. He wondered why his day kept getting worse and thought that fate really wanted to throw him into hell. The scene opened with Tang Qi unleashing a sharp swing of her weapon. The entire arena fell into a tense whisper before erupting into loud cheers. Eliva raised her voice and announced the result clearly, declaring that the winner was Tang Qi. She had successfully defeated her opponent. Tang Qi twirled her long spear with effortless precision, the blade gleaming as she lowered it. A confident smile appeared on her face as she accepted her victory. But on the other side, Tang Qi walked toward Su Jingming, stopping right in front of him with excitement bursting in her eyes. "Did you see that? I actually beat my opponent," she said, barely able to contain her joy. Su Jingming gave a small smile. "You were incredible." But behind him, a few arrogant boys whispered among themselves. One of them snickered, "Look at that, unbelievable. Those two, husband and wife, always acting close with him." His friend immediately grabbed his arm and hissed, "Lower your voice. If anyone hears you talking about Jingming and his future wife, Song, you'll drag Ji Chang straight into trouble." Before their whispering could spread further, the lady instructor stepped forward and raised her voice. "The 4 hours have ended. This round of the freshman competition is now complete. It's time to announce the final results." A moment later, a bright screen lit up above the arena, revealing the rankings. The crowd murmured in anticipation as the names flashed. First place, Su Jingming. Second place, Song, the cousin of Su Jingming. Third place, Ji Chang. One by one, the rest of the rankings continued to appear as the arena buzzed with excitement. The instructor raised her voice again and pointed toward the main screen. Everyone, look up. It's time to register for your colleges, universities, and select your classes. Students immediately shifted their attention to the display, excitement building as they wondered which departments and classes they would choose. On the other side, Su Jingming calmly checked his own registration screen, reading each option with quiet focus. Standing beside him, Song gathered her courage and asked softly, Jingming, which class did you pick? What type are you choosing? Not far away, her friend watched the scene with a teasing smile, enjoying how naturally Song was flirting with Su Jingming. Then when Tao stepped forward with a smug expression, "How dare you call him by his name so casually," he said, pretending to scold her. "Do you even know how famous our bro Jingming is becoming? Don't worry, starting tomorrow, you'll only need to call him one special name, baby." On the rooftop, the instructor raised her voice clearly. With the division of departments concluded, the opening ceremony and the freshman competition have officially ended. Additionally, the students who performed well will receive a message from their personal mentor tonight. They will be invited as apprentices. Please check your messages carefully. The students listened closely to her announcement. The scene then shifted to two head instructors standing together. One of them laughed cheerfully. "This year's freshmen are far more impressive than last year's." The other instructor nodded. "Indeed. Especially Su Jingming, the one who ranked first. Give him another year or two, and he might dominate the entire school." The first instructor grinned. "I'm sure every club will fight tooth and nail to recruit him." Meanwhile, Su Jingming stepped outside with a relaxed exhale. "It's finally over. Shall we go get something to eat?" His friends and his cousin gathered around him. Tang Chi replied firmly with a grin, "All right. But how about you, Rookie King? Treat us today." She nudged him playfully. "After all, you're about to become a super-rich tycoon with that 10 cubic meter space ring." Su Jingming chuckled. "No problem. Order anything you want later." Wen Tao practically jumped with excitement. "Great! Brother Ming is the best." But before they could leave, a tall boy with long black hair stepped in front of Su Jingming and waved. "Su, please wait a moment." Su Jingming looked up. "Who are you?" The boy straightened nervously. "I am Wu Yuan, president of the Meteor Club. I would like to invite you to join us." He continued with confidence. "Since you are currently the only S-rank student, the Meteor Club will show its sincerity. Joining us will grant you a vice president position, 100 credits per semester, and a B-level resource." From the side, a few students gasped. "A vice president position?" Another whispered. "I'm so jealous. We have to pay membership fees and still end up doing manual labor to join a club. The difference is unbelievable." Someone else added. "And the Meteor Club is the strongest club in the school. With a vice president title, he'll definitely get into an elite guild after graduation." But suddenly, a sharp voice cut through the air. "Vice president? Wu Yuan, isn't your Meteor Club being a bit too stingy?" The vice president turned his head just as a new figure appeared, a white-haired boy who walked straight toward Su Jingming with confidence. "If you join our Ashes Club," the boy said calmly, "you can directly become the prospective club president. Once I graduate, the position will officially be yours and you'll enjoy all the privileges that come with it." The surrounding students gasped. "Whoa, a prospective club president!" someone exclaimed. Another student whispered from behind the crowd. "This treatment is insane. The Ashes Guild is really going all out." Meanwhile, Wu Yuan felt a sinking weight in his chest. The Meteor Society is tied to the Meteor Guild. According to guild regulations, the club president must be appointed by the guild itself. "I can't offer something like that." Amid the growing tension, Su Jingming remained calm. "Vice president, prospective president," he murmured thoughtfully. Then he looked at both recruiters and spoke clearly. "I need some time to think about it. I'll give you my answer in a few days." In his mind, Su Jingming reflected on his past life. "Back then, I joined the student union during university and even served as president. It consumed far too much of my time. This time, I should be more careful." The white-haired president stepped forward and handed him a card. "This is my private number. Contact me directly once you've made your decision." Wu Yuan immediately followed, offering his own card. "If any of you three wish to join the Meteor Club, we will welcome you wholeheartedly," the white-haired boy added. "Just call when you've made up your mind." Wu Yuan echoed. "The same goes for us." After both presidents stepped back, Su Jingming exhaled lightly. Let's go. But Song frowned slightly. It doesn't look like we'll be leaving so easily. Her words proved true the next second. A group of students suddenly rushed toward Su Jingming, surrounding him with excited faces. Su, join our club. Most of our members are girls. Come to us. Our future development is incredible. Jingming felt completely overwhelmed by the crowd. At once, he and his group bolted, running to escape the chaos. When they finally reached a quiet area, Su Jingming sighed in relief. We're finally out. Let's head to Qingya residence. But just as he spoke, a soft melodic voice drifted from behind him. Hey, long time no see, Junior. Su Jingming froze in shock when he saw who was standing there. Beside him, Song leaned closer and whispered, Do you know her? Jingming nodded lightly. She is Jiang Chuxian, a senior I met in the Yuanshui wilderness some time ago. Wen Tao immediately stepped forward, acting like an overexcited fangirl. Hello. I'm from Class 3, sophomore year, School of Elements. His eyes widened as he stared at her. As expected of Brother Ming. The cold, aloof beauty everyone talks about, she's actually smiling. Song then politely introduced herself. Hello, senior. I'm Song Qiuyun, Su Jingming's classmate. Jiang Chuxuan's expression shifted slightly as she observed Song. What a stunning girl, her face is beautiful and charming, and her figure is so well proportioned. For some reason, I feel an urge to get closer to her. Then she suddenly snapped back to reality, realizing the strange direction of her thoughts. Wait, what am I thinking? Song blinked at her reaction and Jiang Chuxian instinctively looked away. Song then smiled politely and said, We're heading out for a meal, senior. Would you like to come with us? They arrived at a small beer house and the atmosphere instantly brightened. Both girls sat down with excitement. Jiang Chuxian raised her glass slightly. Come on, let's drink. Song Qiuyun nodded with a shy blush. Let's drink together. The air between them grew unexpectedly intense, their energy almost sparkling. Watching this, Wen Tao and Song Fong exchanged awkward looks. Wen Tao whispered, stunned. Both girls, they really seemed desperate for Ming's attention. Song Fong nodded quickly. If we don't get out now, we'll just get dragged into something. Let's leave. Without any hesitation, both of them waved their hands. Brother Ming, we're heading out. Enjoy. Before Su Jingming could even respond, the two escaped the scene. Left alone, Ming sat there completely puzzled as the girls turned their attention to him. He stared blankly, unsure how to react as he watched them, both of them somehow looking even more adorable while drinking. Soon, Jiang Chuxian and Song Qiuyun leaned closer, almost pressing against his chest. Their voices softened as they spoke in unison. You're amazing, Ming. At that moment, Su Jingming felt completely trapped between the two girls, as if he were being squeezed from both sides. Their warm breath and tipsy closeness wrapped around him like bubbles, and he could barely endure it any longer. Flustered, he cleared his throat and looked away. That's enough. I'll send you both back to your dormitories. His face burned with embarrassment. Even speaking felt difficult. A few minutes later, after steadying the two girls and escorting them to their respective dorms, he finally let out a long breath of relief. But just as he turned around, he noticed several students gathering behind him, whispering among themselves. Someone in the crowd pointed toward the dormitory entrance. That looks like Goddess Jiang over there. Another gasped. Wow, what a blessing. 2 wives at once? A third whispered with envy. Real name jealousy, I swear. Su Jingming quickly slipped away, relieved to escape the exaggerated rumors. When he finally reached his room, he froze in surprise. A woman was sitting calmly by the table. She looked up with a gentle smile. Hello, Su. I'm Su Yun, your class advisor. I've brought your prize from the freshman competition. He straightened. Hello, Ms. Su. Thank you very much. She placed a silver safe-like prize box on the table. It opens with your fingerprint. I'll send you the class group number shortly, make sure you join. Then she added warmly. After that, if anything happens at school, feel free to contact me directly. Excitement flashed in Jing Ming's eyes as he glanced at the box. A moment later, Su Yun stood up. Alright, I have other students to notify. I'll head out. As soon as the door closed, Wen Tao burst into the room with a teasing grin. Hey Ming, how was it? No conflict just now, right? Between Song Qiuyun and Senior Jiang? Su Jingming blinked. Conflict? What conflict would they even have? Wen Tao grabbed his shoulders dramatically. No conflict? They were that harmonious? Then he nodded as if praising the heavens. As expected of Brother Ming, you've already got everything perfectly balanced. Jing Ming ignored his friend's nonsense and focused on the box. A smile grew on his face. Let's try out the reward first. Su Jingming opened his space ring and placed his spear inside. The moment it vanished, surprise and excitement filled him. He clenched his fist and said, "A 10 cubic meter ring, it's really big. I won't have to carry my weapon around every day anymore." Behind him, Wen Tao couldn't hide his excitement. 3 strongest rings have to stay. Ming, you look like a real catch now. But when he looked at Su Jingming, envy surfaced in his thoughts. I'm not even in the top 50 of the student rankings. I only have around 400 credits. I can't compare to him at all. Su Jingming shook his head. I don't have many rings. I'll go to the equipment department tomorrow. They'll take back all this equipment anyway. He narrowed his eyes at Wen Tao. There's no manual showing what this pill does. Wen Tao laughed. Identifying an elixir? Simple. Iliwa, come out. Iliwa appeared and scanned the pill. This is a 5th grade product from the pharmacy department of Shanghai Superpower University. It's effective for those with superpowers at or below the 5th rank. Consuming it greatly enhances mental strength. It's an excellent cultivation resource. Su Jingming blinked in surprise. Iliwa can analyze elixirs too? Wen Tao nodded. Not just elixirs. Materials from furious beasts, rare flowers, herbs, she can identify all of them. Su Jingming couldn't hide his excitement. Artificial intelligence is really convenient. It's a pity Iliwa can't be taken into the wild. Wen Tao nodded. There are probably similar products on the market. That's possible, Su Jingming replied. I'll look into it when I have time. Later, in the training room on the 2nd floor, he checked the screen in front of him. Let's see how much mental energy I have first. He examined his elixir and thought, the more a superhuman increases their physical and spiritual attributes, the longer their powers last and the stronger they become. But improving them is extremely difficult. Exchanging ability points for mental energy keeps getting worse. It started at a ratio of 2, but now it's 1-to-1. The cost-effectiveness keeps dropping. He placed the pill in his mouth. I hope this elixir gives me a pleasant surprise. A surge of energy erupted around him. Su Jingming straightened his posture and entered meditation. Moments later, he checked his stats. Strength rushed through his body, and his mental energy rose sharply. My spirit increased by 50. I finally broke 1,000, he said. I also saved 500 ability points. Its effect is amazing. He summoned his spear with a swift motion. Since I'm feeling energetic, I'll train for 2 hours before sleeping. A short while later, Su Jingming stepped outside. The area was crowded, and whispers passed through the surroundings as he walked to one side. He checked his balance and nodded in satisfaction. After selling the rings, his assets had risen to more than 10 million. He had finally saved enough to reach one of his small goals. Superpowered people really do earn fast, he thought. At that moment, Iliwa appeared. Please proceed to pharmacist number 3 on the 14th counter. Su Jingming glanced at the number. It's only the 14th turn and I'm number 43. I'll probably have to wait at least an hour. I should sit down and cultivate for a while. He moved through the waiting area, but a familiar voice suddenly came from behind him. Hey, Junior. You're here too. He froze for a moment and looked back, dumbfounded. Then excitement flashed in his eyes. Senior, what a coincidence. You're already sober after last night? Are you really alright? She laughed lightly. Not really. I still feel embarrassed. I'm sorry for bothering you. She paused, then added, by the way, did you come to sell the exotic flowers and herbs you found in that cave last time? Not exactly, Su Jingming replied. It would be better to find an apothecary who can refine them rather than selling them directly. She laughed softly. Are you looking for a pharmacist? Don't you think there's a wonderful and beautiful pharmacist standing right next to you? She struck a playful pose, clearly showing off. Su Jingming was completely stunned. You're not an immuter. She tapped his forehead lightly and insisted, who said I'm an immuter? I have a 2nd-grade pharmacist certificate and I'm authorized to work in a 1st-grade academy workshop. Su Jingming blinked. Tao is unbelievable. She continued, I've decided to stop filming footage in the wilderness. I want to focus on becoming a pharmacist full-time. A moment passed, and Su Jingming looked at her with quiet admiration. Future second waifu, she really is impressive, he thought. At the same time, she said, after the last crisis, I realized the wilderness isn't suitable for me. I'll still make videos, but they'll show the daily process of alchemy instead. Su Jingming frowned in surprise. Changing your video style might make you lose a lot of followers. She shrugged. Who can argue with that? Her tone softened. I'm an orphan. My parents were killed by a herd of wild animals when I was a teenager. Her friend Qingyuan's words echoed in her memory. Your video of killing that furious beast went viral back then. She continued, after awakening my A-level icy-type superpower, I worked hard to enter the university. But I struggled financially. When the video went viral, I started getting sponsorships for battle suits and weapons, and my income improved. But I've always preferred researching elixir refinement. Her voice dimmed as she recalled everything. Then she looked directly at Su Jingming. If you hadn't saved me last time, I would have been finished. I can't rely on luck forever, so I decided to change. Su Jingming smiled. Good luck. I hope you succeed in your new path. She laughed softly, and he asked, but can someone with an icy-type superpower really become a pharmacist? It's obvious you don't know much about pharmacists, she replied. There are enchantments, catalysts, and alchemy techniques that convert elemental energy. Even your lightning ability can be used for refinement. Su Jingming opened his box. Then I'll entrust these exotic flowers and rare herbs to you. She froze, shocked. You want me to refine them? When he nodded, her eyes lit up. Since you trust me this much, I won't stand on ceremony. I'll give you the finished pills within a week. At that moment, Su Jingming's phone vibrated sharply. A few minutes later, the scene shifted to his teacher's dormitory. Inside, two students stood before Senior Luo. One of the boys said, Before I came, I saw a lot of news about my junior brother on the school's official forum. He's incredible. The girl beside him nodded. I saw it too. Senior brother Luo, your junior brother is really amazing. Senior Luo smiled calmly. You'll find out soon enough. He'll definitely surprise you. The girl's eyes widened. Really? I'll double-check later. Inside, she thought, junior brother is definitely extraordinary. Senior brother Luo must have a remarkable junior under him. At that moment, Su Jingming arrived. His teacher greeted him. Jingming, you're here. He bowed slightly. Hello, teacher. I came as soon as I received your call. The two seniors turned to look at him. Su Jingming greeted them politely, then focused on Senior Luo. Senior, what happened to you? Before Luo could answer, his teacher stepped in. He ran into trouble because of Wang Lin, an 18th tier grandmaster. He used the Ash Guild's methods to lure out monsters. The guild suffered heavy casualties, and your senior brother was seriously injured. Teacher Yang continued, I fought that bastard Wang Lin. I didn't win, but he didn't leave unharmed either. He let out a tired breath. That's why I couldn't participate in your freshman competition. Su Jingming frowned. Damn, an 18th tier grandmaster can move mountains and fields. I never expected this. At that moment, a heavy thought pressed on Su Jingming's mind. An 18th level grandmaster. I'm only at the 2nd level. Forget revenge. If I encountered someone like that, I'd probably become cannon fodder. His teeth clenched with anger. He desperately wanted to take revenge for the injuries inflicted on his senior brother. In this world, if you can't become strong, you'll always be manipulated by those who are, he thought darkly. His teacher placed a firm hand on his shoulder. Alright, Jingming, stop thinking about that. Let me introduce you. This is Shui, your senior in the 3rd year, and Tangyu, your senior in the 2nd year. Both seniors greeted him warmly. Hello, junior brother. His first senior brother stepped forward and handed him something. This is a grade for Yuan energy pill. It significantly improves the efficiency of Yuan energy absorption. It's an excellent cultivation resource. Tangyu smiled. I'll transfer 200 credits to you directly. Su Jingming bowed respectfully. Thank you, senior brother and senior sister. Senior Luo looked over with a teasing smile. Your senior sister Tangyu seems to doubt what I told her earlier. Junior brother, tell her, do you possess a 4-level lightning-based combat skill? Su Jingming nodded. Senior brother Luo is correct. Both seniors stared at him in disbelief. Shui blurted out, "Holy, this is real? 4 gates? How did you even do that?" Tang Yu stepped closer, eyes wide. "Yes. How did you manage to reach upper tier level 2 while learning a rank 4 combat skill? Advancing in combat skill ranks is extremely difficult. I only recently reached rank 2 myself." She sighed helplessly. "Not only is your level equal to mine, you also mastered a higher rank combat skill. How am I supposed to compete with that?" Su Jingming scratched his cheek nervously. "I don't have any special method. I just understand things quickly." Tang Yu slumped a little. "Junior brother, that really hurts my heart." Inside, Su Jingming remained firm. "I definitely can't tell them about my Thunder Awakening system." Suddenly, his teacher spoke with satisfaction. "I've always been impressed with Jingming's comprehension and effort. I'll hold a celebratory banquet for you later. Congratulations on winning first place in the competition. Even Dean Sun praised you non-stop." Jingming scratched his head lightly. Fortunately, they were all too weak. Then he added, "Right, teacher. I'd like your help to test a combat technique." Before the teacher could answer, his senior brother stepped forward. "What combat skill?" "Senior has difficulty moving right now, but I'm fine." "There's no need to trouble the teacher." Su Jingming replied casually, "It's the S-rank combat skill, Netherworld Thunder Armor." His teacher and both seniors froze, completely stunned. Their eyes widened as if they couldn't believe what they just heard. His senior brother swallowed hard and forced a smile. "Alright, sorry. My 3rd tier lower level armor skill can't break the defense of the Netherworld Thunder Armor. I can't help you after all." His teacher, however, was excited. "That's fine. Jingming, let's go to the training ground." Scene shifted to the training ground. Outside the room, his senior brother whispered, "Do you really think our junior brother mastered an S-rank combat skill?" The other senior replied, "Based on my understanding of Su Jingming, he doesn't brag." Beside them, Tang Yu swallowed nervously. "Alright. I get it. Monster, that's what you mean, right? I completely understand now." On the other side, Su Jingming stood inside the training ground. Purple thunder surged around him, crackling like living serpent. A sharp grin appeared on his face as the energy condensed, wrapping around his entire body. In the next instant, the purple thunder offering armor formed completely. Lightning wove itself into plates of radiant armor, covering him from head to toe. The air trembled as arcs of purple light danced across the ground. "Master, look," Su Jingming said calmly, raising his head. "This armor is the real manifestation of that combat technique." Under the glow of the thunder armor, he looked sharp, powerful, almost overwhelming. Even from a distance, his presence felt oppressive, as if the entire training ground bowed beneath his power. The scene unfolded before Su Jingming's master. Violent energy surged from him, fierce and blazing, with thunder rippling through the air in sharp waves. His master shouted, "Su Jingming, I'll test you first with the strength of a peak 3rd tier ability user." A massive bolt of energy condensed and shot forward. It slammed straight into Su Jingming, striking the brilliant purple armor that covered his body. Thunder flared across its surface without breaking through. Su Jingming lifted his head and said calmly, "Teacher, increase the power." "This isn't enough." A confident smile appeared on his face, his gaze steady and resolute. His master was instantly stirred by excitement and shouted back, "All right. I'll raise the stakes. If you can't handle it, say so." As his words fell, he released even more energy. The thunder pressure intensified, flooding the area. Su Jingming clenched his teeth, facing the overwhelming surge head-on. "Double, 4 times," he said, forcing himself to endure it alone. Moments later, his voice rang out again, strained but unwavering. 6 times, 10 times. Thunder roared violently as his body trembled. Su Jingming clenched his fists, enduring as the raging energy pierced into him. Finally, his strength gave out, and he dropped to one knee before his master. His master looked down at him and said in a deep voice, "Very good. You're not bad at all. The attack power of a lower 4th tier ability user is roughly 10 times that of a peak 3rd tier. Your armor would require at least a 4th tier ability user to break its defense." Su Jingming was unable to reply. His strength was completely drained. Even so, the seniors watching were utterly stunned. The first senior brother muttered in disbelief, "An S-rank combat skill combined with an S-rank superpower. That's terrifying. How can it reach such a level?" Beside him, the senior sister spoke softly, her shock evident. Junior brother is 2 major realms below, yet he can withstand attacks from a 4th-tier ability user. This goes far beyond ordinary talent. At that moment, everyone present understood clearly, Su Jingming was not just a prodigy. Even Su Jingming's master said it was almost time to leave for dinner. However, Su Jingming shook his head and said firmly, "Teacher, wait." Before anyone could react, purple thunder energy surged out of his body once more. His aura rose sharply as he spoke in a steady voice. "This is not my limit." The moment his words fell, a violent flood of energy erupted from within him. Thunder roared as it burst outward, rippling fiercely through the air. The sudden change shocked his master, and the seniors watching were equally stunned. The first senior brother, Luo, widened his eyes. The Thunder Extreme Stage. Su Jingming's Thunder Undying body has already advanced to the 3rd level. Another senior stared in disbelief, unable to hide his shock. A senior sister beside him spoke with a complicated expression. "My Thunder Undying body is only at the 2nd level. Junior brother has not only mastered an S-rank combat skill and an S-rank superpower, but he has also broken through to the Thunder Extreme Stage." She paused, her voice low. "Is he really still human?" Su Jingming's master burst into laughter, his excitement impossible to hide. "So that's it. I was wondering why your body could withstand 10 times the impact so easily. It turns out you've already entered the 3rd level of the Thunder Undying body." His eyes gleamed as he continued, "Come again." With that, he released another surge of thunder energy, testing Su Jingming's endurance once more. The pressure rose steadily, 12 times the previous force. Su Jingming was instantly enveloped by the Thunder Undying body's armor. As the energy crashed into him, thunder rippled violently through his body. He endured it in silence. After several moments, the raging energy finally dissipated, and he dropped to one knee before his master. His master exhaled deeply and said with clear amazement, "Excellent. 20 times the attack power. Only a mid-level 4th-tier ability user could break through that defense." He shook his head, pride evident in his voice. "Su Jingming, your achievements have far exceeded my expectations." Su Jingming smirked faintly and said, "Sorry, teacher. Now I finally understand the limit of my defense." His master reached out and grabbed his hand, looking at him with mixed helplessness and pride. "Out of all my students, you're the most troublesome. You learn everything without me even needing to teach you." Su Jingming was momentarily stunned. A short while later, everyone prepared to leave. One of the seniors laughed and said, "Let's go eat. I'm in a good mood today, so feel free to order anything expensive." They all got into the car. Along the way, Su Jingming looked at senior brother Luo and asked, "Senior brother Luo, between the Ash Guild and the Metroid Guild, which one should I choose?" Luo replied without hesitation, "The Metroid Guild is better." Another senior teased him, "Senior brother Luo, didn't you plan to let junior brother join your Ash Guild?" Luo shook his head. "If the Ash Guild hadn't run into problem, I would have definitely wanted junior brother to join us. But given the current situation, the Metroid Guild is the better option." At that moment, Su Jingming's master spoke up, "Su Jingming, you might as well stay in a guild for a year or two. Later, during your junior or senior year, you can establish your own." He continued calmly, "After graduation, these students will become your first batch of strength. That's how you build your foundation." Su Jingming was slightly startled. "Building power, is that really necessary?" His master nodded. "Do you know why your teacher has never reached the Grandmaster level? It's because I lacked power. I had to handle everything myself, and that limited my progress." Everyone fell silent, listening carefully. His master went on, "Su Jingming, remember this well. Only when you have people to handle countless matters for you can you truly focus on cultivation." Su Jingming smiled faintly. "I understand. Thank you for your guidance, teacher." In his heart, he reflected quietly. "Once my strength increases further, I'll need to consider this seriously." The next day, Su Jingming headed to class. Classes have finally started properly, he thought. Everything at the academy is getting back on track. The instructor waved his hand and began the lecture. "Today, we'll discuss the origin of furious beasts." Hundreds of years ago, primordial energy swept across Earth, transforming wild beasts into furious monsters and awakening humanity. Su Jingming looked up at the projected screen, absorbing every detail. After the emergence of primordial energy, humans discovered numerous ancient civilizations and underground ruins. Much of Earth's advanced technology had evolved from these ancient relics, including devices used to detect supernatural abilities. Soon after, the instructor announced free study time. The next class shifted to the Weapon Academy. One class after another passed, and Su Jingming carefully absorbed every bit of knowledge. Then came the Elemental Academy. As Su Jingming raised his hand, elemental energy gathered at his palm. The instructor froze, staring at him in disbelief. "Unbelievable," she said. "You're outstanding. Manipulating F-level elemental power into a concrete form isn't easy. No one in the Elemental Academy can do this." She sighed softly. "Unfortunately, you're not suited for our academy." Elemental energy rippled across Su Jingming's hand. Slowly, under his precise control, the power took shape, forming a dragon. Meanwhile, chaos erupted within the Yangchen wilderness area. The ground rumbled as furious beasts roared endlessly. Su Jingming moved swiftly through the forest, gripping the azure sky-black dragon spear in his hand. With every strike, monsters fell one after another. Purple thunder flashed, blood splashed across the undergrowth, and silence quickly followed each clash. He collected the dropped emerge stones, a faint smile appearing on his face. New knowledge, new skills, and new equipment, he reflected calmly. My combat ability has increased significantly. In just 2 months, his strength had more than doubled. He had already accumulated over 30,000 ability points, along with a large number of credits. Su Jingming opened his status panel and frowned slightly. There was still no plus sign next to his special abilities. Logically, everything else could be upgraded, so the special ability should have reached level 2 by now. He tapped the screen decisively. "I won't save points anymore. It's time to focus on improving my overall strength." Clenching his fist, his eyes lit up with excitement. "One day, my Purple Heaven Divine Thunder will definitely reach SS rank." Even while awake, he felt as if he were already standing within that future. Su Jingming turned and looked at Tang Qi, his cousin. She shook her head helplessly. "You've only been learning to control your superpower for a few days, yet you're already better than what I achieved after a whole month of training. It's honestly frustrating." Su Jingming smiled lightly. Inside, he thought calmly, with a system backing me, comparison is meaningless. Tang Qi leaned closer and sighed. Next week, the joint freshman study tour between Qingqing Superpower University and the other 2 universities will begin. Are you participating? Su Jingming's lips curved into a faint smirk. Of course. I heard the destination is a wilderness area. Inwardly, his thoughts sharpened. A perfect opportunity to harvest superpower points. He was also curious. The other 2 top universities gathered elite students, future competitors he would inevitably face. A week later, Su Jingming set out with his classmate, fully prepared for the journey. One student laughed and said, with Su Jingming around, "This year's freshman study tour should be easy." Another nodded confidently. "Even without an F-rank lineup, we've been number 1 for years. A 5th consecutive championship seems certain." As they gathered, Su Jingming suddenly sensed something. His gaze shifted toward the entrance. A ripple of energy spread, and a graceful woman stepped forward. Her presence instantly quieted the room. "Hello, students," she said calmly. "I'll be hosting today's briefing. The topic will be the upcoming study tour." Everyone listened attentively. She raised her hand. "Eva, display the map." A 3-dimensional projection unfolded in the air. The instructor hovered slightly above the ground as she continued, "The destination of this study tour is Demonic Cave number 7. Her voice grew serious. "It lies deep within the wilderness mountains near Shén City, Guangdong Province. The place truly lives up to its name. Countless humans have fallen there, which is why it's known as a demon cave." Whispers spread among the students. Many felt uneasy after hearing this. The instructor glanced around the room and said firmly, "This time, I will personally lead the study tour. Each university will also assign mentors." The atmosphere instantly grew tense. The instructor continued, her tone sharp and commanding. "In addition, the higher-ups will allocate resources to the 3 universities based on participant rankings. This is determined by the number of furious beasts defeated and their respective ranks. Only the top 50 participants are eligible. First place will receive 34%, second place 23%, and third 21% of the resources. She paused, letting her words sink in. Even those below that ranking will receive a share, but naturally, first place is the most important. It is directly tied to our university's goal of a 5-time consecutive championship and the resources the school can allocate. Her gaze sharpened as it fell on Su Jingming. Su Jingming, is it alright if I assign this task to you? Su Jingming's lips curved into a confident smirk. No problem at all, he said smoothly. Wang Tao glanced at him, impressed, and thought inwardly, with my current combat strength, this shouldn't be a problem. I'm not a newcomer, and Su Jingming, he's truly astonishing. The instructor's eyes flickered again, her tone serious. Good. But I need to warn you in advance. According to the latest news, Qingjing Superpower University has brought in an external helper with an F-level superpower. The students were taken aback. One girl whispered, with disbelief. Qingjing Superpower University already has an S-rank student? A boy beside her muttered, where did this S-class come from? In recent years, apart from Su Jingming, no newcomer S-class has appeared in the entire Great Jia. Another boy added, that's strange. The last S-rank to appear in Great Jia was 3 years ago. Eva then projected a figure into the air, introducing the newcomer. This S-rank student isn't from Great Jia, she explained. He's an exchange student brought in from Yaodu Kingdom, from Jiangjia Superpower University. Su Jingming's eyes narrowed as he took in the details. Karen Rao, he thought. He possesses an enhanced S-class ability at the lower level of the 3rd tier. He let out a small sigh. So, he's truly at the 3rd level. Meanwhile, one student glanced at the S-class warrior and muttered, what a lower-tier S-class at the 3rd order. A boy beside him whispered in disbelief, is it really possible for a new generation student to reach this level so quickly? Insane. The teacher explained calmly, this information was gathered by Eva, and it is accurate. Unlike you, he is already 20 years old. Some students whispered among themselves. No wonder, he has 2 full years more cultivation than us. A girl added skeptically, 20 years old and still a freshman at Quenching Superpower University? That doesn't make sense in terms of martial ethic. A boy explained, in India, the age of 20 is when students begin university. So Kiran really is a freshman. Tang Chi glanced at the newcomer and said quietly, as an S-rank 3rd-tier individual, I have no match for him. But Su Jingming's expression betrayed none of the worry around him. He smiled faintly, thinking inwardly, so what if we are both S-rank? I am used to fighting opponents above my rank. I possess 3 S-rank and 4 A-rank combat skills, along with a master-level gun. He smirked subtly. With 3 S-rank and 4 A-rank combat skills, who would dare think I'm afraid? This competition is based on the number of furious beasts defeated and ranking level. I will not lose to any freshman, not even a 3rd-rank S-class beast. The teacher's eyes softened slightly as she observed him. Indeed, Su Jingming truly deserves to be called one of our school's most outstanding S-level students in recent years. He remains full of confidence even under this pressure. She praised him further, it is worth acknowledging. If he truly defeats them all, he deserves a special SS-grade Trino's blood essence. She continued with a serious tone. The reason Quan Superpower University brought in foreign aid is simple. The top-ranking student receives priority in resource accumulation. This year, there will be disappointments for some. Finally, she concluded, that covers the general overview of the study tour. Only 7 days remain, so everyone should hurry and prepare for the journey. Meanwhile, after the teacher left the area, Su Jingming's second waifu arrived, smiling warmly as she stepped into the dormitory. Detoxification pills, healing pills, and superpower recovery pills, she announced, holding up several bottles. Su Jingming raised an eyebrow, his gaze sharp, but she only smiled. They're all high quality. Each bottle has 20 pills, enough for your use this month. He patted his head lightly, noticing the dark circles under her eyes. You've worked hard. Look at these dark circles. She sighed softly at his observation. Jingming's voice softened. Don't stay up all night refining pills anymore. If you really can't, I can buy them outside. She blushed, shaking her head nervously. No. Pills bought outside can't compare to those I refine myself. I guarantee that every single one of these will have a strong effect on you. She added quickly, I also prepared 2 portions of each type of pill. Please give these to Song. Su Jingming blinked, surprised. Song? When did you two become so close? She smiled mysteriously. Not telling you now. She gave him a final nod. Goodbye. You and Song need to do your best on the study tour. Please be careful and stay safe. You leave tomorrow, so get some rest tonight." Su Jingming waved. Bye. As she left, he held the potion bottles tightly in his hands. Refining 162nd grade pills in a week, impossible without staying up all night for 3 or 4 days straight. He exhaled quietly. How could I not understand her feelings? I know she truly likes me, but now isn't the time. I need to become stronger first. Only then can I consider her feelings properly. His thoughts lingered on his second waifu, fueling his determination. I will become stronger, and I will accept her as my waifu when the time comes. The scene shifted to the arrival day. All students gathered, buzzing with excitement. 856 students, Su Jingming noted, eyes scanning the crowd. Almost all the new students signed up for the study tour. Song frowned. But why did the school tell us to assemble on the playground instead of at the high-speed rail station? Wang Tao grinned. Sister, you didn't know? Our study tour uses airplanes. Song's eyes widened. Airplanes? There's no runway on this playground. In the next moment, a huge aircraft appeared in front of them. Students gasped and whispered in disbelief. What a massive aircraft, so impressive. One student murmured, if we could master this technology at this stage, this must be an airship evolved from the ruins of an ancient civilization. I heard it has anti-gravity capability. The left-hand rule still applies, though. The teacher arrived shortly after, calling out, all students, board the ship. As the students entered, the aircraft lifted smoothly. Energy flared around the ship, and the wind roared past them. Inside, a student exclaimed in shock, holy crap, why has the airship turned transparent? Everyone stared in awe. Principal Ling truly lives up to his title of 8th rank Grandmaster. Incredible. The teacher continued, her voice steady. The Inyang realm allows this airship to operate independently of the outside world, eliminating the need to worry about obstacles or furious beasts during flight. Students exchanged astonished looks, realizing they were about to embark on an unprecedented journey. Su Jingming looked up at the massive aircraft, a faint smile appearing on his face. Indeed, he thought, only those at higher levels can break through consecutive barriers. After reaching the 6th level of the Thunder Undying Body, one can randomly acquire the ability to refine the essence of furious beast, but no one knows exactly when or how it will happen. The captain, Eva, activated the airship systems, and soon they arrived at Shén Supply Base, Guangdong Province. A man stood straight and addressed the students. Each university has 2 dormitory buildings. For example, Shanghai Superpower University has buildings number 1 and 2. After receiving your room keys, everyone should check in. Next to the dormitories, there is a canteen and a large training ground. All students listened carefully. Once room keys were distributed, they began checking in. Su Jingming glanced at his key. Room 504, 5th floor. Song smiled. I'm in room 505, your neighbor. Su Jingming grinned. What a coincidence. He tapped his space ring. With this, I don't even need to go to my room to store luggage. I'll check out the training grounds first. Song looked surprised. I knew it. I'll come with you. At the training ground, Su Jingming's eyes widened. This place is enormous. Nearby, he spotted an S-level student from Kunling Superpower University. The young man was training intensely, lifting dumbbells that weighed 200 kilograms each, clearly beyond the strength of ordinary students. Whispers spread among the students. Wow, he's lifting multiple dumbbells at once. The S-class student noticed Su Jingming. He dropped his dumbbell, ran forward, and greeted politely, hello, Su Jingming. I am Karen Rao from Kunling Superpower University. It's nice to meet you. Other students murmured among themselves. Su Jingming, the top freshman at Magic University, already upper-level second-year strength. He's truly a genius. Another added, unlike Karen, Su Jingming is only 18 years old, same as us. Karen nodded politely to Su Jingming, but then his expression shifted, and he approached Song Qinyun with a flirtatious tone. This beautiful lady must be Song Qinyun. Pleasure to meet you, my lady, he said, extending his hand. Song's eyes narrowed. She grabbed his hand, twisted it sharply, and said coldly, so mean, and that disgusting smell all over you. Su Jingming's dark gaze sharpened. He grabbed Karen's wrist tightly. Karen, you seem to know a little about Western culture, but not enough. Approaching a lady while covered in sweat is extremely impolite. Karen's eyes flashed with anger. Energy surged around him, and Su Jingming's own aura flared in response. Sparks of purple thunder collided with Karen's energy, both of them radiating raw fury. Students gasped, sensing the tension. They're really going to fight. One boy shouted, "Go call the instructor. We can't stop them." But Su Jingming released his grip and smirked, his voice sharp and mocking. "I suggest you adapt to local customs and learn the ethics and traditions of the great Xia kingdom." His tone carried a chilling confidence, and even as the surrounding students held their breath, Su Jingming's smirk made it clear, he was in complete control, ready to humiliate the arrogant newcomer without lifting another finger. Suddenly, Karen Rao clenched his fist, his expression darkening. That F-rank student from Magic University, his strength is absurd, Karen thought. I couldn't suppress him at all. He's lightning type, how did he obtain such terrifying power? His gaze shifted subtly as he licked his lips, fixing it on Song Qinyun. The prodigy of the Song family from Sichuan province really is extraordinary. What exactly is her relationship with Su Jingming? His eyes narrowed. No matter what connection they have, I still need to win her over. If I succeed, I'll never lack cultivation resources again. Outwardly, however, Karen said nothing. Song Qinyun turned to Su Jingming and spoke softly. "Thank you for helping me out of that situation. I really couldn't stand the smell in this training room. Let's switch to another area for a while." Su Jingming nodded. "All right." An hour later, after finishing their training, Song Qinyun smiled brightly. Food always tastes especially good after training. Not far away, a strange voice suddenly rang out. "A furious beast will soon destroy the world. The final catastrophe is approaching. Only the Supreme God can save humanity." The word sent a chill through the air. Su Jingming glanced over and frowned slightly. "I've heard rumors like this before," he said calmly. "Some say that once the barriers fall, beasts will descend upon the world. Certain religious factions believe those barriers suppress the apocalypse." He looked toward the surrounding area. The Demon Cave is a place where supernatural beings gather. It's a melting pot of all kinds of people. It's not strange to see religious extremists here. The man's eyes widened as he stared at Su Jingming. "Why don't you believe me?" His voice grew unsteady. He glared wildly at a nearby woman and child. In the next instant, he reached inside his jacket and gripped a knife. His tone turned sharp and distorted. "I understand now. The price you've paid isn't high enough. You haven't truly felt pain." A twisted smile spread across his face. "That must be it." He lunged forward, laughing madly. "Only through suffering can one understand the greatness of God." The woman screamed, clutching the child as the man charged at them. In that instant, purple thunder flared. Su Jingming moved. Thunder flickered around his body as he stepped in, intercepting the attack. He seized the man decisively and brought his weapon down with overwhelming force, stopping the strike cold. The scene froze in stunned silence. Su Jingming rested one hand on his spear as he stood quietly to the side, his presence steady and unassuming. Not far from him, the woman he had just rescued pulled her daughter tightly into her arms. The little girl, Início, was still trembling, sobs racking her small body as fear slowly drained away. It took some time before Início finally calmed, her cries fading into quiet sniffles. Only then did the woman lift her head and turn toward Su Jingming. Her eyes were red, her voice shaking as she bowed repeatedly, gratitude spilling out of her words, saying that without his intervention, she could not imagine what would have happened to her family. Su Jingming shook his head lightly in response. He told her there was no need for thanks, that he had only done what anyone else should have done. A short distance away, Su Jingming and Song Qi stood over the cultist's lifeless body. The blood pooling on the stone pavement was already beginning to darken. Su Jingming frowned slightly, an uneasy feeling settling in his chest. Something about the situation felt wrong. "These people usually spread their beliefs through words," he said quietly. "Public murder like this doesn't fit their pattern." Song Qi nodded in agreement. From everything he knew, religious fanatics rarely resorted to such open violence unless they were driven to extremes. This attack felt deliberate, almost reckless. Su Jingming's gaze slowly sharpened. His eyes swept across the surrounding crowd, scanning faces, movements, shadows. He tightened his grip on his spear, instincts on edge. If this cultist had dared to act so openly, there was a chance he hadn't been alone. Neither of them noticed a figure lingering at the edge of the crowd. The man wore a dark hooded sweatshirt, his face hidden beneath the shadow of the hood. As Su Jingming's attention shifted elsewhere, the man quietly pulled the hood lower and slipped away, disappearing into the streets without drawing notice. Some time later, the hooded man arrived at a vast estate hidden far from public view. The grounds were silent, guarded by invisible lines of authority and fear. Inside a dimly lit chamber, the man dropped to one knee before a shadowy figure seated above him. Lowering his head, he spoke in a hushed voice, addressing the figure as Archbishop. He reported everything he had witnessed. The cultist had been killed, and the one responsible was a student, Su Jingming of Magic City Ability University. The Archbishop slowly raised his head. In his hand rested a glowing red orb, its surface pulsing faintly like a living heart. His voice was cold as he asked for confirmation. A high-rank, second-tier S-rank talent? He asked. The subordinate nodded without hesitation. Not only that, Su Jingming had reached that level in less than half a year after awakening. For a moment, the chamber fell silent. The Archbishop's eyes darkened. Growth at that speed was unnatural, monstrous. If such a person were allowed to develop freely, he would inevitably become a thorn in their side, a threat that could not be ignored. He ordered the subordinate to withdraw for now. God's blood was about to surface within the Devil's Cave, and their priorities lay elsewhere. Producing 2 black indicators, he instructed the man to retrieve the substance, warning him sternly not to act under the name of the Heaven's Mandate sect. As the subordinate departed, the Archbishop closed his fingers around a crystallized heart resting in his palm. His voice echoed softly through the chamber. In 1 month, Heaven's Mandate will reveal itself to the world, he said coldly. When that time comes, Su Jingming and the other S-rank talents will serve as sacrifices. The scene shifted to a massive supply base bustling with activity. Students from the 3 major universities filled the area, their voices blending into a constant roar of excitement and tension. This was the staging ground for a joint research expedition, one that would last an entire month inside the Devil's Cave. Standing on a high balcony overlooking the crowd, a middle-aged man stepped forward. He introduced himself as Xu Ping, vice principal of Qingjing University. His voice carried effortlessly across the base as he officially announced the start of the expedition. Smart wristbands were distributed to every participant. Xu Ping explained their function clearly. Every beast killed inside the Devil's Cave would be recorded, along with combat footage. These records would be converted into scores, determining each student's ranking throughout the expedition. Then he announced the rewards. The top 1,000 students would receive performance rewards. The top 3 would earn the right to select any technique from the combined libraries of all 3 universities. As for first place, the reward would be even greater, a special prize personally provided by the winner's own school. The crowd erupted. Some students scoffed quietly, convinced that first place was nothing more than a fantasy. Others were visibly excited, eyes burning with ambition as they whispered names. Qiran Rao, Su Jingming. With the explanation complete, Xu Ping concluded his speech. He declared that there would be no restrictions on team formation and encouraged everyone to hunt aggressively and efficiently. The moment he finished speaking, chaos broke loose. Students rushed to form teams, shouting requirements at the top of their lungs. Some called for support-type ability users to complete 5-person squads. Others sought powerful A-rank fighters, forming compact 2-man teams designed for speed. Amid the noise, Dingyu, the class monitor, approached Su Jingming and invited him to join a squad his class was forming to explore the outer perimeter. Su Jingming smiled faintly and declined without hesitation, telling him to go ahead without worry. Song Qi, standing beside him, looked at him in surprise. "You're really planning to go alone?" Su Jingming nodded calmly. His destination was the central region of the Devil's Cave. Moving with a group would only slow him down. In his mind, the calculation was simple. The outer regions were filled with Tier 1 to Tier 3 beasts. The central area housed creatures ranging from Tier 3 to Tier 5. He was confident he could handle low-rank Tier 4 beasts, and even if he encountered a Tier 5, retreat would not be an issue. For him, the central region offered the highest efficiency. Song Qi frowned. To her, the central area was practically a death zone. Reaching it alone would take at least 1 to 2 days. After a brief hesitation, she asked if she could accompany him for the journey. Su Jingming agreed without hesitation. Relief and happiness flashed across her face. The two made plans to set off together once preparations were complete. Before they could leave, a familiar voice stopped them. Qiran Rao approached, his expression arrogant yet serious. He said he was looking forward to Su Jingming's performance, and hoped he wouldn't fall too far behind. Su Jingming met his gaze calmly. "I'll win," he said. Qiran froze. Su Jingming repeated the words with absolute certainty, then turned and walked away without another glance. Rage burned in Qiran Rao's eyes as he stared after him, already planning how to crush that confidence with overwhelming power. Soon after, Vice Principal Xu Ping officially announced the expedition's start. The massive crowd surged toward the Devil's Cave entrance, voices echoing with ambition as the hunt began. 7 hours later, deep within the Devil's Cave, Su Jingming and Song Qi moved carefully through a dense forest. Thick foliage choked visibility, the oppressive atmosphere pressing down on them from all sides. Their path was suddenly blocked by 5 armored beasts. Song Qi's expression changed instantly. Iron fur pangolins, she warned. Tier 2. Their fur is tougher than E-class alloy. Su Jingming told her to stay back. He stepped forward without hesitation. The pangolins roared and curled into spiked spheres, rolling toward him at terrifying speed. Su Jingming moved with flawless timing, weaving between them as his spear flashed. One sweeping strike sent a beast flying. A precise thrust pierced another's defenses. Clean. Efficient. Ruthless. Moments later, silence returned. Song Qi stood frozen in shock. Every movement he made had been aimed at a weakness. No wasted motion, no excess power. This wasn't brute force. It was refined, lethal experience. When it ended, 12 iron fur pangolins lay dead. Su Jingming checked his gains calmly. 276 ability points, 1200 competition points. Not bad. As dusk approached, he suggested they find a place to rest. While checking his wristband's holographic map, he noticed a nearby water pool. Water sources attract beasts, he said. They moved toward it. The clearing was quiet. Su Jingming's instincts flared. A tiger-like beast appeared, only to be instantly crushed as a colossal armored crocodile burst from the pool, claiming dominance. Song Qi grabbed his arm, whispering urgently. Tier 4, we need to leave. Su Jingming smirked. There's no need to rush, he said calmly. Yet Jingming stood unmoved, his posture relaxed, his gaze steady. From the side, Song Chuku could only stare. Disbelief flickered in her eyes as she watched the oppressive pressure radiating from him. Power rolled off his body like an invisible storm, overwhelming yet controlled. A thought surfaced unbidden. Was this some terrifying combat technique personally taught by Dean Yang Genshin? Jingming allowed a faint curve to touch his lips. He knew better than anyone that while the indestructible thunder body was powerful, it was not his strongest method. Against true high-rank opponents, there existed a far more decisive approach. Without warning, the sky above the pool dimmed. Dark clouds gathered unnaturally fast, swirling as if drawn by an unseen hand. The air thickened, heavy with tension. High overhead, strands of lightning converged. They twisted and compressed, shaping themselves into a massive spear formed entirely of condensed thunder. Its mere presence distorted the air, exuding a suffocating pressure. Song Chuku instinctively looked up, momentarily confused. Is it about to rain? The next instant, her heart skipped. This lightning was wrong. It carried intent. Violent energy surged outward as Jingming fully released his S-rank ability, Heavenly Thunder Technique. The lightning spear plunged downward. It struck the pool with cataclysmic force. A thunderous explosion tore through the clearing as blinding light swallowed everything. The source water giant crocodile released an enraged roar, its armored scales cracking under the onslaught as lightning ripped through flesh and bone. Then, nothing. Silence fell as abruptly as the strike itself. When the light faded, the massive beast lay motionless, its enormous body floating lifelessly in the water. The battle had ended in a single blow. A familiar notification surfaced before Jingming's eyes. Kill confirmed. Ability points plus 213. Competition points plus 10,000. Residual lightning still crackled faintly around his clenched hand as Jingming examined the reward. Tier 4 beasts truly lived up to their reputation. The gains were more than 5 times that of a Tier 3 creature. A quiet thought crossed his mind. The Deep Blue system, it really is pushing me toward my limits. Turning around, he noticed Song Chuku still standing frozen, her expression blank with shock. He calmly suggested they examine the beast. She followed without speaking. Song Chuku had encountered countless prodigies before, but this was different. A high-rank Tier 2 cultivator erasing a low-rank Tier 4 beast so effortlessly it shattered everything she thought she understood about power gaps. As they stood before the corpse, the truth settled heavily in her chest. This wasn't luck. This was genuine, terrifying strength. Jingming inspected the remains and let out a disappointed sigh. The crocodile's hide, normally worth no less than 20 million, had been completely ruined by the lightning strike. Song Chuku nodded in agreement. Every part of a Tier 4 beast was valuable. After a moment of thought, she offered a solution. Her spatial ring was large enough to store the entire carcass. She would keep it safe and return it to him once they reached the supply base. Once the beast was stored away, Jingming suggested finding a nearby cave to rest. After such an overwhelming battle, no other creatures would dare approach this water source anytime soon. As they prepared to settle down, Song Chuku hesitated. A faint blush touched her cheeks as she asked him to wait briefly. Since they were already near the pool, she wanted to take a quick bath. Jingming remained cautious. He told her to wait while he checked the water one last time. Raising his hand, he released a controlled arc of purple lightning into the pool. What happened next made his body stiffen. Before his eyes, the clear water darkened, slowly at first, then rapidly, until it turned. The words ignited excitement among the group. One cultist couldn't help but exclaim that the sect would soon gain another powerful god's blood envoy. The archbishop halted abruptly. His gaze sharpened as he turned, fury flashing in his eyes. He snapped back coldly, reminding them that they were the Blood Moon sect. Their ambitions extended far beyond such narrow thinking. At that moment the glowing red god's blood indicator in his hand flared brilliantly. His pupils contracted. The blood has appeared, earlier than expected. Without hesitation he ordered the group to advance at full speed. Back at the pool, the water had turned entirely crimson. Song Chuku stared in alarm and asked what was happening. Jingming asked whether she felt the blood calling to her. She shook her head. There was no attraction, no reaction at all. However, her Light of Dawn ability was responding intensely. She explained that the blood carried an overwhelming beastly aura, one eerily similar to Jingming's own. That observation struck him like lightning. He recalled absorbing the SS-rank Thunder Tyrannosaurus blood. The conclusion was immediate. This blood belonged to an exceptionally powerful dragon-type beast. That was why his body was reacting so violently. After a brief pause, Jingming made his decision. He told Song Chuku that he would enter the pool to absorb the energy. If anything went wrong, she was to pull him out immediately. Before she could object, he stepped into the blood-red water. The moment he submerged, swirling crimson energy rushed toward him. Instead of pain, warmth enveloped him, comforting and overwhelming, like a traveler drinking after days of thirst. The energy surged upward, cocooning his body in glowing red light and lifting him into the air. From the shore, Song Chuku called his name, fear tightening her chest. She understood instantly. This was a rare opportunity, but it left him completely defenseless. Planting her feet, she gripped her halberd. This time, she murmured, "I'll protect you." The next day arrived. Song Chuku stood guard beside the pool, the ground around her littered with the bloodied corpses of beasts. She wiped sweat from her brow, relieved that the strongest enemy she faced overnight was only a low-rank Tier 3 creature. Her gaze shifted to the pool. The crimson hue was fading. Jingming's absorption was nearing completion. Suddenly, her instincts screamed. Cloaked figures appeared on a nearby ridge. She tightened her grip. The archbishop surveyed the area, frowning slightly at the liquid form of the god's blood. One cultist recognized Song Chuku as the second-ranked student from Magic City Ability University and questioned why she was guarding the site, alongside another freshman. Song Chuku remained calm. She noted that their attire didn't match any major university. She warned them that the water was contaminated and advised them to leave. One cultist exploded with rage. The archbishop raised a hand, stopping him. "Ignore her," he said coldly. "Take the blood." Song Chuku's heart sank. Assessing their strength, she realized the grim truth. The leader was Tier 4, and even the weakest was Tier 3. There was only one option. She activated the talisman around her neck. A massive golden barrier materialized, enveloping her and the cocoon. Attacks slammed against it relentlessly, but not a single crack formed. The archbishop recognized it immediately. A guardian talisman from an ancient civilization. Rare, powerful. Inside the barrier, Song Chuku taunted them. The archbishop merely smiled. He explained calmly that guardian talismans had time limits. They would simply wait. An hour passed. The golden shield shattered. The archbishop smirked and demanded the talisman, or her death. Song Chuku prepared to go all out, pulling out a small red pill. Before she could take it, a calm voice echoed. "Why do I feel like you're the ones about to die?" Behind her, the cocoon cracked. It shattered. Jingming stepped forward, crimson energy coiling around him. His eyes open, cold and merciless, locking onto the stunned Blood Moon sect. Xu Jingming's consciousness surged back in a violent rush. The moment his eyes opened, a terrifying pressure flooded the area. He rose slowly from the shattered cocoon, fragments of hardened blood crystal falling away from his body. The surrounding members of the Blood Moon sect froze where they stood, shock and dread written clearly across their faces. Behind Xu Jingming, the blood pool that had nearly been drained dry began to react. The remaining crimson energy spiraled upward, twisting and roaring as it condensed into the enormous spectral image of a dragon. Raising his hand, he pointed sharply toward Xu Jingming and shouted in fury, "Kill them!" The remaining cultists hesitated only for a fraction of a second before charging forward. At that instant, Xu Jingming's gaze sharpened. Purple lightning flashed within his eyes, crackling with restrained power. He didn't move from his spot. Instead, he lifted his spear slightly, as though answering an unspoken call. The sky darkened. A deafening rumble echoed above as torrents of thunder descended from the heavens. Thick bolts of violet lightning slammed into the charging Tier 3 cultists, engulfing them in blinding light. Their screams were cut short as electricity tore through their bodies. When the lightning faded, their corpses lay scattered across the ground, smoke rising faintly from their remains. They had been defeated in an instant. The archbishop's expression stiffened. He had expected his subordinates to fall, but not like this. 5 Tier 3 users eliminated without even forcing Xu Jingming to move. His jaw tightened as he clenched his fists. I'm still Tier 4. He's only Tier 2. The advantage should still be mine. Before that thought could fully settle, Xu Jingming moved. The ground exploded beneath his feet as he surged forward, his body streaking through the air like a bolt of lightning. The archbishop's pupils contracted sharply as he realized, far too late, that he couldn't follow the movement at all. Instinctively, he crossed his arms to block. The impact struck him like a collapsing mountain. A thunderous crash echoed through the forest as the archbishop was hurled backward, smashing through several thick trees before finally slamming into a trunk and sliding down to the ground. He coughed violently, blood staining his lips. Leaning against the tree, panting heavily, he stared forward in disbelief. I didn't even see the attack. Before he could gather his thoughts, a shadow loomed before him. Xu Jingming stood calmly, his spear angled downward, the sharp tip hovering just a breath away from the archbishop's throat. His expression was cold but controlled, his breathing steady. I'll ask, Xu Jingming said evenly. You answer. The pressure bearing down on the archbishop intensified, leaving him no room to resist. What was the blood in the pool? Xu Jingming asked. For a moment the archbishop hesitated. Then, under the overwhelming presence pressing against his soul, he broke. It was God's blood, he admitted hoarsely. The refined blood essence of a legendary rank 9 beast emperor. Xu Jingming's eyes narrowed slightly. Why would something like that be here? The archbishop swallowed. In the ancient era, humans and beasts waged a massive war. Martial saints clashed with beast emperors across the land. When the war ended, fragments of their power, blood essence included, were scattered throughout the world. Xu Jingming absorbed the explanation in silence. Then he asked his final question, his voice colder than before. Who are you, and why are you collecting it? The archbishop suddenly laughed. A defiant grin spread across his bloodied face. We are the Blood Moon sect, he said. That's all you'll ever know. Before Xu Jingming could react, a violent surge of energy erupted from the archbishop's body. Blood poured from his eyes and mouth as his life force extinguished itself. Xu Jingming stepped back slightly as the body collapsed, lifeless. Staring down at the corpse, he frowned. Another cult, and another dead end. Since no further information could be extracted, he decided to bring the matter to Vice Principal Ling Shuang once he returned. Turning around, he saw Song Chuku rushing toward him, panic clear on her face. Are you all right? She asked urgently. Before she could reach him, her steps faltered. Exhaustion overtook her body, and she stumbled forward. Xu Jingming caught her immediately, supporting her weight. I'm fine, he reassured her softly. Thank you for guarding me. He patted her head gently and held her hand. Song Chuku froze, her cheeks flushing a deep red. He briefly explained what had happened and mentioned the Blood Moon sect's goal. When she heard about the blood, her eyes widened in shock. That was the blood essence of a rank 9 beast emperor, she exclaimed. An SSS-class cultivation resource. Normally, it requires extremely complex refinement. She stared at him, disbelief clear in her eyes. How did you absorb it directly? Xu Jingming glanced at the translucent system screen only he could see. I don't really know, he admitted. There were no side effects. Instead, my indestructible thunder body advanced to the 4th stage. He paused thoughtfully. There may be benefits I haven't discovered yet. We'll ask a teacher later. Noticing her unsteady posture, he urged her to rest. They soon found a quiet meadow bathed in sunlight. Song Chuku lay down, exhaustion finally overtaking her, while Xu Jingming remained alert nearby. That night, far away within a massive estate, the main archbishop of the Blood Moon sect stood on a balcony under the crescent moon. A subordinate knelt behind him. Bishop Zhou's God's blood indicator has disappeared. The archbishop didn't turn around. A powerful ability user must have interfered, he said calmly. Leave it for now. A sinister smile curved his lips as he gazed at the moon. Our main operation begins in 1 month. That is what truly matters. When Song Chuku awoke, the smell of roasted meat filled the air. Xu Jingming was already awake, calmly grilling skewers over a small campfire. You woke up just in time, he said with a smile. She accepted a skewer happily. It smells amazing. I didn't know you could cook. Practice makes perfect, he replied lightly. After tasting it, her eyes lit up. You should open a barbecue restaurant. He laughed. With investment from the Song family? That sounds like opening chains across Blue Star. Later, Song Chuku asked to bathe in the nearby water. Xu Jingming agreed. She formed a large sphere of water around herself, changing clothes inside. When the barrier faded, she stepped out, hair and shoulders still damp. Xu Jingming looked away a second too late. "I'll wash up now," he said quickly. As he left, Song Chuku tilted her head in confusion. Moments later, she gasped, realizing her thin dress had become slightly transparent. Flustered, she hurried to adjust herself. An hour later, both were in combat gear. They exchanged a fist bump and agreed to meet again in a month. As Song Chuku ran through the forest, determination hardened her expression. "I must get stronger, at least third place." 1 month later. Purple lightning crackled violently around Xu Jingming as he faced a massive black panther-like beast perched on a cliff. Its red eyes glowed as it roared and leapt downward. Xu Jingming remained calm. Condensing his lightning into a single point, he thrust his spear forward. The beast was impaled and slammed into the ground. Kill confirmed. Plus 43 ability points. Sitting down, Xu Jingming began his breakthrough. Lightning erupted violently, filling the cave. Moments later, the energy settled. He had advanced to Tier 3. Checking his system panel, he smiled. First place no longer felt distant. The next day arrived swiftly, carrying with it the final deadline for score submission in the joint university event. Inside the vast evaluation hall, the atmosphere was far heavier than usual. Thousands of students gathered in dense clusters, their eyes locked onto the enormous ranking screen suspended high above. Names and numbers flickered constantly as the system refreshed, each update tightening the tension in the air. Conversations were subdued, whispers replacing the loud chatter that had filled the hall in earlier days. This was the final reckoning. Every point submitted now would determine rankings, rewards, and future opportunities. Suddenly, a sharp cry broke the uneasy silence. 121 points. I made it into the top 1,000. A student leapt up in excitement, his face flushed with joy. For a brief moment, pride shone in his eyes as he stared at the screen, hardly believing his luck. Before his celebration could escalate further, his companions quickly dragged him back down. "Calm down," one of them muttered. "There are still 2 hours left. None of the real monsters have submitted yet." The student's smile stiffened. He looked back at the screen and finally noticed the truth. Many of the top-tier competitors' names were still missing. Compared to those who had dominated the battlefield, his 121 points were fragile at best. Celebrating now was meaningless. At that moment, movement at the entrance of the hall drew everyone's attention. A slender figure stepped inside. A ripple instantly spread through the crowd. Su Yun. She's here. Modu University's second-ranked freshman. Almost subconsciously, many students straightened their backs. Some swallowed nervously. Others simply sighed in resignation, already prepared for their rankings to drop. Su Yun walked forward calmly, her expression composed and unreadable. She ignored the countless gazes fixed on her and stopped at a nearby terminal. Without hesitation, she pressed her wristband against the scanner. The system hummed softly. The screen flashed. 12,131 points. For a split second, the hall froze. Then gasps erupted from every direction. Her name surged straight to the top of the rankings, pushing aside dozens of competitors in an instant. So high. As expected of Modu's number 2. That score alone could secure a top 10 finish. Vice Principal Lin Guang approached with a satisfied smile, her eyes filled with approval as she congratulated Su Yun. Nearby, she quietly exchanged a few words with Su Ping, confirming Su Yun's background. "She's from the Song family," Lin Guang said softly. "The great-granddaughter of that senior." Before their discussion could continue, a woman strode over with a teasing smile, her presence immediately drawing attention. "Little Yun." Su Yun turned, her eyes lighting up. "Aunt Zhou-ing." Zhou-ing, the head supervisor of the Shunan supply base, laughed lightly and reached out to pinch Su Yun's cheek, completely ignoring the stunned expressions of the surrounding students. "So?" Zhou-ing teased. "Why didn't your little boyfriend come back with you?" Su Yun's face instantly turned red. "I don't have a boyfriend." Then her expression froze. "Wait. How do you even know about Su Jingming?" Zhou-ing chuckled, clearly enjoying her reaction. "When you oversee a supply base," she said casually, "you tend to hear a lot of things." Before Su Yun could respond, a sudden uproar swept through the hall. "He's back. Kiran Rao. Qingjing University's S-rank." Excitement surged like a tidal wave. The moment Kiran Rao entered, countless eyes followed his every step. As a third tier awakened, his reputation preceded him. Many believed his score would easily exceed 50 or 60,000 points. Some were already convinced that first place was his without question. Qiran Rao walked forward confidently, his posture relaxed, his expression carrying a faint arrogance. He submitted his results without a word. The hall fell deathly silent. The screen refreshed. 113,264 points. The number blazed across the rankings as Qiran Rao's name claimed first place, crushing Su Yun's position and leaving an overwhelming gap behind him. Shock rippled through the crowd. That difference. This is domination. No one can catch up to that. Vice Principal Shuing of Qingjing University accepted congratulations with a pleased smile, clearly satisfied. Nearby, Vice Principal Lin Guang said nothing. Her gaze remained fixed on the screen, her expression unreadable. She knew the odds were slim. Yet, remembering Su Jingming's calm confidence before entering the trial zone, she still held on to a trace of hope. Moments later, another name appeared. Dong, Jinking University. 13,526 points. Second place shifted once more. Su Yun stared at the rankings, disbelief flickering in her eyes. If this continued, even a top 3 placement might slip away. Her gaze swept the hall anxiously. Only 8 minutes remained. Why hadn't Su Jingming returned yet? Murmurs spread through the crowd, but Lu Wento remained firm. Brother Ming isn't careless, he said confidently. He'll be back. Almost as if responding to his words, footsteps echoed at the entrance. Su Jingming walked into the hall. Unlike the restless tension surrounding him, his expression was calm and unhurried, as though this were nothing more than a routine visit. Cheers erupted from Modu University's side. No matter the result, Brother Ming is the strongest. Modu won't lose. From afar, Qiran Rao watched with a cold sneer. In his eyes, no amount of cheering could change reality. Su Jingming glanced at the rankings and instantly understood why emotions were running high. With Qiran Rao's score displayed so prominently, defeat seemed inevitable to any ordinary observer. Vice Principal Lin Guang greeted him warmly, noting his rapid advancement to the 3rd tier and urging him to submit his results. Su Jingming nodded. Without hesitation, he walked to the terminal and placed his ring against it. The crowd buzzed again. Maybe 50,000, 60 at most. No way he beats Qiran. Almost everyone agreed on one thing: first place was impossible. The terminal finished processing. The screen refreshed. 405,637 points. For a heartbeat, the hall was utterly silent. Then chaos exploded. The rankings reshuffled violently as Su Jingming's name shot to the very top, his score towering over everyone else like a mountain. Vice Principals Shuing and Lingguang froze. Qiran Rao's face twisted in disbelief and fury. Su Yun beamed, her eyes shining brilliantly. Students stared at the screen, rubbing their eyes, checking the numbers again and again. 4 times Qiran's score. That's not human. This has to be a mistake. Vice Principal Lingguang instinctively calculated the number of beasts required to reach such a total. After a moment, she could only shake her head. It was beyond outrageous. Nearby, Juexing turned to Su Yun, smiling knowingly. Did you expect this? Su Yun shook her head. I didn't know the exact number, she admitted softly. But for Su Jingming, nothing he does is truly unbelievable. Not far away, Qiran Rao clenched his fists. More than 3 times his score. Along with that realization came another painful truth: the precious resources promised by his university were slipping straight out of his grasp. Finally, he snapped. Unable to accept the outcome, Qiran Rao raised his arm and pointed directly at Su Jingming, his voice cutting sharply through the hall. That score is impossible. There's no way it's real. He immediately turned toward Vice Principal Xu Ping, formally demanding an investigation. He accused Su Jingming of tampering with his smart wristband. The reaction was immediate. Students from Modu University erupted. This is shameless. All wristbands were officially inspected. Are you questioning the system itself? The atmosphere grew tense. Vice Principal Xu Ping frowned and turned to Lingguang, seeking her stance. Lingguang replied calmly. Checking the records is fine. Then her gaze sharpened. A powerful pressure surged outward as her aura spread silently across the hall. She looked directly at Xu Ping. But tell me, if the records prove Su Jingming did nothing wrong, how will you take responsibility? Another senior official stepped forward. All equipment was jointly audited by the 3 major universities. Any accusation implies doubt toward all of us. Xu Ping stiffened. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Su Jingming will not be wronged. Then he made a decisive declaration. If no irregularities are found, Qingjing University will compensate him with an S-class cultivation resource. A stir swept through the hall. Lingguang nodded and motioned for Su Jingming to step forward. Su Jingming complied calmly, a faint smile tugging at his lips. To him, the situation was almost amusing, an S-class resource in exchange for standing still. Seeing that relaxed expression, a bead of sweat slid down Xu Ping's temple. The technicians quickly accessed the combat records. Nearby, Kiran Rao watched with a cold, mocking smile. Then the footage began. Instantly, the hall fell into stunned silence. Su Jingming's spear flashed like lightning. Every strike was precise, ruthless, and perfectly controlled. Even Lingguang couldn't hide her shock. Has your spear technique reached the master level? She asked. Su Jingming smiled lightly. I was just lucky enough to break through. She didn't believe him. The recording continued. The image shifted, Su Jingming facing a massive Tier 4 source water giant crocodile. Gasps echoed. The next moment, violent lightning erupted, completely swallowing the beast and annihilating it in an instant. The hall fell into absolute silence. Cold dread crept into every heart. No one spoke again. The footage alone silenced all doubt. A stunned silence fell over the viewing area. For several long seconds, no one spoke. Those who had been watching the recorded battle felt as if their minds had stopped functioning. On the projection screen, the aftermath of the clash still lingered. Cracked terrain, scorched ground, and fading arcs of lightning that refused to fully dissipate. The fearsome Tier 4 beast that had dominated the battlefield moments earlier was gone, erased so completely that not even fragments remained. That alone was enough to leave the spectators shaken. Tier 4 beasts were not fodder. They were creatures that normally required well-coordinated teams, carefully planned tactics, and no small amount of sacrifice to bring down. Yet what they had just witnessed defied all conventional logic. The beast had not been worn down. It had not been outmaneuvered. It had been annihilated in a single instant. The silence finally broke as murmurs spread through the crowd, growing louder by the second. Voices overlapped chaotically, filled with disbelief and confusion. What kind of combat art was that? That level of destructive power, was it really from a Tier 3 cultivator? No, forget Tier 3. Even most Tier 4s couldn't pull that off. Speculation exploded, and one phrase echoed repeatedly among the onlookers. S rank. From the sideline, Kiran Rao stood frozen, staring at the screen as if it might suddenly deny what he had just seen. His chest felt tight, his breath shallow. No matter how many times the scene replayed in his mind, the conclusion remained the same. That attack had been unmistakably S rank. Yet what unsettled him most was not the rank of the technique, it was the person who had used it. Su Jingming. Kiran clenched his fists unconsciously. Su Jingming was widely known as a spear specialist, a close combat fighter whose reputation had been built on precision and raw martial prowess. He was not a mage. He was not even rumored to possess strong elemental affinity. So how could someone like him unleash lightning of that magnitude? How? Kiran muttered under his breath, eyes darkening. How can a spear wielder do that? Nearby, Vice Principal Lingguang watched the projection with narrowed eyes. Unlike the students, she did not raise her voice or show outward shock. Her gaze remained fixed on the fading traces of lightning, analyzing every lingering fluctuation of energy. After a brief pause, she spoke calmly. That is the heavenly lightning art. Her words cut cleanly through the noise. Several instructors nearby stiffened at once. The heavenly lightning art, someone repeated in disbelief. Lingguang nodded slowly. A supreme elemental skill. It originated from the Elemental Academy and is ranked among their highest combat arts. Outwardly, her tone remained composed. Inwardly, however, a storm raged. Even within the Elemental Academy, an institution dedicated to elemental cultivation, only a handful of elites had ever successfully mastered that technique. It demanded not only extreme talent but also a terrifying level of control and comprehension. Yet Su Jingming was a first-year student. And worse, he wasn't even from an elemental-focused academy. The realization sent a chill through her. When the replay finally ended, the projection dimmed, leaving only the echoes of the crowd's agitation. Lingguang turned her gaze toward Vice Principal Shuping. Beads of sweat clung to his temples. His back was stiff, as though the pressure pressing down on him had become tangible. Is there any need to continue? Lingguang asked quietly. Shuping hesitated. For a long moment, he said nothing. Then he exhaled heavily, shoulders sagging, and nodded. There isn't. Stepping forward, he addressed Xu Jingming directly. His voice was restrained, but there was no mistaking the acknowledgement beneath it. Your strength is unquestionable, Xuping said. The S-class resource agreed upon will be delivered in full. Xu Jingming inclined his head slightly. His expression remained calm, neither arrogant nor triumphant. Thank you, Vice Principal. With that, he turned and walked away. Xuping watched him go, complicated emotions swirling in his chest. Regret gnawed at him relentlessly. Had he known earlier, had he truly understood just how terrifying this young man's potential was, he would have paid any price to secure Xu Jingming for his university. Any price at all. Soon after, Xuping stood before the assembled students and formally announced the conclusion of the competition. His voice echoed clearly across the venue as he revealed the final distribution of resources. Third place, he announced, goes to Jingchen University, receiving just over 25% of the total allocation. Mild applause followed. Second place goes to Qingjing University, with slightly more than 30%. The reaction was subdued, restrained. First place, Xuping continued, raising his voice, belongs to Moda University. The effect was immediate. Cheers erupted like a tidal wave. The Moda University section exploded with excitement, voices roaring as students leapt to their feet. Luenta shouted louder than anyone, pumping her fist in the air as she praised Xu Jingming for turning the entire situation around. Laughter, pride, and relief spread through the group as they celebrated securing their 5th championship in a row. Xuping raised his hand for silence once more. The rewards, he explained, consist of rare medicinal plants located in the outer regions of the Devil's Cave. All first-year students will enter tomorrow under instructor supervision to gather the materials. He paused briefly before adding, afterward, each university will proceed with its own half-month instructional program. As the crowd began to disperse, a sharp voice cut through the noise. I object. The atmosphere shifted instantly. Qiran Rao stepped forward, his expression tight, his posture rigid with unwillingness to concede. His gaze locked onto Xu Jingming. I am dissatisfied with this outcome, he declared. I demand a direct duel. The murmurs returned, louder than before. Qiran continued without hesitation, laying out his proposal. If he lost, his university would personally cover the cost of the resources. But if he won, the allocation promised to Qingjing University would be transferred to his side. Vice Principal Xuping studied him carefully, intrigue flickering in his eyes. And how confident are you? He asked. Qiran answered without pause. He explained that Xu Jingming's S-rank technique required a brief activation window. In a one-on-one battle, that delay would give him the opening he needed. Xuping's eyes flickered. He, too, was reluctant to accept defeat so easily. After a moment, he nodded. Very well. Later, once the event concluded, Vice Principal Lingguang approached Xu Jingming privately and asked about his plans for the upcoming half-month. I plan to return to the Devil's Cave, Xu Jingming replied honestly. I'll continue hunting monsters. Lingguang frowned slightly. You've already been fighting for nearly a month. Xu Jingming acknowledged the exhaustion weighing on him but explained that constant combat was the only way he could maintain his pace of growth. She reminded him that while life-and-death situations accelerated improvement, balance was essential. Pushing too far could cause irreversible damage. Xu Jingming accepted her advice respectfully, promising to rest once the expedition was complete. Before parting, he mentioned something unusual. A strange pool of blood-red water deep within the Devil's Cave. As he described it, Lingguang's expression grew serious. After hearing about his reaction and the Blood Moon sect members he encountered, her doubts were confirmed. That was diluted blood essence of a 9th-rank beast emperor, she said gravely. An SSS-grade cultivation treasure. She quickly clarified that what he absorbed was only a weakened trace. Consuming the pure essence would have been fatal. She speculated that his survival was tied to his unique body-tempering method and dismissed the Blood Moon sect as insignificant. Later, Song Chuku introduced him to her aunt, Juexing, who gifted him a black and gold privilege card granting a permanent 20% discount across the Song family's industry. The implications were immense. By afternoon, reporters and corporate representatives swarmed Xu Jingming. His name spread rapidly, far beyond expectations. That same day, Vice Principals Lingguang and Xuping informed him of Qiran Rao's formal challenge. The stakes included resource shares, and 40 priceless ruins entry passes. Civilization Ruin Number 9. A once-per-year opportunity. Xu Jingming accepted without hesitation. The duel was set. Soon, the arena filled with spectators. Excited chatter echoed as students gathered to witness the clash between two S-rank talents. Both were Tier 3. Either could fall. As speculation ran wild, one question lingered above all others. Did Xu Jingming have another hidden card? From the balcony, Kiran sneered. To him, it was impossible for a first-year student to master more than one top-tier technique. Then Xu Jingming entered the arena. Cheers thundered. Their gazes met. If you're so eager to die, Xu Jingming said calmly, I won't refuse. The tension snapped tight. An elderly man appeared between them, Quan, a Tier 8 Grandmaster. He laid out the rules, sealed the arena with a misty barrier, and raised his hand. Begin. Kiran roared as crimson patterns spread across his body. Horns emerged. The Brahma Beast's sovereign transformation. Towering over the platform, he sneered. I'll give you time to activate your S-rank art. Xu Jingming said nothing. He simply stood there, calm, unmoved. As the storm gathered,